For the last few years, I've had this sense that everything I learned as a kid about how America's government works is completely wrong. But I had no idea how bad things actually were until I saw this one graph. Researchers at Princeton University looked at more than 20 years worth of data to answer a pretty simple question. Does the government represent the people? Now, this is what they found. This axis here represents public support for any given idea. On the left at 0% are ideas that not a single American wants. On the right at 100% are ideas that everyone supports. This axis represents the likelihood of Congress passing a law that reflects any of these ideas, from a 0 to a 100% chance. On this graph, an ideal republic would look like this. If 50% of the public supports an idea, there's a 50% chance of it becoming law. If 80% of us support something, there's an 80% chance. You get the idea. Now, most Americans would probably agree that, with a few exceptions, we should be as close to this ideal as possible. Unfortunately, the way America actually works doesn't even come close. Take an idea that nobody supports, literally nobody, and it has about a 30% chance of becoming federal law. Now, take an incredibly popular idea, the most popular idea this country has ever seen, and there's also about a 30% chance of it becoming law. This means that the number of American voters for or against any idea has no impact on the likelihood that Congress will make it law. Put another way, and I'm just going to quote the Princeton study directly here, the preferences of the average American appear to have only a minuscule, near zero, statistically non-significant impact upon public policy. So if you've ever felt like your opinion doesn't matter and that the government doesn't really care what you think, well, you're right. But there's a catch. This flat line only accounts for the bottom 90% of income earners in America. Economic elites, business interests, people who can afford lobbyists, they get their own line. Look at how much closer their line is to the ideal. When they want something, the government is much more likely to do it. And when they don't, they have the power to completely block it from happening, no matter how much the rest of the country supports it. They get what they want, and guess who ends up paying for it? We pay for it with the most expensive healthcare in the world. We pay for it with a tax code that's a complete mess. We pay for it with internet that's slower and more expensive, with wasteful spending, a floundering education system, a catastrophic drug war, and 1 in 5 American children born into poverty. Almost every major issue we face as a nation can be traced back to this graph.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant, independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. Thank you for joining me today. You've seen that clip many times. I still think it's very relevant, and no, you should not blindly take what they find in that study at face value. But thinking about what they did find in a Princeton study, which is held in many circles in high regard, is that we don't live in a democracy. Not only not a democracy, we don't live in a representative government. We live in an oligarchy. Now, what's hilarious about that is Biden just said that's what's going on, even though we already all knew that if we weren't lost in a partisan circle somewhere. We already have lived in this situation for a very long time, and it's not unique to left or right. And as usual, if Biden says that this is an oligarchy, that means that we are not and they are, is how the partisan mindset works. But I'm seeing increasingly more people not fall for these lazy traps. It's about trying to keep you looking at one side versus the other. As I've said so many times, more so in the last few months than ever, if we're only looking at half the problem, we will never actually solve that problem. And that's exactly what the oligarchy banks on. So as we're going to go through today with a lot of random things to talk about, from the executive orders to Donald Trump's discussions to the seemingly the reality of what the Doge organization is really going to be. And of course, the most important story, it seems, the ongoing genocide that no one wants to talk about because we're obsessed with Elon Musk's Nazi salute or whatever the hell you think is going on. It's very clearly by design in my mind. Whatever you thought that was, real or not, meant to make you look anywhere but all the other things actually going on. Well, we're debating about a day's difference about January 6th being released, which matters, of course, or his gesture. And these things are ultimately either a benign concept or something that shows you he's a boy, things that are not the real story today. And yet it has eclipsed everything. I mean, what's going on in the West Bank, for example, which even people that are talking about Gaza seem to be in some circles missing, is the continuation of the genocide, because they flattened all of Gaza. That's the picture of today. It's gone, guys. We'll go over that. I said that was one of my concerns in the first place. Let's just say this goes exactly the way we wanted to. Where are they going to go? And I already see this being brought up in certain conversations from Trump's administration about trying to find a new place for them to go, because we're trying to help them, aren't we? Or not? Literally the exact extension of the plan that we all predicted, that when we came to this point, they would try to justify moving them somewhere else. Can you wonder why? Because Israel wants the territory. Just like Israel's building a new base inside of Syria because they wanted the territory. It's pretty obvious. I mean, it's this transparent game that's been played from the very beginning. And all we get is shouted down by people in power structures and media that don't care. But you see it. We all see it. That's the frustrating part we keep bumping up against, is how does that not change everything? Well, we need to sit back and recognize from the first point, it's because we do not live in a representative government. They don't care what we think, but they love to pretend, if they get just a few screaming people with lots of followers to say that's the case, that maybe we can convince everybody else that despite all of the evidence, how terrible their lives have become, all the murder going on, all of the justification of all the crimes, that just because they say so, we'll put it to bed and pretend like we're living in the fantasy we always do. I mean, the frustrating part is that we can have something better, that we're not even done. Better. We could have what we originally, the idea, like taking a step back, you guys know that I believe in things like the Constitution, but only in the context that if we're forced to live within a state of society. And I make that important, that I think that's important difference. But so in that mindset, because I want to make sure people understand that if I had my choice, government wouldn't exist. But the idea being that I do believe that there's a foundation there that makes sense within this society. And the point is that we could have something. We could have what we pretend we have if we actually stopped ignoring all of the problems, all the very clear things because of some partisan agenda. So what a lot we're going to go through today is sadly the extension of what we've already been seeing, the ongoing development around these stories that are just so shockingly obvious that it blows my mind that we can't have an honest conversation about this. I mean, even amongst a lot of people that see it. Because, I mean, I get it. It's confusing. There's a lot of people that we're told to listen to and trust. And the point is, as always, you trust yourself. Question everything. Question me. Question Trump. Question everything while considering all possibilities. It's the only way to go about any honest engagement, whether or not we live in a propagandized world or not. People can just make mistakes. They can be wrong. And we're seeing a hell of a lot of that today, on top of what I think is deliberate misrepresentation, deception. I mean, right now with the Doge point, for example, we'll get to, it seems very clear that this was laid out as something almost the exact opposite of what it becomes. Now, again, we're at a point where we haven't seen more action, but we are starting to see action. Executive orders, for example, I would count as action in the direction of something specific. But even within that, you could then say, well, let's see how that action is carried out. And that's a fair point. But as we continue to step in the wrong direction, as I would see it, we need to make sure we call them out. But there's also plenty of things I could point out that I think are somewhat, or let's just even say good things, but being done as an executive order already makes me want, it's a concern with how this is being played out. The rule by executive order that Steve and I spoke about this morning, and Garland Nixon, by the way, who I'm happy to see this morning. I haven't seen him in a long time. He's currently being censored by Twitter. It's just this further and further we take steps away from even what we pretend we are. And the idea of rule by executive order is always saying, well, it's because they would stop it. Right, the other side. Okay, so fine. So let's just pretend that's the case. Then they come into power and they nix all of what you rolled out, like we saw the last time. And they roll out their executive orders, which weirdly enough only apply to the executive branch, but we pretend like it rules everything. And so now we live in a world where we do not have even the illusion of that, but we still call it a democracy. I mean, it's frustrating. But I do understand the logic of saying that, well, let's say you see them as the bad guys, you want to roll out what you want. But if you know it's only potentially can only last for 4 years, then what's the real point there? Well, it seems to start to develop a picture where each side pretends they're going to eventually find a way to stop that from happening. Which isn't, it's like just beneath the surface right now in this administration. Like they said last time, like what Elon said even before, right? If we don't win, we'll never have another election. which is, again, always possible, but what was that based on? But isn't it interesting how they both kind of see, so now we won, so now we're going to make the world, well, now we're going to win forever. Well, what does that mean? Democrats could win in 4 years if we pretend that's how it goes. You get where I'm going with this. So right now, all of this is starting to kind of blow up in everyone's faces. All these different moves from the North American Union, from Davos speaking, World Economic Forum, Donald Trump, and Elon Musk being exposed for the, pleading with them to let him inside until now he kind of pretends to buck it. I think they're all in the same circle. I mean, one after another, these things are showing you that these people do not believe in even a fraction of what they promised. This Israel part to me is important. We're going to finish with the latter half of the show today because we need to understand how transparent these changes are and what Donald Trump has already done. I mean, how we're even pretending like this was other than well, let's put it this way. Even the momentary pause does not seem to have actually even taken effect because they're still killing children. And I can prove it to you every day we've gone past this. But we do see food going in, which interestingly proves exactly the point we've been making, that Hamas has not been hijacking food. But overall, they're going to continue the genocide. It's right on the surface. And Elon and Netanyahu shifting into the West Bank and rounding up people, about as many as they released, which is exactly what happened last time. So they're not really changing anything, while Donald Trump pats himself on the back and calls himself the peacemaker for the rest of the 4 years, despite Netanyahu not even stopping. He in Syria, in Lebanon, they've violated the Lebanon ceasefire every single day since this started. Ask plenty of people breaking this down, some Western journalists in Lebanon and so on. But yeah, so I digress. I've so much to get into and so many things that are so frustrating that I want to make sure we kind of start the conversation within our mind. But we're going to start today with a few points around the inauguration. That's going to be kind of an opening feel about this and different shifts that we're seeing, a lot of hype. Oh, I almost forgot. That's actually pretty funny. Let me show you something. This is where I'm going to start. Well, I'll finish my general idea. We're going to get into the inauguration points and some weird things that happened there. But I'll let you guys decide if you think they're meaningless or not. That seem to just open the door to maybe we're all being played in a much larger way than we realize. Like it's all a theater kind of a show, which lines up with a lot of what we've talked about. Tik Tok, we're going to talk about that, how it plays into it, but then an important overlap with the executive orders and the artificial intelligence overlap, which seems to be the real direction. Even the declaration of emergency seems to be being used, aimed at the border, but being used for something else. And exactly what I was worried about. And we're going to go through all of that. We're going to talk about an interesting point around cryptocurrency, another pump and dump with Trump's coin, as well as the Bruv coin from Andrew Tate, both of which were like, we're making money and then zero. Which, by the way, is a pump and dump. You do not have, we'll go over it. I mean, people in America are being played already by this. I mean, you can call it an accident. And we're going to get into a lot more around it. We're going to finish with the point around the foreign policy. But what I want to start with today, which I'm so very glad that I did not forget this, because it is striking. It really is something that blows my mind. So here, this is the example I want to start with in regard to misinformation coming from the mainstream alternative media. Now, the reason I wanted to start with this is because it's interesting to see the deviation from, or rather the deviation from what was being stated, from what will happen after the inauguration, what will happen before the inauguration, what Trump is going to do with this, what he will do with that, or the drone conversation, as I was telling you before. Every day we saw a different narrative about what the drones were, what it was going to do, what we're bringing. And then it just drifted into the background. And my point was, we have to be sure that we see that, whoever is doing that, because it shows you a consistent dishonesty. And I'll show you what I mean. So this, I should have it ready. So, oops, hold on. I got to do that again. This is, I have it on a separate screen. That's why I almost forgot it. Here is what we're going to start with. This, oh, look at that. I even got it sized up just right on the fly. Okay, so here is what I've been talking about. Okay, so the whole time we've been hearing about this, right? The hype of what's going to happen. The Democrats aren't going to let it happen. They're going to overthrow the government. They're going to cause false flags. They're going to carry out a pandemic, all to stop Donald Trump, because we know they just can't let that happen. Now, if I had seen something that was maybe thwarted, maybe they did something, you could, of course, the argument will always be that because of whatever they did that you didn't see, they were able to stop it all. Whatever you can do to make up a story to make it make sense. Sort of like when Trump does something nobody likes, well, there must be a reason. No, there mustn't be a reason. Maybe he just lied to you. But here's what I want to point out. Just so it's clear, you can go back much further. And in between this date and right now, you could find probably 500, well, it's not to be hyperbolic, let's say probably 20 more examples that I just didn't pluck out because I only searched for the word inauguration. So here it is on July 24th, 2024. And by the way, I do think it is pretty strange. This guy went through a rapid transition. I just noticed as I was going through the Times. Look at Alex Jones in this picture. Pretty heavy set. And I mean, over the process of like a month, he seemed to have lost his, that's not healthy. Even losing weight that fast can be dangerous, but good for him for losing weight if that's actually what happened. Seems his own audience questions whether he's even him anymore, but which it's not what I think. I just think it's funny. So here he says on July 24, 2024, agent who ran Biden's inauguration war game says Trump assassination, a false flag event. Sure. If anybody that would argue that's not possible is ridiculous. Of course it's possible. False flags happen all the time. Assassination attempts do happen. And it would not surprise me. But I didn't see any evidence at the time. If you remember, I talked about it. I said, okay, interesting. Where's the evidence? He's got a guy that said, okay. Now, if he had just covered it a couple of times because that was inside information and we referenced it in other things, well, that's one thing. That's a journalist can talk about hypotheticals, right? What I'm going to show you is the relentless, multiple times a day, nonstop. There's going to be a false flag. There's going to be violence in the inauguration. The Democrats are going to coup the government over and over and over until it doesn't happen. And I'll show you how it ends, which is actually ridiculously hilarious. Tell me what you think. July 24th. October 18th. Breaking. Elon Musk doubles down on Second Amendment as Democrats prepare for civil war conditions between Election Day and Inauguration Day. That's October 18th. This one is November 8th. Alex Jones raised the alarm over the deep state's next move to sabotage Trump ahead of his inauguration. I'm actually curious in the chat. Have you seen literally any indication other than words and government people saying bad things about Trump? As far as I can see, I've seen nothing but coordination. Working with Biden in the White House to make a deal with Ukraine, growing the motorcade together, sitting at the same. You show me where I'm missing something. This one's from November 10th, 2024. Democrat deep states planning to install Harris in presidency before his inauguration. Okay, didn't seem to happen. November 10th. This one, okay, November 10th, 4:09. This one's November 10th, 8 o'clock. Same thing. Coup alert. Democrat deep state planning to install Harris in president. So by the way, you'll get those almost every day, where it's just the reiteration of the same thing 4 more times in a different way, and then you screen capture and do it again. That's pretty much just spam, okay? The point is, nonetheless, it's the repetition of the same claim with zero evidence, other than in some cases somebody backing it up because I had a prophecy, or because I think the same thing, or because I come from the government, which aren't we supposed to question the government? I guess just not the ones that they like today. November 11th. Their Democrats are plotting to install Harris as president. So same story. No more evidence the next day, pushing the same thing. This one's November 12th. Raise alarm on the deep state's next moves ahead of Trump's inauguration. Speaking to Marjorie Taylor Greene about it. Because she has some insight, right? Well, she is the government, by the way. To me, just the same government as either one of you pretend sides you want to pretend there. It is the government telling you what they want you to hear. And Alex Jones, face value, real good journalism. Here, December 4th. Alex Jones breaks latest on new globalist orchestrated pandemics ahead of the Trump inauguration. Sure, I'm not going to dismiss the idea that they could fake pandemics or they would lie about it for X, Y, and Z. But what's the point about the inauguration? Where's the evidence for that? What was the plan? Well, it didn't happen. That's clear. Here it is from 18th of December. It's a psyop. DIA whistleblower says deep state using UAVs. We talked about this one to distract from their own criminal activity. Goal is to trigger it before the inauguration. Okay. Well, it turned out pretty clearly that thing was being promoted by both sides. And as even Rand Paul pointed out, that the whole thing led to the idea where they were trying to use legislation to roll out more technocratic surveillance. They all promoted not the surveillance legislation, but the drive to push the narrative. And this is my point. At the time, UAVs and all these conversations, every day he had a different narrative of what the drones were, and he referenced the same radioactive sniffing dynamic, which is happening right now again, or before the inauguration, rather. And I'll show you that in a second, even though they do it literally every time. We make that point every time. I think he hypes it every time. They do it before Super Bowls. It could mean something, but if it happens every time, the simple act itself is not this. They're searching for nuclear war. It's about trying to hype the idea that there's something coming based on nothing other than your desire to get people worked up. Now realize that we're not even halfway through these. And this isn't even all of them. The point is that there are people that could have taken violent action because they thought they were doing something to protect something. See what I'm saying? Like this kind of this is exactly what they do when they point at people like us and say we're causing violence and radicalization. Now, to be clear, he has the right to say whatever he wants. That is free speech. But we also have a right to go, he's a manipulator. He is clearly hyping nonsense to get you hyped up, and that is what they use to divide you. Here it is from December 26th. Says, deep state coup alert. Democrats launch plan to block Trump. And remember when I showed you this one, I said, what's the plan? Where's the evidence? Led by corrupt Democrat Party ringleader Jamie Raskin, who's trying to fraudulently apply Section 334. Okay, what happened? There was not this was conversation. What's the outcome? What's the action? All we get is words and narrative. My point is, here we are. December 29th. So again, same point, December 29th, or 26th, 29th, 7:48. Warns of bird flu pandemic ahead of the inauguration. So again, the same thing as last month, same idea. This guy's a different COVID. No, this is Birx saying this. So now we're trusting Birx, even though she was part of the warp speed rollout administration. Funny what you choose to ignore and what you choose to trust based on what sells. January 3rd, 2025. Okay, so now we're getting real close. And clearly my point was you can see this transition between here and here. He looks different for sure. Now we're on January 3rd. Deep state to launch a false flag during his inauguration. Okay, these don't seem to be, let's just consider the possibility it could happen. They seem to be hype. And people, if you read the comments, people are terrified. People are talking about taking action because they don't know what's going to happen. That's scary to me. Learn how globalists create justification needed to aim homeland security. Guys, what he's talking about is the government. Both sides of it. Are we trying to pretend that they haven't carried out false flags on left and right administrations? By the way, just your government? They have. January 6th. We're not out of the woods yet. Alex Jones raises alarm over false flags ahead of Trump inauguration. This is him quoting himself. The point is, raise alarm based on what? How have you continued this for months based on hype? We're not out of the woods yet. Based on what exactly? January 7th. Communist Antifa forces plotting to launch a potential violent uprising on or before the inauguration. Now it's getting more vague as it gets closer, right? President Trump, according to informants inside these groups. Yes, what happened? Was there even an event that was thwarted, or did we really absolutely see nothing? January 13th. The deep state is getting us warmed up for January 20th inauguration. So you see, these aren't like, let's be careful and watch out. These are, they're doing this because it's coming. Am I missing something? FBI warns of ISIS-style attacks. Oh, so now the point is, they realize, here's what's crazy. This is the FBI of Biden's administration, right? They are telling you Al-Qaeda, so otherwise U.S. Israeli proxy army, are going to carry out false flags inside the country. And that was reported through Sean Ryan's podcast. And he's going, it's coming. Are we missing something? Or is he just blindly reporting government narratives? Isn't that the mainstream media? It is. But it works because it sells, right? January 16th. Emergency Thursday evening edition. It's funny how if it's every time it's emergency, then it's really not an emergency. Will the desperate globalist deep state launch a false flag terror attack on inauguration? Wait a minute. You've been telling us they're going to for the last 5 months. Now it's a question? Now let's be clear. In his conversation, if you watch these shows, it's not just, it's coming. I'll show you as we get through it to be objective about it, that he does walk over it like he does all the time. Talking about Trump and saying, no, he may be the Antichrist, but, and it goes on to praise him for the entire show. Well, that makes it look as if someone questions him. His actions are what matter. And that does not seem to be the case. January 16th. Alex Jones responds to reports that Trump's inauguration may be hit by deep state terrorists. What do you mean responds to reports? The reports are coming from you. And then you're bolstering it with people that tell you what they want to hear. January 17th. He says, get ready. This is when Pastor Biggs comes in. Remember, this was the craziest part. The guy they say predicted the shot to the ear. And, yeah, it was interesting, right? Also could just be a coincidence. Certainly possible. I don't know. The point is that you come up and tell us that the prophecy, God told you that the inauguration was going to be attacked and there's going to be all these fatalities. It was crazy. And of course, this is where they say nuclear terrorism alert. I think that's, see, this is the one. Federal helicopters are searching for radioactive material. Well, as I've showed you, this is not the first time we've talked about this. The reality is they do it every time. So when they're searching now, just like in the Super Bowl or any other time, there's no reason to jump up and make it about what you want it to be. But to the point is, he tags that and says, who predicted him getting shot? Alex Jones warns of state-sponsored attacks on Trump properties involving massive dump trucks. Okay, what happened? Funny how many times you could predict these bombastic claims when it doesn't really happen. Same thing, this is the main one, and warns of impending mass terrorism targeting at least 10 cities, Trump inauguration. Yeah, I mean, we shouldn't ignore anything like that. I would never ignore something like that. You consider it, but the hype that you put around this, it scared people, especially people that believe in God. On the edge of it, which myself included, my point is the people that then listen to you believing you somehow know what they might be doing. This one is what's interesting. On the 19th, so the day before, on the edge of the inauguration prophecy, and the fact that we're even talking about prophecies, how weird that is coming off the Zionist prophetic push. Let's not miss these overlaps and wonder why he never calls out the globalist action, the real the actual globalism we can see, and the Zionist Israeli. I mean, it's incredible. Calling out these things and ignoring the North American Union, calling these things out and ignoring Israel and their central role in the technocratic globalist rollout that he screams about. The globalists, except we're not talking about the obvious, clear plan. In this case, the prophecy. In an unprecedented security meltdown, police departments across the D.C. are staging what amounts to be mass exodus from inauguration securities, leaving the Capitol exposed, and nothing happened. So I challenge you to read into each of these, and you'll find out that they are not what they appear to be. That's all hype. Oh, and don't forget, James Wood stepped in and said, is anybody else besides me gravely concerned for Trump's safety? Based on what, bud? A bunch of hype? Now, look, any one of these times, there's something, people want to kill presidents. That happens in the past. We've seen it. People go crazy, usually because of political nonsense like you guys. But it's certainly possible. So I would never go, they're always at risk because they're a public figure. But this kind of hype was just about building the tension before. Alex Jones says on the 16th, the public's fear that Trump's inauguration will be hit by deep state terrorists, he responds to their fear. You mean the fear that you've been pumping? And now as we get closer to the 20th, you want to start stepping back and going, don't get too worried about it. It's all just reports that you've been screaming down their throats for 4 months straight because it's going to happen for sure. But now let's address your fears. I wonder where they came from. And then, of course, he goes on the back of that, I do not believe the deep state's going to attack Trump's inauguration Monday. Think about saying that after 4 months of nonstop, constant screaming about, and more than that, actually, from July. I just think that's absurd. And then, of course, breaking news on the 20th, Biden says, welcome home to President Trump and Melania as they enter the White House. Woo, talk about an underwhelming result, huh? Welcome home, Team 8. I mean, how do you pretend that lines up with anything we're talking about? Now, it's not just this one moment. Of course, you could just say that. Look at the reality. They've worked together with the deal on Ukraine. They drive together. They were at the same events. These people are not adversaries, but they'll keep pushing that line because, damn it, if it doesn't work for them. I just think that's absurd. Like, laugh out loud. Nobody should ever listen to these people again. Absurd. Of course, we also have the January 6th overlap to this, where he's saying, shocking, January 6th development. Like, let's shift attention. Let's not let anybody focus on the fact that I've been telling you the world's going to end, but now we didn't. Okay, so January 6th. And this isn't something we should be ignoring, right? I genuinely think this is an act of a petty, political-driven action. Unless there's more we haven't seen in regard to how late. Well, here's the point. It says, D.C. prison guards suspend the release of the pardons. Make no guarantees of morning release. Exactly not true. Because if you watch even this video or actually look at what they were saying in longer videos, these people are simply saying, but in this video, he says, we're done for the night. We'll check back tomorrow. Right. And this one, he says anything can happen tomorrow, I think. But if you listen to the rest of them or all the reports, the reality seems to be that they're going to release them tomorrow, it's the end of the day. And there are processing that have to happen, and they waited till tomorrow. My point, my feeling, of course, they could have probably got this done today if they wanted to. They're just trying to make a point because they're petty, immature people like pretty much everybody in political's partisan games for the most part. So they're going to drag their feet and do it tomorrow. Now, if tomorrow they don't get released, well, there's where you'd make a much bigger point to say, okay, now they're just holding them for no reason. This idea that I see them talking about suspending the release. That's the way they're framing it from so far that I can tell. That's about trying to get you to think they're not going to let him go. Trump did it, and now they won't let it. It falls perfectly into the divide and conquer left-right paradigm. So it could be, and we'll have to wait and see. And I would never not report that if we see that actually come to pass. But as of right now, they're claiming tomorrow the rest of them will be released. And if you actually look into this, I actually thought I had that video right there. It's very quick, and he simply says tomorrow. Here, I might as well just grab it since we're talking about it. So the point, though, is on top of that. Here we go. I'll just play it for you first. I got it real quick. Here it is.
I'm giving you literally all I got. But no more are going to be released tonight, okay? And tomorrow is a brand new day. We'll see what tomorrow brings, okay? I'll probably be here with you, okay?
So right there, you can hear that however you want and argue that means it might not happen tomorrow. That's fair. But that's the context of what he's saying is that it'll continue tomorrow. I mean, I don't see any reason why we would think opposite other than political hype. So yet again, I certainly could be wrong. And if tomorrow comes and the rest of them get released, all the people screaming that they suspended the releases, are you going to call them out? I hope so.
Tomorrow, I hope
violation.
you don't release them after release.
No, I was told no more tonight.
No more tonight.
No more tonight, okay?
We trust you.
And tomorrow, I don't know, okay? And that's the best I got for you.
I understand concerns. That's fair. But he's just a guy, a police officer being given limited information. Has anybody actually, this is my point. If you read into this, and yes, just reports, that's why I'm saying let's wait and see what happens tomorrow. The reality is that they're claiming this will continue tomorrow. And there's no reason to think otherwise. It may, and I'll show you a tweet in a second. The point is, guys, we have to realize there is a process to this. I get it. The claim is that Trump did it, and therefore you're supposed to stand up and, guys, they have to go through the legal processes of checking them out of the facility, giving them back what they had when they went in. It's same. We all know this, and there's a lot of them. I'm not saying, I still argue it probably could have been done and should have been done tonight. I probably could have done it quickly. They probably could have brought in more people because it is a big deal. My point is they probably didn't want that to happen. But this is how this works, guys. And now you've got people driving this massive story around something that probably will resolve itself tomorrow. At the very best, though, they still don't know for sure that what they're saying is accurate. Many of them are deliberately misinforming you about this story so far.
Can you tell us like a dissident prisoners?
Nope. I'm sure they're fine.
We just worry that you release them after we left.
No. The commander has assured me no more being released tonight.
Oh, good.
Okay.
We worry about their code.
I understand. I very much understand.
Okay. Tell your boss. He's humanitarian.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
And tell them not to pepper spray them and beat them up with it.
Okay.
Be best.
Breaking news. So, a lot of hype. So this one says, this Metropolitan Police officer laughed when I told her the U.S. Marshals were called. She said, I don't care. Now, of course, I do sense there's a level of this that's sort of like they are enjoying from a political side. I'm talking about the individuals, because this is what partisan politics does to normal people. That this is something they would allow happen because they're just mad because Trump's in power or whatever. That does exist. The point is that under the legal reality, I don't believe that they're under any immediate rush to make this. They have to go through their processes, just like we see left and right do all the time. And yeah, the bureaucracy intentionally drags out on purpose because they're petty. Still, that is not, the point is you're going to call the marshals for what? It seems like a silly thing to do. They're just trying to, a lot of these partisans feel like this is a new world. Like suddenly now we're in power, so your guys are just stopping our power. It's people that aren't really educated about the dynamics. That's what I would argue. Or people manipulating those people. But this person says, rightly so, just because a pardon or a commuting the sentence was issued doesn't mean they just walk out of the cell. They have to be processed and discharged. That is a reality, guys. Now, somebody below is like, that's not true. It's as if the charge never happened. Okay, fine. They still have to go through the process of leaving the location. It's a basic, it's because the point is they're accountable until they're not. This is so basic. And I just don't understand why this has become such a large thing until we know for sure. So what's on top of that, what we're noticing is people doing this, which is what I come to expect in this partisan game. Shouldn't be too hard to find her. Oh, great. So now we're tracking down police officers because you feel some grievance. Okay, here's her name and her badge number. Okay, so what happens if something bad happens? What happens if somebody finds out who she is and goes and does something? You see how, and I doubt this will happen in this context, but who knows? This is what the kind of partisan stuff does. This one says, multiple wardens refusing to release January 6 prisoners that were pardoned by Trump hours ago. Hillary for Prison says, that's the account. I was just hung up on by a guard who told me, okay, first of all, these are just tweets. In fact, they're screenshots of tweets. So as always, we don't even know if this person is accurate or if the tweet's even real, but it is. The point is maybe they were wrong. Maybe they're bombastic. The point is we don't really have all information. We're basing this off a narrative that's being floated through people that are constantly misleading you. And it says, we have contacted the U.S. Marshals and told them that 14 D.C. prison guards are illegally holding. You see where this is going? This is all about trying to get this hype going. Now, my point is right now, based on the legal understanding that I can see, you can easily understand a scenario where they argue, look, because this is processing will take into tomorrow, so we'll release the rest of them tomorrow. Anybody who's not going to be driven by a partisan game is going to understand that that would make sense, even if they're playing the dynamic to manipulate you. So when we see this go through tomorrow and we don't see them immediately start coming out in the morning, I'll be the first one to talk about that. But I think it's very important to see how much of this is being driven by the kind of bombastic nonsense we get from people like this. That's super concerning to me, especially since I just showed you a long string of nonstop hype that turned out to be nothing, that very well could have led to something. Truthfully, guys, what he just did there, that could have led to the exact thing that they told you was going to happen. Literally, he could have made his own prophecy come true by doing that. And then what would have happened? I just thought that was super important. As always, people seem to be going out that I'm somehow picking on him. I said this morning. It's objectively clear that he's been deceiving people. I don't think that's picking on anybody. I think it's important to recognize who these people are and what they're continually doing. And the track record matters. In the same way, as we get into the ceasefire today, I think it's important to recognize when somebody in the media, independent or otherwise, is consistently accurate on certain, not every single time, but consistently ahead of a story, consistently goes, hey, I'm pretty sure they're going to violate. And it's not just TLAV. There's a lot of people doing it. But most people in that vein, not part of the left-right paradigm, seem to not really gain from that kind of work. And what happens is people seem to be gaining from the ones that clearly end up being false. Now, what that shows you is a controlled media sphere. And that very well may be like a world dynamic, guys. We have to start thinking about that as we're rushed into this technocratic future. So on that note, let's get into where I was about to start, but I do think that was important. Oh, I make sure I close the wrong window here. There we go. So we're going to start with here. I want to play for you a clip from Carrie Wedler. So I always appreciate her work. And this is about basically, as she just wrote, it's a new day in America, same as the old day.
An inaugural PSA to remind you that the system, deep state, cabal, whatever you want to call it, will never let anyone who truly poses a threat to the machine attain real power in said machine. Anyone who rises to the top of this system is not a challenge to it, especially not someone who repeatedly empowers lobbyists for corporatists, bootlickers for foreign governments, neocons, and Wall Street moguls, someone now cozying up to big tech oligarchs even more than he already had with his deep state Palantir Peter Thiel connections, who wants the CIA more involved, wants to add more government that will further impoverish you, has called for an expansion of the biometric police state and wants immunity for state enforcers, proudly shilled for one of the most corrupt and most powerful companies on earth, and wants to keep the military-industrial swamp alive by endlessly arming one of their most warmongering customers. The true power of Donald Trump's inauguration is that many of the people who've been raging against tyranny and this abusive system for years are now being lulled back to sleep. They'll now excuse rampant authoritarianism they'd otherwise condemn from a Democrat because they think they have their team in power now, even though that team is steeped in the swamp and everything they've claimed to oppose. P.S. Waiting on Daddy Trump and his regime to save you is entirely contrary to the anti-government, pro-freedom ideology you think you espouse. It's also a major reason why things have gotten so bad as you outsource your power to authoritarians. It's beta simping bootlicking identifying as alpha anti-government.
Fantastic. Of course, the problem is that people who need to hear that usually get pushed away because it makes them feel stupid. That's not her fault. The reality is that's 100% accurate. Now, here's her video. She includes down here for the what's their solution commenters. The point is her Derek, myself, plenty of us are routinely discussing that path. The point is, every time you highlight a problem, the answer shouldn't be, what do you think? Acknowledge the problem first. This becomes an issue with partisans because it's as if you don't present the easy solution for them to divert into, which we usually don't even want to, that suddenly the problem doesn't exist anymore. No, the problem's still there. You just ignored it because we didn't highlight. That's what I'm trying to get at is that she does often present the solutions for these problems. Now, as Brad Miller says on the 20th, we're in the midst of a masterclass on societal deception, propaganda, and psychological manipulation. You know I agree with that. I just think it's worth setting that tone for how all-encompassing this really is, and he definitely sees it. We've talked about the two-party illusion. I mean, it's important to see. There's a lot of people that are seeing through this, and I know I've said it a lot, but I am convinced, just like with COVID or even the Israel topic, that this is not a partisan game anymore. There's always slants. But I think more people than I've ever noticed in my entire career are absolutely seeing a lot of the things that they've never even been willing to question before. That's nothing if not inspiring. I mean, it's the whole situation where every time we get more awareness, then our lives are made more and more complicated, more and more uncomfortable. That's so we fall back into place, guys. So it's the whole darkest before the dawn dynamic. I believe that we're getting closer, and that's why it's becoming more uncomfortable. That's my opinion anyway. So I'll include these shows, which we discussed this. This is January 2nd, 5th generation warfare, drones, fog, false flags, and political destabilization. I always want to reference like the Wizard of Oz when I do those. Drones, warfare, and fog. Oh my, oh my. How does it go? Oh, it's, how'd that go? Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. It always makes me think of that for some reason, but no one gets that anymore. It's like dating ourselves. But here's the other one. And this is even before it. We talked about this on August 4th. U.S.-Israeli 5th generation warfare. Israeli bots, destabilizing propaganda, and digital regime change. Clearly, this has been building. Now, here we are, right? It's 21st. So Ross is free, right? Isn't that what happened? That Ross Ulbricht got released? Well, unless it happened over the process of the last so many hours, that doesn't seem to have happened. Now, my point in the beginning, and same with Derek, was that ultimately, okay, it's hard to see that would happen in the first day, or that even if it did, like with the January 6th thing, that you would say that, well, it's going to take more than 24 hours to like get this, okay, that's fair, but that's not what was promised. Repeatedly, day one, his family, they got his family involved. His family was supporting Donald Trump. Now they're probably pretty worried, rightly so. Because it's not about politics. They just want their son free. Frankly, I would argue it's probably the opposite of politics. Either way, the point is, it doesn't seem to have happened. So let's just say he signed an executive order that day and said, get him out when you can. Well, I would still go good. First day he did it. But guess what, guys? I don't think that was ever the plan. And I think like the co-opting of Bitcoin or the using of certain people like Ron Paul and Massey, who now get kicked to the side, it's all about trying to co-opt you. And there's plenty of you out there, that libertarians who are shilling for the Trump administration right now. And I don't know how you're doing that. I'd be embarrassed. It's counterintuitive to everything you believe you stand for. But here we are. I hope it happens. It's one of those moments where we have to recognize it's a lot that was promised that has not come to pass. Now, this one, same kind of thing. Alex Jones says, breaking news. Elon Musk promises to stabilize American civilization so that we can stabilize the future of humanity and the planet. My God, what the hell does that even mean? What a grandiose thing. We're going to stabilize the universe so we can all succeed forever into the ground. Like, okay. I mean, let's just try not to be so bombastic. I mean, the point is, breaking news. Politicians say words. Yeah, well, they could be wrong. They could be lying. They could want to do it and change their mind. But here we are, there's been studies written about this over the last so many years. Apparently, American politics has devolved into whatever they say last. Like that's what people in the partisan field, I don't think that's the majority, but people that buy into the partisan game, that if they say it, they go, well, we knew it. No, I just think it's crazy. To stabilize American civilization, what does that look like? What if I disagree with what that means? It's just meaningless. These are just big screaming words because that's all we care about apparently in the partisan field. I want action. Also, last night, Trump pledged to release JFK, RFK, MLK assassination files. Okay, I'm tired of this game. Well, let's see it then. Stop saying these things and do it. You said JFK last time. You said lock her up. You said end the Fed. All these things didn't happen. Yeah, some files were released. But what did we all remember? That it didn't change anything. I'm willing to bet you it's the same damn thing this time. I hope not. But are we really confused? Do we still, I mean, are we pretending for a second that we don't know the government and Israel were involved with JFK? Do we not already know as a matter of fact that the Martin Luther King Jr. was killed by the government? Guys, court of law in the United States, they ruled that U.S. government was involved. Most of you don't know that, most likely, even though we've reported it 50 times and James Corbett did a documentary about it, because it's just something we're not supposed to know. But it's provable. So this idea that we need him to release the files, it's a game. And usually it doesn't even amount to the reality. Are we really going to pretend that he's going to release the information that proves that Mossad and CIA were involved with JFK's murder, despite RFK Jr. saying that and now being seemingly pushed to the side of this entire experience? Yeah, Maha. He's being used as a token so far. I hope I'm wrong. It just kills me. This is how this goes so far. Screaming narratives, hype from people that have hyped nothing but nonsense, but here we are. We're all going to win. Unity. Oh, unity. But you mean unity with the bad guys? Well, how does that make sense? Right? Aren't we just, I mean, what's hilarious to me, and I was saying this morning, is we're saying, okay, it's good because we're all coming together, right? It's okay. Well, you guys just spent the last 4 years, along with a lot of us, going Bill Gates, Zuckerberg, Bezos, these guys are the enemy, right? Like they're the villains. Look at what they've done. Their censorship has led to all sorts of horrific things right. We all agree on that, but that's all okay because now they're on our side. Okay. That sure lines up, right? The bad guys are with us now. So that means we're winning. I just don't even get how people aren't wildly uncomfortable by that. I know a lot of you are. The truth is, even if they just change their minds, which we all know really doesn't happen that often, if at all, they still are accountable, aren't they? Well, that would go for Trump too, by the way, with the shot. No, now we know why we're doing it, because none of them are going to be held accountable. And that was the plan. That's what I think anyway. Well, here's what Caitlin Johnstone had to say. And I think this is important. This is kind of her, it's a little bit of a long read. It's not that long, but it's, she kind of posts these, which here's the link to the actual episode or the audio version, which I find cool. I just don't have time or the resources or the person to do it for me, but I love that because people you can listen to it like a podcast. But here's what she had to say. The title of it is Donald Trump is the Empire Unmasked. Now, she's made this point before about the idea that he really does kind of say the quiet part out loud. We're there for the oil, that kind of thing. This is different, though. What he just said in his opening discussion, I mean, guys, it just lays it out exactly. And it's all, and this is what's so funny about the way this always works, whatever partisan side we're dealing with, is that something happens and we go, oh, here it goes. That's what this is going to be. And it's going to be like that. And they go, no, he's not like that. He's fighting for this. And then all of a sudden he comes out and goes, I'm doing the thing they just said. And then they go, we told it's good because he's going to do it like this. And he's the right guy for the job. The very people that just got done telling you that he would never do it now rationalize why it's the best thing for the country. We all know that happens. It's not, and because it shows you that's not about information, truth, or outcome. They just like being on the winning side or are lying for fun. I mean, who knows? You can put all sorts of things in there. So now, hear all that we just talked about. The colonial dynamic, the expansionism, the globalist dynamic. And that's not just ideology. That's one part of it. It's also just territory, one world government stuff. So the more they expand, and guys, the North American Union is one part of that larger plan. And now they're literally pointing to it, just like we said. And what they say about that's a perfect example. How many of them told us, oh, you're just being trolled. Greenland and Panama, you guys are so easy to manipulate. And now here we are. And now those same people are going, this is freedom, and we're going to make freedom cities. It's worthy of ridicule, isn't it? Here's what she says. During his inaugural address, the new president of the United States was refreshingly open about the fact that Washington is the hub of a continuously expanding empire, which is ruled by billionaire plutocrats. And realize that's what Israel's doing too. They're literally building out into Syria, Lebanon. They're building a base in Syria right now, despite the narrative about how the opposite would be the case. Here we are. So it behooves us to see this as one entity for this conversation. She continues, as Joe Loria highlighted for Consortium News, which is right here, by the way, the imperial presidency marches on. As he was sworn in for a second term, Donald Trump openly declared America to be a territorial empire that would expand even to Mars. Terrifying. Oh, that'll be in the show notes. Here's the actual show we talk about. As Israel's globalist ambitions become clear, Team Sport Republicans endorsed North American Union, many of which were the ones spending half their careers telling you this was coming and then ignore it when it gets here, which needs to be seen for what it is. She continues, As he referenced, President Trump's speech included references to the manifest destiny of America, saying that under his presidency, the U.S. will consider itself a nation that expands our territory. We're supposed to pretend that we're past that point, right? Where colonialism, the idea of conquering territory for expansion, was seen as the problem that it is. What about the rights of the people? What about the government? What about they voted for? What about this whole thing about you guys talking about national borders meaning something, nationalism being important, or the idea that we're supposed to respect what the peoples of countries want, and free speech, and all these big words, and then none of it matters because we want that. If you're still falling for this, you don't care, or you don't want to see it, or you are only in this to win. It says he waxed fondly about the settler colonialist past, which established the country at the expense of the people who were already living there, just like Israel, and vowed to take control of the Panama Canal. One of the executive orders, by the way, he's already named it apparently the Gulf of America, which is, it's funny to me because clearly, because the U.S. government can strong arm everybody, that'll probably be the case for maps going around the world forward. But it really is just a choice. I wonder if Mexico just keeps calling it the Gulf of Mexico and they make their own maps. It's like, it's just a game, but it's meant to mean something when you got the biggest military power who's going to take what they want from you and step on your neck while doing it. Saying that, it shows you something. But it says or then it goes on to say, oh, hold on, I went too far. He goes, Trump gave this speech to an audience where the wealthiest people on earth sat alongside his own cabinet in the best seats in the House. In fact, in front of them, by the way, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, Zuckerberg, Google CEO, Sundar Pichai, were seen together in the crowd among the more official members of the incoming administration. They had better seats, guys. Miriam Adelson, who, according to Donald Trump, helped dictate U.S. policy toward Israel in his first term, and now, as we're going to make very clear, was seen sitting among Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and the Clintons. That's not by accident, guys. These are power structures. They're showing you who's more influential. It says there will reportedly be no fewer than 13 billionaires. So the reality is that we live in an oligarchy. We have for a long time. Now all you're seeing is the most clear example of them at the forefront. As I talked about this morning, that Matt Ehret's discussed, we are living in this transitional period where the billionaire plutocrat class is coming back out to rule, and I think they always have been. Whether, the overlap, you can go back a long way with this. From the kings and the times of, bloodlines to where I think as you listen to the Ikes, for example, that never really went away. And it's a fair thing to think about. The idea that what we're talking about is this is the same with the Klaus Schwabs and the world, like that was about setting you back into this path. Now they're literally sitting front and center. Now, it's fair to call this an oligarchy, but to pretend that Biden's was not just because they weren't standing next to him is absurd. But that's how they play the game. So now you got Republicans literally pretending like they're fighting for independent freedom and fighting for a rebel fighting the deep state while sitting with 13 of the richest people in the world. And then because Biden said it, therefore, that's why it's not true. So you got Republicans ignoring the most obvious example we've ever seen because Biden said. So the opposite is true. Played like a fiddle. It says, if you were to twist my arm and force me to say something positive about Donald Trump, this is the sort of thing I would point to. He makes the U.S. empire much more transparent and unhidden. He removes its mask and reveals the twisted face beneath it. The U.S. isn't suddenly ruled by billionaires now that Trump is president. It was always ruled by billionaires. The U.S. isn't suddenly an empire bent on global domination now that Trump is in power. That was already the case. But you're not supposed to just come right out and say that. Now, what's important is people love to pretend, because she's a Democrat, that she's only hates Trump and you just deranged by Trump. Look at what she's saying if you're not so blinded by your own opinion. They're all the same thing. She's not outraged because Trump's in power. It's all, if you look at her work, she's been saying the same about Biden. Realize where we are. She goes, Trump comes right out and says it. He says the quiet parts out loud. He's the only president who will openly boast that U.S. troops are in Syria to keep the oil, or lament that they failed to take the oil from Venezuela, or just come right out and tell everyone he's bought and owned by Zionist oligarchs. He puts much less effort into disguising the true nature of the U.S. empire than other presidents. I think there's many reasons for that, but there's plenty of directions to go in to be hypothetical anyway, but obvious overlaps with things we've discussed in the past. And he says, that's the only reason various factions of America's unofficial permanent government have had objections to Trump's presidency over the years. That's her opinion, but it's a fair point to make. But the only reason they even push back is because he's making it too uncomfortable for all of them by just being too bombastic about it, which, by the way, is a very entertaining and interesting point. to overlap with the mafia, what Whitney talks about and has written about in her books, the blending, the infiltration, or however you want to look at it, the fusing of the U.S. government with the mob, essentially. And so what maybe we're looking at here is that what we've always discussed. I remember Whitney and I having interviews about this well before the books ever came out, like talking about this, and it kind of was blowing my mind, like going like, okay, this makes sense. So now what we see is the government self-enforcing, right? Just like the mob did, where you get a little bit too loud, you get checked back into place. And if you go too far, well, you get taken out because they're the same thing. The mob just realized, hey, they know what they're doing, right? They're better. They're way far ahead than we are. Let's just put on suits and then we could do whatever we want, because you realize they're doing the same things, guys. It's just about the way it's presented. So what's interesting, she could be right. And it says it's not because he presents a threat to the establishment or because he's trying to bring down the deep state. It's because he's viewed as a poor custodian of the empire. He either doesn't understand or doesn't care about the importance of keeping a polite face on the imperial machine. Now, the way that would make sense to me is that we're talking about the potential Zionist influence, which we can see how belligerent it is, and it clearly likes to make the U.S. look stupid. But that might be bumping up against some of the other factions inside the United States that are less interested with Israel's objectives, but still blindly supportive, but ultimately don't like that Trump's making their immediate objectives look crazy. And so they poke him back into place. That may be what we're seeing. That makes sense. It still may not be the case. But it says, if I were forced to say something positive about Trump, she says, that would be it. The thing some U.S. empire managers dislike about him is the only thing I like about him, that he makes the U.S. empire a less effective evil because of how much less hidden he keeps the inner workings of the machine. The hood stays propped up the entire time, showing the whole world how the imperial sausage gets made. Like now saying we're going to conquer territory. I think that's because it's what Israel wants. He goes on to say that not that there haven't been plenty of mask-off moments during the dementia-muddled chaos of the Biden administration as well. A new article in Time titled Why Biden's Ukraine Win Was a Zelensky Loss. It's exactly what you'd imagine. That's why I haven't really touched on it. It's the idea that it's just using Ukraine and as the meat grinder, as we've talked about. But it goes, is a good example of this. The report cites a former member of Biden's National Security Council saying that victory for Ukraine was never part of their plan. That's not unique to one side or the other, guys. If we haven't seen by now that they're going to continue the same agendas, I'm not sure what you're looking at. The opening paragraph reads as follows from the article about the Ukraine. When Russia invaded Ukraine nearly 3 years ago, Biden set 3 objectives for U.S. response. Ukraine victory was never even among them. Funny how clearly we say, look, same point as the beginning. Isn't that exactly what we told you? Well before and this was just my opinion based on what we could see. It was all about miring Russia in the conflict, which is probably all leading to what happened in Syria. None of that had to do with anything other than their agenda at the expense of both the Syrian people and the Ukraine people, while screaming about saving both. That's the kind of evil we're dealing with here. Ukraine victory wasn't among them. The phrase the White House used to describe its mission at the time, supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes, that was the quote, was intentionally vague. It also raised the question, as long as it takes to do what? Ukraine's victory was never among them. Talk about a mask-off moment. It has long been clear that the U.S. pushed Ukraine into an unwinnable war with the goal of bleeding and preoccupying Moscow, and that it actively sabotaged peace negotiations in the early days of the war in order to pursue these goals. Now, I said that a long time ago. I agree with her. The point is because it's exactly what they did using the Mujahideen in Afghanistan with the Soviet Union. It's the same dynamic, guys. They're doing the same thing, and we can prove that they've been using the Azov movement back in the late 40s until today. We've talked about this many times. Funding from both sides, Israel and the United States. It says, now that the job has been done and the demented meat puppet is out of office, we are finally hearing it from Biden's own handlers in his administration. And of course, there was Gaza, where the world spent 15 months watching history's first live stream genocide right in front of their faces, while Western officials made nonstop excuses of less and less believability. If there's to be any good that comes out of the incomprehensibly horrific nightmare, it's that it has shown everyone the true face of the empire. That is transparent. I mean, guys, that's the world around. It was already there for most of the world before this, but I think right now, I mean, that's done. So that's what's so interesting about how this goes forward, which is probably why, Trump and the Zionist outcome and the technocratic drive are, it's funny how they've been screaming about this may be the last one if they win. I hope I'm wrong, but it very well could be the exact opposite. But it says the more glimpses people get out of the true face of the empire, the less effective the imperial propaganda becomes, because propaganda only works if you believe it. Now, again, back to what I just said, do not hear that as left versus right. It's just because this is the easiest way to play. Really, it's about the point that she's making. It's the Zionist influence entity versus the ones that may be more interested in immediate American interests, none of which are for you or anybody else. It's for their oligarch direction or, whatever technocratic agenda, whatever you want to think they're fighting for. That's how I read it anyway. The primary obstacle to revolutionary change under the Western Empire is the fact that its citizenry have been successfully propagandized into accepting the status quo. The more open their eyes to the fact that we are ruled by psychopaths who are driving us to our own doom on multiple fronts, the closer we get to a collective movement toward a healthy world. It's well said. Now, the North American Union aspect of this can't be ignored. It's very obvious what's happening. And so as he's screaming about taking these over, even in the face of all the weird discussion around it or his own people telling you he was all jokes, it just shows you there's somebody else driving this bus, in my opinion. Sam Parker points out, every 4 years on Inauguration Day, we Americans get to celebrate the peaceful transfer of power from Israel to Israel. I find it interesting that we would even have an Israeli flag hung at the inauguration. Anybody want to explain for me why that makes sense? Quite interesting. There's other things down here. But anyway, the point is, guys, that you can clearly see everybody there, everybody enjoying themselves. They're on the same side. But the main point for me is some of the interesting things that happened there. The Mr. Sausage, apparently, whoever that account is, says, why was Trump not sworn in with his hand on a Bible? Now, this has become a big story, right? Everyone's talking about it. So this person says, Robert started the ceremony before Melania could get there. Hand gesture. Oh, and he basically says, why was a rabbi speaking? There seems to be a rabbi and a priest to pretty much all of these. Why was Eric Trump making blatant Masonic hand gestures? That can be your own interpretation. Shouldn't be ignored, but it's up for you to decide. Mark Zuckerberg is guilty of mass treason and crimes against humanity. Why was he in the front row? Well, that's what we already know because they're on our side now. Those aren't black pills. Those are legitimate questions. Isn't it funny you have to say that? How is it a black pill to point out something that's objectively? That's how this game has gone. It's a black pill to point out what you don't want to hear about Trump. No, that's you that are what? I mean, what would you even call that? What's the white pill? No, it's not. What's it actually called? To be ignoring all the problems. Make one up for that. Anyway, the point is the Bible. Well, I was like, okay, wait a minute. Like, that's wild. Like, if that didn't happen, there is no excuse for that. I don't care if you're on a timeline. That's a huge deal, especially for somebody who professes to be a Christian. Secondarily, because that's the process. That's the ritual that we're supposed to do in order to guarantee that he's, as we see it, not lying, right? I find that to be pretty crazy. Now, a blue pill would be, well, I shouldn't go off. Sorry, responding to the chat. It's somebody like my point was somebody who sees these things and then chooses to pretend like it's not happening. Let's make up a pill for that. But she says, well, it's because they just ceremony. She wasn't there. Trump said he was bringing unity and has anti-Zionist rabbis speak. No, that's a weird thing to say. There's a rabbi at pretty much, I mean, as far as I can tell, it's not uncommon to have other faiths there. So that's weird to respond that way. But now my thing, and this is he signed his EO to restore free speech, which explains Zuckerberg and Bezos alliance. Cope. You guys are so desperate. Oh, is that what explains it? He said, I fight for free speech on a piece of paper. That's why he's working with the ones that have never respected that. Yeah, somebody needs to cope, clearly. How sad that is. We'll go into the executive order about free speech. It's this lazy argument that we're going to now fight for free speech. It's like saying we're going to make the universe, whatever he was saying in that tweet. We'll come back to it. The Bible. New York Post. Trump did not place hand on Bible for oath of office during his inauguration, but his supporters defend president over rushed ceremony. I mean, to me, guys, that feels a little bit important. Apparently, they're reporting, too, that the guy who did it misspoke one of the words. So now they're going, does that mean maybe he's not even president? Well, here's what's funny to me. I wouldn't go that far. I find it to be a small deviation. I mean, to me, it's kind of a meaningless point. It's not an actual ritual. I mean, even though it kind of is, it's not like if you say the word wrong, it's not a magic spell, as much as people might even argue that. What's interesting, though, you know as well as I, if you look at everything Q has done for so long, They would lose their minds over that. If this was Biden or Kamala, they would claim for 4 years that this is how they know they're not president. That's why Trump is still actually in power. That's the kind of dumb things you would see from that. So now that it's happening on the other side, it's hilarious to me that it's like, no big deal. You guys are all conspiracy theorists. The people that you just, it's funny. But what's interesting to me is the Bible. So you can see very clearly. Now, what I find interesting is right here, you can see these. I think that's those books right there. I don't know if you can zoom. I don't know if you see when I zoom in or not. That looks like the Bibles. So the argument was Melania wasn't there. I just don't even understand this. So the bottom line is what you can see. This guy, he's on the other side. He raised his hand. This guy's over here reading it. Why wouldn't they all go, hold on, wait. Where's the Bible? Get me a Bible. Do you really think that Trump would not, he could just tell them to do it? I, for some reason, find this to be weirdly important. You guys can decide. Maybe it is just a mistake, but it seems pretty damn weird to me. Trump did not place his hands on a stack of 2 Bibles held by Melania as he was sworn in. So that appears to be those right there. I think maybe she's just like blocked by him. Oh, I think that's the hat right there. So look at that, guys. They're literally right next to him. Why would he not do that? Of course, they would jump to defend that because they would freak out if it was anybody else. If it was Biden, they would call him a Satanist or whatever. But think about the weirdness of this with what's going on in the world today. I find that to be pretty alarming. I don't know why. It just stands out to me. I mean, I do know why, but it seems like a smaller point that I wouldn't usually fixate on. But I'll show you what I mean. Yeah, it's arguing he was rushed. Well, okay, so it's not just Trump there. What about everybody else? What about the people that are supposed to be managing the process? What about it just seems like a choice. Instead of in the Bible, he stood with his left arm and his hand raised, like you can see. People were quick to question it. That it might be a sign of Trump's departure from presidential norms, but others noted the entire ceremony appeared to be rushed. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. That's Melania right there. Look at how close, look at that, guys. How are you going to pretend that he was rushed? His hand's right there. That is not that's a choice to not do that. Prove me wrong. You tell me how in the world it's rushed when all he had to do was lift his hand up. Very, 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 very weird to me. Now, again, I shouldn't say again, but what I've been saying generally, and what I guess now I'm kind of getting ahead of my mind about the whole gesture from Elon Musk. I'm starting to get the sense that we're much, much deeper into this 5th generation warfare thing than we think. Like that right now, this very well could be done in order to do this. This could be part of the same thing, distracting us from everything else going on. Lucky for you, I've got plenty of time to get into the Israel genocide we're going to talk about later after the show. But my point would be that this would ultimately be what to get you to talk about meaningless things. But maybe not, though. I would not dismiss this as something that might have more meaning. So we just talked about this, and this is just one of the things my mind went to because it's still there. Now, what did I say? They just got inaugurated, and there are people in Trump's administration that have not signed their ethics pledges. So if we're going to going back to the Alex Jones point, are you going to tell me the Democrats are trying to coup the whole thing and yet wait? They don't point out one of the most easy things to go after. These people have not even actually signed their ethics pledges. Now realize it's just the inauguration. We're not past the point of all the confirmations. But Trump hasn't either. We just went over this, guys. We went over this in depth in multiple shows. He has not signed this. There's very clear problems with that. There's very clear issues with what he might be compromised for, including the obvious that even the guy pointed out in the beginning, he may be funded directly from a foreign government. You're damn right. Maybe. Guys, we don't need to debate this. This is Haaretz. Trump is desperate for Miriam Adelson's cash. Her condition, West Bank annexation, which is now beginning. Already has been going, but now we're going to get to it. So what I'm trying to highlight here is with him not putting his hand on the Bible, right? With him not signing these pledges, I'm starting to wonder if there's a common thread here. And I'm pretty worried about where this actually goes because there's a lot around this that could be very concerning. But again, we'll have to wait and see what goes forward. But I think the Bible thing should not be dismissed. Here's the article we went over, breach of protocol. Senators still don't have their filings, and it includes Trump. We went over this in the last show very clearly. At the same time, Miriam Adelson sitting in a higher position than some other people that are far more U.S.-centric, right behind Hillary Clinton and the Clintons. That's important. She is literally giving him millions, hundreds of millions, so the Israeli government can do something illegal. That's as simple as it gets. There is no other way to read this. West Bank annexation is illegal. There's no nuance to this game they try to play because it's very, very, very clear. And they've pretended like it was not God. Now they're just going after it anyway. Remember what Jordan said, that this would be a red line? Where are you at, Jordan? Yeah, a lot of them are falling flat. A lot of them are showing that they never really cared about a lot of this, sadly enough. I'll include this, by the way, just so you can see all the many times, like we were showing at the inauguration. Let's not forget that the entire time, as far as I could see, that Trump was on the campaign trail, he was standing with Israeli flags. Or at least, I mean, as far as I could tell, maybe let's put it this way. I'm sure there might be examples you could find with not. But in my experience, I mean, look, guys, every one of these, you can find Israeli flags. And these are all different events. Maybe say for this one, which was a specific event. Oh, but he's speaking in regard to the Jewish coalitions. The point is, guys, any of these, why he would be on a campaign trail, Trump fans right on the podium, and be surrounded with equal amounts of Israeli flags and American flags. And then having Miriam Adelson introduce him at these events, more than one, and say that he gave us this and he gave us that. It says a lot. Or the idea that he literally, this is about as crazy as pretending he does not still support the shot, even though we know he does. Openly on a show says Israel used to control Congress. Rightly so. Watch it all for yourself. Every one of the examples, or deporting Americans because they say they hate Jews, or that you say they do because they have a Palestinian flag. Either way, wildly unconstitutional. He doesn't care. Now, TikTok is an interesting overlap to this story, right? Because TikTok, let's not mince words here, was censored to a degree because Israel wanted that. They've all admitted this. Now, I think what we're seeing with the Trump in part of this is part of this game. I mean, as I said, I should have just started with that. It feels very contrived, if you want my honest opinion. I guess we'll end with that. The point is, this feels like there's much more going on here, possibly coordinating between governments. Like, if we're really going to start talking about the globalist agenda, what we see during COVID-19, they all seem to basically work together with these agendas, despite some of the narratives and Trump screaming about China, but they all seem to go in the exact same direction, and they all follow the same, even during Trump's administration. So what I'm worried about here is that this is all a play towards this larger control. And we know that, I mean, look, the game was TikTok they want to control it. That's all it is. They don't care about anything other than them having these tools and using them against you. The game, it's like the idea that it's a CCP. Well, okay, if that's the reality, as we go through this, you ask yourself how this makes sense. But on top of that, are we not aware of how our government does this to us on a daily basis? So now, how this ends up, it appears, we'll have to see how it fully finishes in regard to whether Musk buys it or something else, which I'm worried about, is it does appear to be the consolidation of more and more of exactly what we're talking about. And you got all the classics speaking up like Tom Cotton, saying any company that hosts, distributes services, or otherwise facilitates communist-controlled TikTok, which that is his statement. You could argue that, and I wouldn't dismiss it just as much as the U.S. government completely influences, if not controls, Twitter, for example, or any other platforms with a literal military contractor who's currently part of the government running that platform with a World Economic Forum leader and the ADL, because that's not totally weird and ridiculous, but that's all good because they're fighting for your freedom and free speech, right, guys? So dumb that I even had to say that out loud. The point, though, is that that's his opinion, and it's debatable. It's the whole bite dance versus the Singapore. There's arguments to be made. I get it. I just don't think it's as simple as just going China this and that. It's the same thing they do it both ways. But it says could face hundreds of billions of dollars of ruinous liability under the law, not just from DOJ, but under security laws, shareholder lawsuits, and AGs. Think about it. So what he's just trying to say is that this can't be allowed to continue. Now Trump steps in. It says, this on the 19th, in agreement with our service providers, TikTok is in the process of restoring service. We thank President Trump for providing the necessary clarity and assurance to our service providers that we will not face penalties for providing TikTok over 7 million users, American users, and 7 million small businesses. This isn't the full picture, by the way. So that's why I'm very weirded out by the way that they posted this, because it's not done. It's a pause, and I'll show you what I mean. It's a strong stand for the First Amendment. Well, not yet. It is a extension. If this ultimately happens, then sure, yes, I would agree with that. But this is my problem with how these things work. It feels very contrived right now. Let me show you what I mean. Well, first, I forgot. I did that a little out of order. Hold on. Where was I on this? Right there. Let's do that first. So here, of course, Jones, Trump says, as of today, TikTok is back. Well, that's not the full picture. Typical half-truth, maybe kind of lie. The point is, no, he signed an executive order, which, again, I don't even understand how these things we pretend translate into global or national anything. Because all they're doing is normalizing you with dictatorship, which is pretty much what we already live under the guise of whatever else. Oligarchy, overlap, technocracy. But Trump signs executive order to suspend TikTok ban for 75 days. To find U.S. buyer. Isn't the entire point that TikTok just said we will not sell to the United States, that they were willing to turn off service because they weren't going to do that? Like you could, and of course the narrative is they're so dependent on the CCP that they can't either, they'll shut down their entire market. Maybe. I wouldn't dismiss that, or they just not willing to be bullied and strong-armed by an authoritarian government that wants to force the sale of something they desire from somebody who doesn't want to sell it. That's not freedom. That's not even free speech. You're simply taking it into your stockpile of tools to use against us. But how are we framing this as anything other than he just paused it to see the same outcome that they just turned off to avoid? Now, yes, like I just said, it could end up being after those 75 days that something else happens. But isn't this a little bit dishonest, even from TikTok? President Donald Trump signed saying, where was it? TikTok's China-based parent ByteDance. That's the connection. The argument that they're Chinese CCP is not hard to understand, but it's not something I think is as demonstrated as they pretend it is. Was supposed to find U.S. buyer or be banned by the 19th, right? Trump's order could give them more time. Well, that's not what they said, though. They said that they weren't going to do that. I think that's interesting. So what I'm feeling from this, guys, is that this is a game. This is about turning it off for a half second. So people, 170 million Americans, who, by the way, are very much exposed to the ongoing genocide, suddenly go, thank you, Trump, for turning this back on. Trump knows Trump's fighting Israel secretly. Trump actually fights for free speech because he turned back on the app that was only see what I'm saying? Now, yes, it's back on. That's something you could praise Trump for. But if it's a 75-day pause before he goes back to the same problem, then he really didn't do anything other than gain for himself or the same agenda, but gave you 75 more days to continue. So yeah, sure, you could thank him for that. See, this is my problem when you get into this. People go, oh, you just never want to give him credit. If he did this and he came out and said, you're back, you can exist, we're done, I would say, credit. Trump did it, thank you, Trump. But it's not what's happening. The fact that I have to constantly point out that it's not the full picture, that's what they don't like. So I find that telling. Now, the bigger picture again becomes that I see coordination here, that TikTok, whatever that really represents, an algorithm that's spying on people and manipulating things, it's Twitter. It's another version of these things. I think the point was more about this merging into one, Goliath of surveillance or whatever we're talking about. And in using this momentary turnoff, they gained from turning it back on. And now they'll sell it to something like, I don't know, an Elon Musk character and force that somehow. Or maybe the point is that TikTok was always planning to do that, and they only played this game to give Trump a small win. Like, you have to realize it's easy to do this stuff. And then what happens when they buy it right back in? It stays on, so they'll be thinking, yay, but of course, then he'll do the same things he's doing there. The same ADL, World Economic Forum, censoring negative Israeli content. We'll wait and see. I'm not going to get ahead. We don't know. But what I'm saying is what Jones and the rest are reporting, that's not what just happened. Typical, right? It's transparent. Now, this is also funny to me. Somebody sent me this meme. 2020, Trump saying ban TikTok. Like most of them, right? 2025, I saved TikTok. Well, what happened every time? Well, the people said, yeah, ban it. Now they said, yeah, he saved it. It's not everybody, obviously, but my point is there's a constant grouping that just goes along to get along. Now, of course, we see the typicals out there, which is funny to me, that are just against it. And I think it's quite obvious why. And I don't think we need to mince words here because it's pretty clear that they've already admitted, even from ADL, that this is why this needs to go away. Charlie Kirk saying, Trump is saving TikTok. But again, this is my point. These grifters, they just don't know anything other than to grift. I'm asking companies not to let TikTok stay dark. I will issue an executive order on Monday. Okay. Didn't happen. So now you got Charlie Kirk hyping words before it happens, right? And the narrative being he's bringing it back. Well, no, he's 75 days and he's going to force them to sell still. So all he did was give him a 75-day extension for the same exact outcome. Now, if it's a different outcome, then all we can conclude is that they were always going to, it's possible anyway, that they were always going to sell. Because why would they go dark to avoid selling to a U.S. entity if then they were just going to fold in 75 days when Trump did it? At the very least, you have to acknowledge that doesn't really add up. But Tim says, I oppose this. Okay. Very, very brave, Tim. And of course, Patrick Henningsen says, why are these clowns so adamant about shutting down TikTok? This is this totally fake impromptu video of little Ben Shapiro with little Tim Pool going, oh, we want this to stop because bad people, China influence. They just, these again, seem like Alex Jones guys. If you're simply parroting the mainstream narrative with not even a difference at all, then you're the mainstream media. They're really overdoing it. It's almost like he's shilling for U.S. or some other government. Gotcha, Patrick. He sees it, right? So, by the way, I couldn't check. I want to throw this out there just because I want to see what you guys think if you have more insight. Because sometimes these things do trickle out, and it's like almost intentionally impossible to find until it needs to. They want it to be seen the way that these platforms are controlled information. But I wasn't able to find this anywhere. Paulie's saying Mark Anderstein buying TikTok. Now, I wasn't able to find that anywhere, but that does seem to be something circulating in the conversation. So it's worth noting on, but I don't think there's any evidence to back it up unless I missed some of the stories out there or whatever it's coming from. Maybe it's like some insider Trump guy saying that. It hasn't really populated the news yet. Not sure. But remember, Mark Anderstein, guys, these are the people that are they're immersed in this technocratic drive right now, and they're literally consolidating all these things we're talking about. If you can't see the globalist technocratic overlap to all that's happening, even if this isn't happening in regard to Anderstein and TikTok, again, I just feel like it's objectively clear what they're doing. Now, you could argue they're doing it for good reason to roll out the same thing, but to help you. That I would disagree, but at least we're on the same page in regard to what's happening. But I see so many people that are choosing just to ignore all the very same things that they were calling out in any other context. James Lee says, can any of the Democrats, well, first of all, Harry Sisson says, on August 6, 2020, Donald Trump signed an executive order to ban TikTok. He started this. We would not be here if Trump hadn't tried to ban it first. Okay, so doesn't that seem to kind of be a full circle agenda to where he's benefited from his own psychological operation, or however you want to look at that? Seems pretty interestingly possible. James Lee says, can any of the Democratic operatives honestly say that if Kamala Harris had won, that she wouldn't be upholding the ban? Well, I disagree flatly. I like Lee's work. But I think my point is, obviously, Biden and Kamala were aggressively pro-Israel. Other than a few examples of words, they did every single thing they could to support the genocide. So if we can see clearly, which I think we can, this is what Israel wants, I think they would have followed suit the same. So that's his opinion, though. But he goes, the only reason why America public is getting it is because of Donald Trump. Well, that's, I guess, accurate in the context of the next 75 days. But he goes, just stating facts. But here's what he says in response. This person says, who will be controlling the algorithms? And he says, the CIA and ADL. Just a guess. So as much as he seems to be thinking that Trump did this, and a bit, he still sees that it will only still be led by these groups. So I find it hard to see that or feel that he thinks Trump would be on the right side. Either way, just another perspective. Dropsite News says, in Israel's parliament earlier this month, ADL's chief Greenblatt, we've talked about TikTok, right? We just played this. This is a short clip.
We must, you must, take this deadly seriously. Pushing extremists off Wikipedia might not seem equal to the challenge of pushing Hezbollah north of the Litani River. Capturing TikTok might seem less meaningful than holding on to Mount Hermon. Libelous tweets certainly might seem less deadly than missiles from Yemen. But this is urgent because the next war will be decided based on how Israel and its allies perform online as much as offline.
Well, there's no way we can pretend that's not connected, as he's literally pointing at TikTok. So to be clear about this, guys, you can argue that that wasn't the main point, but to pretend that that's not a part of the conversation, which is a huge part of the Republican team sport game right now, you're lying. Just flat out lying, because it's very, very public. Interesting, isn't it? And I think that reveals exactly what we're getting at here. And then, of course, you've got Blinken, as we already showed you before. I don't think I grabbed that one. Yeah, that's Blinken doing the same thing. Glenn Greenwald saying, here's Secretary Blinken and Mitt Romney telling you explicitly why they thought it was so important to ban TikTok. Why? Well, because of the ADL demanded it. Yeah, guys. James Lee, I shall grab that since I bring it up, we had an interview with him about this exact point, and it is the fact that the ADL is obviously simply a spy organization for Israel and the United States. Well, simply for Israel, but you get where I'm going with it. The point is, it's interesting and obvious how they've worked their way through these social media platforms to essentially the point of dictating the outcome. And I think we're watching that right now. This is called The True Nature of the ADL and How It Spies on Americans for Israel. It's only a 24-minute documentary. This is our hour or something interview about it. But man, if it wasn't, it's not the most obvious thing in the world. And we just went through a lot of this recently. They're telling you guys, it's about, look, lawmakers admit they want to ban TikTok over pro-Palestinian content. I think I've got that right here too. Yeah, even the Rolling Stone covered it. To be clear, it's not just some anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that the U.S. lawmakers voted to ban TikTok in order to shut down criticism of Israel among young people. They openly admitted that was the fact that they were doing. I mean, I might as well make this point since I wasn't going to play it again, so we just played it. But what she's saying and how it connects, I do think is very relevant, that this is what it's about. Was it this one?
I also want to point out that we have a major generational problem. All the polling I've seen, ADL's polling, ICC's polling, independent polling, suggests this is not a left-right gap, folks. The issue in the United States of support for Israel is not left and right. It is young and old. And so we really have a TikTok problem, a Gen Z problem, that our community needs to put the same brains that gave us Taglit, the same brains that gave us all these other amazing innovations, need to put our energy toward this, like, fast. Because again, like, we've been chasing this left-right divide. It's the wrong game. The real game is the next generation. We saw a dramatic change in the language of the activists here in America on October the 8th. The language of groups that we've long tracked, who've long been problematic, like Students for Justice in Palestine and Jewish Voices for Peace. The language I could show you from their toolkits, because our analysts are in their groups. We saw this again on October the 8th. It was that fast. Like, the language in their toolkits was all about the Zionist entity.
ADL is an Israeli spy organization masking around as a supposed civil rights group and doing real harm to the Jewish community writ large in order to run cover for the state of Israel. They also have the power to monitor social media activity across all major platforms and change social media algorithms the way they see fit. Don't believe me? Well, here's Jonathan Greenblatt, the CEO of the ADL.
We work with YouTube to get them to change their algorithms. We work with Facebook on trying to use a redirect method, so when you search for Holocaust, you get directed to like a Yad Vashem page.
We opened a center in Silicon Valley back in 2017. And the woman who runs it, she's an ex-Facebook executive. I have software engineers and data scientists working at ADL. We're monitoring all this stuff, and we're working with all the platforms, by the way, Google and YouTube and Meta and Twitter and Reddit and Steam and Amazon, all these companies. From like Apple to Zoom, we work with all of them.
Some might call that a conspiracy fact. Just saying. And if their ability to influence big tech and media isn't disturbing enough, the ADL also partners with payment platforms like PayPal to monitor online transactions and cancel payment processing for those whose speech they disapprove of.
Super important. Very, very clear. Now, I think what I'm seeing is my concern that this is more coordinated. So as Arnaud Bertrand writes, and I think that was, no, it's a different one. So he just simply goes, wow, this is huge. I just tried it myself with a foreign phone number. You can apparently choose any country. Now, this is in regard to the whole like Red Note or TikTok overlap. Like, that's kind of the bigger conversation where people are finding out in their own experience right now that despite the narrative from the US government and the blocking of certain things they can't access, if they found a way around it, China doesn't seem to be restricting their access to things that they are told they're not allowed to see. Now, obviously, it's not outside their own possibility that there's some manipulation going on there, that it's like a North Korea storefront fake thing or whatever they're talking about, but maybe not. And what I keep seeing is people like this that are going through their own process and going, whoa, hold on a minute. Like, as he says, I just tried it for myself with a foreign phone number. You can apparently choose any country, see a screenshot, and it's true. You can now join this Douyin thing, the Chinese version of TikTok, as an international user. So that means that China opened up their side of it, which it wasn't open before. Now, on this side of it, that's not the case. So it's saying, which means the Great Firewall is coming down, and in the most unexpected way, with the world joining the China side of the wall. Really feels like a Berlin Wall moment, except in the opposite direction. Now, whatever your feelings on that, whether you think that's good or bad or whatever, what's interesting to me is that this is showing a deviation or like a discrepancy between what we're told typically, which is pretty much everything you look at these days, and what the reality is outside of this controlled information field. Like the lies about Iran and lies about these countries. That doesn't mean that they're all good, and the point is that they lie about all of them aggressively, so it's dehumanization or whatever else it is. It doesn't mean that they're good guys, that they wouldn't just, some of it's not, it doesn't mean some of it's, or that it's all false. But what's interesting to me is I think what we're beginning to see is the real central villain of the conversation is the very people presenting themselves as the hero. And I said, I get the sense there's a larger move at play here that goes beyond even that. Possibly even one involving more coordination between the US and China than we allow ourselves to believe. Just a feeling. Either way, this all feels very deliberate, right? Like the bringing it down, the opening of it, and then all of a sudden now this kind of like opening the door. I think something like if we're talking about globalism and technocracy, those things necessitate this kind of an open scenario. Now, what's interesting to me is as we're talking about this, the Republicans are the ones, rightly so, pointing out the converse like the George Soros overlap and the Open Societies Foundation. Okay, well, it's weird how when these things start happening under a Republican lens or flavor, that they just don't call them out. That I can't stop seeing. Now, Nabatrend also writes, I have to say, he says, the way TikTok played this whole episode has been pretty masterful. They've managed to become a central piece of Trump's inauguration narrative, transforming themselves from a bipartisan national security threat into a victim of government bureaucracy that only he can save, or that was played like a fiddle, so you felt that. And they were always working together. The bureaucrats are seeing, I'll show you the picture, but mostly because they know they've been outplayed, being now cast as the villains of the story. That's his perception on it. Frankly, a case study in crisis management and narrative reframing. In case you didn't see it, the guy that we're all being told is a CCC puppet was literally sat front row next to Gabbard at Trump's inauguration. That is the owner, CEO of TikTok. It's one of these things that, so either the partisan game is to play whatever in front of you as what you need it to be. If what we've been told by even like the Tom Cottons of the world or plenty of other Republicans that are constantly pushing the idea that this is the thing that needs to be shut down because of the CCP, all of a sudden, that's the case. To me, I think we're dealing with something different than all of that. I think that if we can't stop seeing the obvious Israel Zionist, globalist, technocrat kind of influence control over this outcome, and then we're seeing things like this that even seem to deviate from some of the other Republican circles, I think we need to start asking what's really happening here. Now, on the executive orders, just quickly to go through them so you can see them for yourselves. This person, Anna Mastin, not familiar, just saw this circulating, and she just kind of breaks down, 19 million views because she throws them all together, right? It's easy to reference. Here we go. This is a list of all the executive orders, which I find interestingly different than this post. President Trump executive orders mega thread, and then only list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not all of them is my point, unless they added more of them that I missed. Maybe they did. It's a small point anyway, but the point here is that I'm always looking for the, package presentation of how you should see things versus how they really are. And this one is just kind of going through each ones, and it says withdrawing from the Paris Agreement. So my point from before. So now we've had Trump withdraw, we've had Biden go back in, now we've had Trump pull it back out. Doesn't that feel stupid? It should, because all it's really doing is keeping you pacified, placated. I mean, guys, if this is how it's going to keep, what's the real point? If every single time it's executive order back to the way we like it and executive order back to the way we like it, then it doesn't mean anything. All they're doing is keeping you pacified for 4 years. And then, and then you play the rebel and we're kicking back against the evil power structure every single time. But see, what they've done is effectively outsourced, or rather, well, not outsourced, but redirected our desire to push back against the power, right? It's a play. We play out this game every time where we get to pretend we're fighting the evil government for 4 years. Even though you're not, you're simply fighting half of the government and allowing it to continue. Then it switches around, then we go, now we're in control, and now we're fighting the evil government. Now, that's not even the majority, right? But that play goes back and forth. The rest of us are over here going, what? And, it's, the point is that that's what they need. And it used to be, I think, more than not. I think now they see that we're not playing that game anymore. But I just want you to see that back and forth. Paris Agreement. Now we're out of it again. The delivering emergency price relief. Now, some of these I'm just going to breeze by. The point, I'll point out a lot of these I would agree with. Okay. My thing is, first of all, that the executive order dynamic is frustrating. Like I just said, because that means we're not in a world where these things are set. And now we have, whatever we're talking about. The law is passed and that's what we go for. We don't even live in that world anymore. Now they can just move it back and forth every time they want because we don't have any structure. It just seems to be will by decree, just like everything else, the government, emergencies, everything, guys. And on top of that, when you're in a position where you have the most control you can essentially gain for the most part, and you don't even try to go through the government to process, all they're showing you is that doesn't even exist. Neither does your vote, quite frankly, to put people in position, but that's, my thoughts on that. But overall, my point is that I would still go, yeah, some of these might be good, but if I'll let's just say with the caveat that as an executive order, it's open to interpretation. It can be changed. It doesn't even technically apply to the entire country. So that being said, this one was price relief. It says, I order the heads of all executive departments and agencies to deliver emergency price relief consistent with applicable law to American people to increase, this is my problem with executive orders in general, though. It's very vague and is open to interpretation. And on top of that, it's within the law. And so we can, if you had something that was actually mandating something that was long lasting, I would argue that's much better. But maybe this turns out to be good. And so that's why action, I would say right direction for a lot of these things. But now it's important to see how these get implemented. So that's another step. And this is how the world works. The game where partisans like to go, we did it, we won, now start cheering for Trump. It's not the way the world works. Then they get angry when you don't just blindly cheer on the person they like. We have to keep, like that's what we say every time. If you're not willing to hold their feet to the fire more than anybody, then you don't even believe in them. Because a real supporter would make sure that they hold to their promises. You guys are just all in for the game, okay? The point is, going forward, a lot of these are going to be something that get, I think, quickly put aside. But this one says hiring freeze. So these ones don't really mean that much, but it's just kind of like pause. But it's saying, well, pause, temporary freeze of hiring until the administration's in place. So all that was meant to do is demonstrate or feign to the people that support Trump that we're going to make sure we put the right people in place. But that has never historically been the reality. Not the last administration, very clearly not this administration. But let's just keep pretending like it's flowers and rainbows because Zionist technocrats. Then it says, additionally, within 90 days, the date of this memorandum. This one goes regulatory freeze, same thing. It says, do not propose or issue any rule or manner, including by sending a rule, until they effectively kind of take over everything. Same point. Return to work in person. I agree with this one. I think it's silly that we're in a position where we try to shove everybody into the Zoom world, but let's realize it's all steps and incremented moves, guys. That's not gone. All they did was very much normalize and work that in. All he's doing now is executive ordering something that can be taken back later, by the way, but also that probably won't even be really enforced. But overall, the point is that heads of all departments and agencies in the government, not you, but the government, essentially have to show up for work. So, I agree with that, right? But why wouldn't you just do this the right way? Now, end the weaponization of government. This is the kind of stuff that I get irritated with. The Attorney General, thanks, Twitter. See what this did? So stupid. This platform, I swear to you, this platform is not, it glitches just right for the right kind of people. Always. Consistently glitches, which you guys notice if you watch. But Attorney General, in consultation with the heads of all departments and agencies in the United States, shall take appropriate action to review the activities of all departments and agencies exercising civil or criminal enforcement authority in the United States. Now, there's more if you read these. Some of them not much more, just a couple paragraphs. But end the weaponization of government. I mean, these are broad, flimsy, basically toothless claims. Sure, if you believe that Trump's the guy that's going to save the world, then maybe you're shouting me down for even second guessing it for a second. Well, that's just your belief. And as much as I can respect that you believe him, I'm not meaning that to be sarcastic. I do not bank my actions, my thoughts on whether or not I want to believe in somebody. An honest adult in the room, as we were being screamed at before the election, would base this on the actions that come forward. Now, yes, saying that, or let's just even say making an executive order, which I would argue is still an action, that's a step in the right direction. But what does it mean? What does the end of weaponization of government mean? Does that mean the Trump administration is not going to apply its government power to weaponize it in ways that work for them? I hope so. Do you think that's the case? Are we really going to be that naive? Historically, this is not the reality. And I think, guys, weaponization of government might as well just be called government. That's what it is. But I certainly hope. My point was, if they were going to say end this, I'd like to see a lot more than just in consultation with all departments to take action to review activities. That's basically what it says. Cool. So you guys will go after the ones that you think are Democrat things. Is probably what's going to happen, because that's what your people in the team sport circles like to cheer about. Restoring free speech, same point. It's a pretty hollow thing to say. Well, you're literally involved with censoring people. Elon Musk is in the government, and he's still censoring people on Twitter right at this moment. Or the fact that the U.S. government is actively working to suppress anti-Semitism. And most of that are things that aren't even actually anti-Semitism. But even if it was, whether it's anti-Semitism or hatred against Christians or whatever else, it's your right to feel and say what you want. That's called free speech. That's called your ideological freedom that we pretend in this. The reality is that that's not really what happens. But if he does, the point is, you don't need to write this down. You don't need to make an executive order. All that does is prove to you that they either, one, don't understand what free speech means, or they're just doing it to get you to scream about the thing that you don't have to write down. It's inherent. It's a God-given reality for any human being. In this case, outlined for the American people. But remember, this was just a God-given thing that they just simply documented. Whether they ever wrote the Constitution or not, ultimately, or the Bill of Rights. The point is ultimately, I was going to say the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution or the Bill of Rights. The point is ultimately, the argument was these things are inherent God-given things, whether they ever wrote them down. Remember, the Bill of Rights just simply being the first 10 amendments to the same point. So when he says restoring free speech and writes, it is the policy of the United States to secure the right of the American people to engage in constitutionally protected speech, it's a fair statement. Because what he's making it about is securing your right to do so, which doesn't say that they gave you that right. But if you understand the way that this goes, it says restoring freedom of speech. Well, there's no restoring something that's inherent that you always have. There's acknowledging that there's respecting that right. And like I just said, it seems pretty clear that they don't. Trump is currently working with Israel to suppress these things. So as we go forward, that will matter. But to me, this is just a buzzword thing to get people to go, yeah, see? So we're over here going, look at what they're doing. And this gets shoved in your face. See, he wrote free speech on Twitter and said that, he wrote this down on a piece of paper and signed the executive order. So you're wrong. Okay, but here he is doing this. Okay, but that's the paper. What means more? I mean, whether it's Elon or anything else, like, you get the point. We're sending 78 Biden executive orders, and there's the game, right? Signing one thing, boom, oh, those are gone. All those things are done, and realize that these things every time have effects. All right, we've seen the dynamic with the app being turned off at the border thing, and it's like, look, there's plenty of things that I could point out are good and bad. The point is simply just that these kind of broad sweeping actions, it's jarring, right? It's schizophrenic. It's like this constant, and that's what they want, quite frankly. I think they want us to get away from even caring. We just do what we're told. That's what this feels like. Grant a full, complete, and unconditional pardon to all other individuals convicted of offenses. What's funny about this is the statement says that, but then the actual page says granting pardons commuting the sentence of certain offenses, which is actually what's happening. They've already made it clear that people that they claim are violent offenders, which I don't even know what that means in this context, are not going to be pardoned. But again, as this plays out, we'll know for sure. But to me, it's funny how we're talking about everyone's criticizing pardons on one side versus the other. Now, you know my opinion about January 6th. These people were set up. And quite frankly, I think a lot of these people, almost every single one of them that are persecuted for it, do not deserve any of it. I only say it like that because I wonder if there's some that are playing a role in all of it. But my point nonetheless is if it's manufactured and they're being lied about what happened, then clearly this is a game and they don't deserve to be persecuted for it. But overall, as we get into the pardons of Biden, which are ridiculous, it's interesting to see how that gets played at the same time, right? One says, we're doing this. Plenty of Democrats don't want this to happen. And it becomes an offset, right? That's how it works. Extending TikTok deadline. So that's all this is, extending the deadline. 75 days for the same outcome. We'll come back. Withdraw from the WHO. Hooray! Good. I think the WHO is terrible. But let's not forget, this already happened. As Whitney was saying today, to be fair, Trump also left the WHO mid-2020, then just redirected the money to Gates-Gavi Foundation, which, as I said, yep, here's Derek's article for TLAV, written in 2020, called The Vaccine Bait and Switch. As millions pulled from WHO, Trump gives billions to Gates-founded Gavi. The simple point, as we discussed in the show, was that you feigned removing money from WHO, right? And then gave it to Bill Gates back Gavi, which then was funding, what is it, I forget the exact amount, a lot more than was going from them through WHO. So effectively all that happened was that he gave more money to WHO while winning in the minds of his people because he stopped funding the WHO, even though he didn't. He gave them more through Gavi. It's very simple and it's documented. You can look at it and prove it for yourself if you think it's not true. So here we are again. Now, I'm not saying that I know for sure that this is going the same way, but did we not already see Bill Gates? I haven't seen Trump speak up, even though Alex demanded an answer. Bill Gates had a meeting with him at Mar-a-Lago. Bill Gates said we had a great talk and he's excited about Warp Speed 2.0. He didn't call it that, but that's what he's talking about. We're talking about polio vaccines and HIV vaccines and mRNA COVID shots too. But that's what they're talking about. And he said Trump was excited. Now, yes, he could be misrepresenting it. I haven't seen anything else. Maybe Trump lied to him. I would never pretend I know, like a lot of people pretend on the other side of the, not the left, right, but of the, honesty scale. But what's interesting is with Gates being closer yet again, I would not be surprised if we saw the same damn thing. And how much you want to bet if it goes the same way and they get denied yet again? But again, my point is, outside of the executive order caveat, I think this is still a good step. It's follow through that matters and not funding them from something else. And let's realize that also means like other people through them in the same way that we might not even be able to see. That's also worth considering. Restoring accountability. Reinstates a previous executive order, same kind of silly game that we play back and forth. And this is about employees or applicants restoring accountability to policy influencing positions with the federal order, blah, blah, blah. So this one's holding former officials accountable for election interference, takes away the security clearance from 51 CIA agents, right? See, he's fighting the deep state. Well, part of it, if you think that every CIA agent represents the deep state, which is probably one of the easiest ways to look at it. It's not inaccurate. They're mostly almost entirely unelected entities, right? Aside from technically all of them, if it's appointed through somebody elected. Nonetheless, it's not the entire CIA. And what happened to Kash Patel and destroying the FBI and all this stuff? Yeah, we still have time. Maybe it'll happen. But I kind of think we all see that's not what's going on. So what we're seeing here is Trump and Noam openly say we need to work with the CIA. So if all you're going to do is pretend that the good side is working with Trump, how the hell do you think you know that? Because Trump said, are we in kindergarten? We need to start deserving of ridicule. If you are playing a game where you're acting like a fanboy at an Elvis concert, then you get called out for it. Because the reality is you don't know what they think and feel. You don't know what Trump wants. You know what he said, and you could argue that's something that might happen, and here are the facts to back it up. But if I'm simply pointing out that they're working with the CIA, and I could point at your tweets from 2 years ago saying, here's why the CIA should never, and all of a sudden, you get where I'm going. Right now, they're telling you to work with the CIA to fight against some Al-Qaeda secret plot. By the way, the vanilla ISIS biological overlap that we've been telling you is coming. But don't worry, he got rid of 51 of them, so we're all good, right? Must have been all the bad guys. I'm just pointing out that it seems a little naive to assume we know anything about this, but getting rid of 51 CIA agents, I guess that's a good thing. I don't know maybe they're all the ones that were trying to stop him. Who knows? I would argue if it was a good thing, you would have gotten rid of the CIA, which I think would be an effectively good thing for the world. National emergency at the border. Okay, so here we are, national emergency. I don't care what your logic is around it. I can't believe we're in a place where we think a national emergency coming off the COVID dynamic is in any way a good thing. We already have plenty of other national emergencies already declared that never seem to end, including the COVID one that extends through the FDA emergency authorizations. We've got the emergency in place for the bird flu, which extends to just the flu, which nobody seems to care about. I made that very clear on my show. Or we have the opioid epidemic. I mean, these things just never go away. How long until we just are? Well, here we are. Executive order by executive order, state of emergency. You know, we don't have what we believe we do, even what we pretend we do forever. On top of that, I'm going to show you that it doesn't even seem to be about the border. Resolve security clearances. Memorandum to resolve the backlog of clearances. Great. So hand out all your clearances to all your people that you haven't got ethics checks from. Good times. Trade policy addressing unfair and unbalanced trade, which I think is going to amount to tariffs, which only amount to more spending for you. Clarifying the military's role in protecting the territorial integrity of the United States, which is alarming to me, I think. It's a policy of the U.S. to ensure the armed forces of the United States prioritize the protection of the sovereignty and territorial integrity of the United States. Yes, broad, bland statement we all should agree with. But does that mean now we're going to talk about something more on your borders, potentially internally, under some justification that we have to do X, Y, and Z because bad Democrats or in, immigration problems that are all being manufactured by your own allies? I mean, it's not hard to think about. Why would you need to clarify a role that's very publicly documented? Well, you guys are the ones that are fighting wars overseas. And if you think that means you're not going to keep doing that, well, you're lying to yourself. So to me, this has opened the door to just a militarized state, which is what they want for the rollout of what's coming. These are my opinions. Hopefully you know that. Unleashing American energy. Says in its policy, the United States is to encourage energy exploration, production of federal lands and waters, including our outer continental shelf, in order to meet the needs of our citizens and solidify the United States as a global energy leader. Well, this overlaps with a lot of the stuff we've talked about. The imperialism, the authoritarian, like the globalism even. Because you realize Greenland has a lot of resources. And I guarantee that will play a factor on what this means. It's necessary for American dominance, or I mean, under Trump, maybe that's the word they'll use, but maybe they'll go the more measured route and say, security, freedom, even though you're taking it from somebody else who does not want it, not the people, nor the government, as best I can tell. But then it goes, ensure an abundant supply of reliable energy is readily accessible in every state and nation. Eliminate the electric vehicles mandate. Now, here's what's interesting to me. This is a complete guess, prediction, if you will. Eliminating the mandate for electric vehicles is only going to make it look like he won, in the sense of saying, look, we're not forcing it. And then watch as that very same thing gets rolled out either way through Elon Musk and all the rest of them that are very adamant about that being the future. Elon Musk has tweeted it 55 times about how that is coming. That's the future. He runs Tesla, for crying out loud, or at least he pretends to. So what I think is interesting is you're literally talking about abundant, reliable energy and making people believe you mean oil, which is not the reality, and then removing the mandate, but then the technocratic future is coming. They are rolling out those futures. They are talking about green energy. It's the same thing. So hope I'm wrong. Realigning the U.S. refugee admissions, basically, it says the United States will admit only those refugees who can fully and appropriately assimilate into the United States to ensure that the United States preserves taxpayer resources. Now, that's interesting to me. I don't know. I mean, see, these things are so broad. What does that even mean? What's the metric on how you can prove whether or not they can fully and appropriately assimilate? Do you not see the very obvious opening there for racial interpretation? For, you're a Palestinian, so you can't appropriately assimilate. You can assimilate, but not appropriately. I think you all know where this goes. That is, in my opinion, a Israeli Zionist extremist action. Not just the statement. It could argue just you want to protect us from potential problems, which should happen. I'm arguing like a lot of these are broadly stated executive orders with they're very open to interpretation that are going to be abused by the people that are actually running this country. Like a lot of this stuff, which is pretty concerning to me. In this case, dictating who is and who is not allowed to come in the country. American citizenship. It says, it is the policy of the United States that no department or agency of the United States government shall issue documents recognizing United States citizenship or accept documents issued by state, local, or other governments in regard to persons that are, basically a mom giving birth while in the United States, and then that person gets citizenship, right? Well, it's interesting. It's a fair point to make that that would be in somewhat a violation of other things in the past. But it's interesting. I'm going to hold that off for later. We'll see how this develops. Only because it's interesting to consider that we're talking about something a bit down the line and whether or not this does actually violate a previous constitutional right. We can get into that. But my point is always is this is an executive. I don't know why an executive order about the border has in it. That's not the executive branch, guys. That has no bearing on what we're talking about, but it will still be regarded as that. Secure the border. It's the policy of the United States to take all appropriate action to secure the border in our nation. So include building a wall and deporting illegals. Except what he means is a biometric wall, which we'll get to in a second, as he's already very clearly stated a long time ago, and both of them have backed up recently, both Trump and Kamala, that was what was coming. Putting people over fish is simply stopping radical environmentalism to provide water to Southern California. Great. So when we're in a position where we need, like, it's just so funny how these things work. So now you get a bunch of people screaming that these radical environmentalists, well, you know what? I don't even know which ones he's referring to. And I guarantee there are plenty of radical environmentalists. But at this point in time where we are destroying this world, not because of carbon and not because of climate change, but because of the obvious things our government are doing to us, let alone to the world, that maybe we need a little bit more environmentalism conversation to understand what we're doing. But of course, that will be taken as Democrat supporting because that's how the game works. Even though dioxins and PFAS and glyphosate and God knows what else is being jammed down your child's throat matters to me. But don't worry, we're going to put people over fish. So basically keep dumping things. If we're talking about removing regulations and all this, guys, this is business before people is what this will ultimately amount to in every circumstance, just like it did last time. I certainly hope I'm wrong. Now, these aren't just based on these executive orders, by the way. It's based on his past precedents, but the death penalty, great. I mean, isn't it just wild that we're in a place in the world where this is being praised? First of all, aren't we talking about Christians here? Isn't the whole game that you're pretending to be that you are a practicing Christian? And the idea is that you're going to restore the death penalty? In what right do you feel you have the ability to dictate who is and who is not put to death in the context of being an actual Christian? But you know what? I guess I just don't understand because Trump is sent by God, so he must have some insight, is what we're told. That's not a joke, by the way. There's an entire alarming movement in this country and especially in Israel that believe he is a prophet. It's not a joke, guys. It's very prominent. So what worries me is that we can't reconcile, we can't see how contradictory that is. What? Because look, there's clear capital crimes that we could argue, yeah, he murdered somebody. That, I would still argue the idea of death penalty is something that we're beyond in this world for the most part. That's my personal opinion. You guys can discuss what you want, but we know there are people that get put to death that don't deserve it. People that get killed when they're not actually, they're innocent. Happens all the time. It's true. Look it up. But the point is that overall, there are a lot of different ways that people can end up in that position that we would be debating it, right? How about somebody ends up in a car accident or something? I mean, there's times like that too. Maybe they were drunk and so they, take it. Anyway, the idea that we're arguing that this is, the step in the right direction. I mean, the guy, what's his name? Duterte from the Philippines. That was what he's all about. Putting drug dealers to the death. Trump liked that idea. I just think we're taking steps in the very wrong direction right now. Promote beautiful civic architectural. Submit to me 60 days recommendations to improve these visual buildings. Oh, fantastic. Okay, so overall, and I believe there was more than that either. I think I missed up when hold on. Maybe not. In any case, I think there's more, but anyway, the point is overall, you get my point where this goes. Now, what I want to talk about, and there's the article for Derek's thing, by the way, is I think I did see, there was some in there that I missed somehow. I had them all lined up, and then I think I clicked over one, and then it was like another thread. But either way, one that I want to talk about here is Doge. And this is, Steve talked about this morning, and I have the thing right here we can talk about. This one's important to me, because this, I think, is kind of the buried lead of it all. The executive order establishing Doge is bizarre. Which now here's an example where I think that would apply, right? Executive branch, right? So you're establishing an extension of that government body. That's how that would work. Not saying national dictates. That's a dictatorship. Anyway, it's simply a rebrand of an already existing U.S. digital service. I'll show you. It's stated right there on the page. and has nothing to do with cutting federal workforce. It's entirely about IT modernization and obvious purpose of handing out contracts to big tech. Now, that's what they're talking about, Gumby here, is what the U.S. Digital Service is. What the actual EO says, at least feigns like there's going to be some kind of an action in the right direction, as they kind of follow up on and say, first caveat, that it's interesting that it's saying Doge is involved in, though is not in charge of, developing federal hiring plans, which seem to be focused on hiring employees as opposed to cutting them. But there's statements in it that make it sound as if they're going to reduce the size. But so think about it. If you're going to be bringing people on, you can you'd only either be cutting enough to make that a reduction, even though you're hiring people, which would make sense, or you're hiring as many as you're firing, which would be a wash, or the obvious, which would mean that you're not getting rid of people. You're just hiring some more than you're letting go, which is kind of what I expect with the same as all these things. But let's go into this. Thank you, Gumby, for pointing this out. So here is the actual page, first of all, and it says, establishing and implementing the President's Department of Government Efficiency. This executive order establishes the Department of Government Efficiency to implement the President's DOGE agenda, or DOGE agenda, by modernizing federal technology and software to maximize government efficiency, which, by the way, right out of the gate is exactly. So right, they were like, they're going to cut this and get rid of agencies, and maybe they will. But what that says is exactly what we were like, this is probably what it means. Artificial intelligence, improving technology. Guess what? That's why Elon Musk is involved, because you're just watching the repackaging of your technocratic rollout. We're going to make it all more efficient, sort of like the Neuralink makes it all more efficient. Think about it. By modernizing federal technology, how in the world, how else do you think that reads? Then it goes on to say, reorganizing the structure, reorganizing and renaming the United States Digital Service. So you're not creating something new, as it says up here, establishing. It doesn't say create. Well, I guess you could read it that way. But all you're doing is renaming the U.S. Digital Service. I'll show you what they're about. I'm sure you can guess. The United States Digital Service is hereby publicly renamed as the United States Doge Service, the USDS, which is funny. United States dollar, it's weird. But the point is, interestingly, I think there's an issue there with regard to Trump and like actually creating a new arm of government that I think or that was never the plan, but worth thinking about. And says, and shall be established in the executive office of the president, which is exactly how the orders are supposed to work, as I was saying. But the U.S. Doge Service temporary organization, as we told you before, shall be headed by the USDS administrator and shall be dedicated to advancing the president's 18-month Doge agenda. So it's an 18-month limited dynamic. The U.S. Doge Service temporary organization shall terminate on July 4th, 2026. Okay, so what does that mean for the U.S. Digital Service? They're going to be renamed back to the old thing? It's interesting, isn't it? Or, and hey, maybe you could try to see a positive in it and argue that they're somehow going to reimagine this into a no longer having a digital service. And because we're fighting the deep state, hey, maybe. I hope you're right. It says, number 4, modernizing federal technology and software to maximize efficiency and productivity. So again, modernizing federal technology is kind of hard to see that going any other direction. We know where the modern technology is going. It's pretty simple. And it says USDS, and again, maximizing efficiency and productivity. I mean, you could always pretend that means getting rid of things, but the typical government response is to bring on new things like this, like creating an entirely new agency to reduce agencies. That's the kind of stupid thing you expect from governments. So maybe it goes down, or maybe they make new positions to go, this guy's going to fight for this and reduce that. And then all you do is expand the government, which is what we're used to. It says the administrator shall commence a software modernization initiative to improve the quality of efficiency of government-wide software. Okay. So more software. But it'll improve it, but it's not reducing anything. To modernize or reimagine software, network infrastructure, and information technology systems. Among other things, the USDS administrator shall work with agency heads to promote interoperability between agency networks and systems, ensure data integrity, and facilitate responsible data collection and synchronization. Because we want them to keep collecting all of our data, right? Now, and then under B, it says agency heads shall take all necessary steps in coordination with the USDS administrator and to maximize extent consistent with law to ensure USDS has full and prompt access to all unclassified agency records, software systems, and IT systems. USDS shall adhere to rigorous data protection standards. Okay. Well, all of that is very clear about technological advancement. Kind of different than what we were all pretending, or those that wanted to. But what doesn't something stand out to you? When we're talking about, not signing all of these ethics pledges and the obvious Zionist control influence over all the people we're talking about, and now all of a sudden you've got Elon Musk, who arguably is the administrator, who is literally working on behalf of a foreign government, as far as I can tell, who's ultimately going to be accessing every part of our technology systems, right? They're going to be working with the government-wide software, network infrastructure, and information technology systems. Aren't we at least a little bit concerned about that? Like, even you Republicans out there ignoring everything because you want to side with Trump, don't you find it a little bit concerning? Since we know this has happened all over the world. This one is about the Israel's global cybersecurity infiltration. That seems to be relevant. We also have, what was it? Well, I'll just include this one since I can't remember the other name. There was one that what was the name of the show we did, where the guy was caught basically manipulating elections. Oh, I think that's what it was. There it is. So I'll include all these. And if you haven't seen these guys, it's undeniable. These groups Israel's government is completely influenced and infiltrated cybersecurity all over the world. This one talks about, in specifically the United States, in light of the pager attack, worrying about think about this with what's happening. So if you can't see the back door of Israel, which is already there, by the way, but it's so much more prominent right now, to where we would worry about what that might mean for pager attacks in the United States, should we run afoul of what they want, which is what they've already threatened live on TV, by the way. Or this, the Israeli election interference and psychological operation industrial complex. This guy was openly caught for admitting influencing 92 different presidential elections around the world. And he mentions the United States. We have been manipulated for far longer than we think. So the point is, as you are having this administrator making sure they have access and change, all these things, I worry about what that really means. And, documents, IT systems, infrastructure, that worries me. Okay, so here's what I think is more interesting. We talk about fusion centers in the past, right? So they're saying we need to have this work so the information sharing across the governments are fast. Well, what's interesting about that is that's an extension in the same thing we've talked about. That's more, I don't want to call it globalism, but it's the idea of expanding that sphere into one central thing. That's just centralization of power in this country. So fusion centers before this are simply fusion centers, state-owned and operated centers that serve as kind of focal points of states and major urban areas for the receipt, analysis, and gathering of shared threat-related information between state, local, tribal, agencies and governments and authorities. So that was the kind of the solution of making sure they could communicate, because at one point they were like just different bodies entirely, or like governments almost, which is kind of the way it is today, I think. But now they're expanding that out to where there's more collaboration. So you could worry about that if we see one entity taking more and more control. Now here's the U.S. Digital Service. So remember, this is the renaming of this group to Doge, apparently. It says our mission to deliver better government services to American people through technology and design. So you could argue it's going to be more efficient, but is it going to be in a way that is more technologically controlled in the very thing that we told you was coming? Here is Google's AI saying the United States Digital Service, the USDS, which is going to be Doge, is a technology unit that works to improve digital services for the federal government. The USDS can help with digital identity, which is a way to verify a person's identity using technology. Now, it's just an overlap, obviously, but the point is to make it sure we see it clearly that this is where it's going. We already know this is where it's driving. Now, if there's an easy way to make this case, combining this with the immigration dynamic and simply saying, we have to make this better. Don't you want to get rid of some of these government agencies? Well, then we have to do it digitally. So we need a digital ID. We need these kind of infrastructure. We need it all in one place. These are what people like us have been screaming about. And if we were looking at it through Kamala, you would all be on board. Now, this is just what it says under their playbook. Digital Services Playbook. The American people expect to interact with government through digital channels, such as websites, email, and mobile applications. Now, is that what we want? Like that's the whole TikTok or the Twitter application, like get driver's license. That's what they want. Mobile's driver's license. That's just what this whole thing is about, driving you to that point. Now, by building digital services that meet their needs, we can make the delivery of our policy and programs more effective. Today, too many of our digital service projects do not work well, are delivered late, or over budget. To increase the success rate of these projects, the U.S. government needs a new approach. We created a playbook of 13 key plays drawn from successful practices from the private sector and government that, if followed together, will help government build effective digital services. And you can read through it. So my point, obviously, is that this maybe tomorrow will change. Maybe they'll come out and say this is new, but why would they not have just made a new thing if this whole point was to get rid of these things? You're standing on the back of the digital services. That is super concerning for what we're being told. Just renaming it and it's still going, are they going to fire everybody? I mean, we don't know. My point is right now, typically you're going to get the partisans that want to believe it's what it is, they want it to be, are going to say this has already changed everything. Because that's how it works. James Wood will come out and tell you it's already changed the world like last time before nothing's even happened. But if it ultimately comes down to something that benefits us, then we'll call that out and we'll praise it. But you see the red flags too. Now, interestingly, there's a lawsuit around Doge itself. Here's what it says. A lawsuit alleging that Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency violates federal transparency laws is set to be filed just minutes after Trump's inauguration on Monday. The legal challenge could spark a significant battle over a key element of the incoming administration's policy agenda. The public interest law firm National Security Counselors plans to file a 30-page complaint, which was obtained by the Washington Post prior to its submission. The lawsuit claims that Doge, a non-governmental advisory panel, violates the Federal Advisory Committee Act of 1972. Now, that may very well change dramatically, seeing as how they essentially just made it into an already existing government agency or body or whatever you want to call it. Maybe that's why that happened, to avoid whatever this was. But it says this law requires advisory committees to the executive branch to adhere to specific rules regarding transparency, hiring, and operational practices. Well, guys, that's interesting to me, seeing as how my worry is that there is no transparency. Who are they working with? And what operational practices are happening behind the scenes with other things that we don't see, that have access to our entire technological infrastructure, which is what Whitney and plenty of others have been telling you is happening behind the scenes. It says, following his election, Trump appointed Musk and biotech entrepreneur Vivek to lead Doge. Now, if you don't know, apparently there's a back and forth, and Vivek was saying, I'm going to run for Congress. And then it came out that Musk essentially didn't want him part of the team. I haven't been able to really suss that out just yet. What's interesting is it already hasn't gone to plan. Now it's just Musk, apparently. It's just, this whole thing is, typical, right? But it says, tasking them with identifying government regulations and spending programs for potential cuts. However, according to Politico, Ramaswamy has since stepped away to be the governor of Ohio, but it came out later, it's reported anyway, that there was Musk didn't want him part of the team after a bad review or something like that. But what's interesting is there's also reports that Musk was going to buy TikTok, and now he said it wasn't true. So obviously, government reports from media, especially mainstream alternative media, don't mean that it's absolutely true. But it's interesting to me because here's the actual law they're talking about: Federal Advisory Committee Act, 1972. It says a United States federal law that governs the behavior of federal advisory committees. So exactly what he's a part of, but maybe now it's different because they're just simply the U.S. Digital Services, right? It was enacted on October 6, 1972. It aims to ensure that advice provided to the executive branch, say from this committee, by advisory committees is both objective and accessible to the public. The law emphasizes open meetings, chartering public involvement and reporting. So interesting that they're kind of going, well, that's... You're not showing us what's going on. You're not telling us what you're saying. There's no transparency, maybe because they're working with somebody they're not supposed to be. All simply up in the air, but I find that to be pretty damn interesting. Now, let's talk about the emergency. So I saw this on the 20th and I shared it out. I said, Trump to declare national emergency at the U.S. border, which is always how it works. It's, coming. And I think it's because he's sitting down to sign these things and they all want to get ahead of the story. I just simply said, and it begins. I don't care what the logic is. The idea of them declaring more emergencies, it's obscene. We're being used, or rather the ones falling for it are. Now, I want to talk about this. And just think about we went through the COVID-19 dynamic, right? I mean, it's so crazy to me that we saw how that played out. We saw the abuse, whether or not you even agreed with the state of emergency, right? The national emergency during COVID-19 is what gave the Democrats the ability to declare that, to force the shot, to lock down, right? That you have to understand that. So you could argue that maybe Trump didn't do it on purpose. Maybe he made a mistake. They love to take that argument today. But to me, it doesn't matter, right? Because Trump created the Stafford, the Defense Production Act, the statement, the Declaration of Emergency, all these different, the creation of the very Operation Warp Speed that created the shot that killed all these people. But that was their thing before it even became the Bidens. That's you have to blame him for that. There's no way around it. My point, though, is that if the emergency that he rolled out is what allowed that, how are we not thinking about that right now? Whether it's 4 years from now or right through this with Democrat governors. Okay, so he declares a state of emergency in regard to the border. So what if they start taking action underneath that? Which remember during COVID, well, the governor's got to make their own choices. Why don't we worry about that? Isn't that exactly the same setup? Just a different emergency. But the point is, it's what they want. So who cares about the nuance? Who cares about the outcome? It's about saying we win because he did the thing and he said it and we win. It seems very childish to me. But I think at the end of the day, it's obvious where this can go, even if he means the best from it, which is why we shouldn't be asking for states of emergency. That seems pretty obvious to me. But here is the overlap. Trump declares national energy emergency, orders U.S. to withdraw from Paris Climate Agreement. Now, there is a stated emergency under the guise of the border, or you could say for the border. But it says Donald Trump declared a national emergency as he aims to boost fossil production. Now, the point is the overlapping of all this. When you declare the state of emergency, there's a lot that can start to happen. So it says Donald Trump on Monday declared a national emergency and ordered the U.S. to withdraw from the Paris Agreement, as we know. And he seeks to implement a sweeping agenda aimed at boosting fossil production. Now, that's obviously a political piece. Some people want that, some people don't. I mean, look, it's objectively clear that doing this does have effects on the planet, whether fracking or oil. But if you think that's in the best interest, then you can decide that. My point is, going in this direction, I think, is ultimately about it's control, but I think it's also about giving you the impression that we're not rushing in the other direction. That's what I would argue. But this is just my opinion. What I'm worried about is, on top of this, the idea of the emergency itself. And it says Trump's declaration directed the heads of federal agencies to, quote, identify and exercise any lawful emergency authorities available to them to facilitate the leasing, sitting, production, and generation of domestic energy sources, including on federal lands. So I'm telling you guys, right now, most of that's already happening in this country. There are places clearly we could tap into more in this country, but there's usually places that people need to be moved from, which might be part of that. But I'm telling you, this is going to be about expanding this country. That's why they're making a statement about the expansionism, Greenland and whatever else. And the Greenland aspect is all about resources, if not a lot of other world globalism agendas. So this seems to be much more about something else right now, which if you think about the border, well, damn if that doesn't have to do with exactly this point too, doesn't it? Maybe not in the idea of you thought about immigration, but it sure as hell matters when you're talking about maybe changing that border, right? But it says the national emergency is crucial, it's a quote, because, and this is a direct quote from a White House official, saying it's national emergency, the national energy emergency is crucial because we are in an AI race with China. And our ability to produce domestic energy, American energy, is so crucial, such that we can generate the electricity and power that's needed to stay at the global forefront of technology. That doesn't seem to be at all what we're talking about, does it? That's stated from Trump's White House. So here is what we just talked about a minute ago. I think I can get it to pop up. At the time of the hurricane, right? In North Carolina, everybody was talking about the other town, that had to do with lithium. And again, lying about that with that hustle guy, lying about it today, about the fires, even though it was a battery storage facility, lying about land grabs because that seems to be fun for them to lie about, even though it's very real and serious. And you lying about it only makes it harder for others to believe, which is probably how that works. But this is about a tiny town in North Carolina that didn't get a lot of attention. Some conservatives did call it out, but it didn't get the fun attention by the big ones because I don't think they cared about the truth. Here is a tiny backwater town in North Carolina that produces apparently sand quartz that you can find nowhere else in the world. The level of the quality of quartz sand that they get from North Carolina in a town called Spruce Pine, it can't be found anywhere else in the world. I mean, I had to go into this more to be like, how's that possible? It seems to be the case. And this is the epicenter. In fact, the other town they were talking about was further outside of this. Is the dead center of the storm. Now, whether you think the storm was great or not, is that the point? But I find it interesting to ignore this. And it says the tiny backwater town in North Carolina will help fuel the world's AI revolution. With enough quartz to powder entire $530 billion semiconductor global industry. One space. And it's not just that they have enough here, but it's apparently one location of the world that has the quality that they can find here. What I found fascinating is one, this got ignored by the partisan team sport side. Why? I think it's because the AI direction is important to where this goes. The technocracy is a central role. But also because ultimately this is a developing thing. Spruce Pine, if you read into it, has been dealing with this. Their town's getting slowly eroded. They're losing stores. It's because they're trying to push these people out. I think this is the new Silicon Valley dynamic, where eventually you can play places people. The point is, it's about their development. And right now, there are people that have lived there their whole lives. They're like, we don't even have clothing stores anymore. Like, everything's gone because no one can survive because these people have taken over. Guess who else is there now? Google, Apple, Microsoft. They've got massive data centers they just randomly put up in this area, not to the benefit of people at all. Isn't it fascinating how this stuff gets ignored despite that being a wild story? I think that definitely relates to where this goes. So as we're talking about national emergency in order to justify the energy dominance needed for the artificial intelligence race, I think we're seeing the real picture. But the partisans are talking about something else entirely. I'll include this too. Now, Politico writes, Trump and the Davos men are back. January 20th. Here's what it says. Interesting. It says, everyone's talking about AI's potential, but potential doesn't drive business value. Results do. Even a technology as profound as artificial intelligence is only as good as the value it creates. Join IBM at the World Economic Forum and learn how leading companies are turning AI investments into measurable returns. Of course, if you didn't remember, I should grab that actually so you don't miss that. And it does say it in here, but just in case you didn't see it. World Economic Forum says Trump to take part in the virtually, of course, in the Davos meeting, which is that's what they're using. Oh, well, he's not going to be there. It's like, would you make that caveat for Kamala Harris? No, you would not. It's all about who you choose to believe, not based on actions. That's what's important for partisans. But here, U.S. President Trump will deliver a virtual address to supposed to be the enemy, right? Then it says they never shared the begging emails from Elon Musk when he was a bit younger, trying to get his foot in the door to go to Davos. But they do exist, I can tell you, and they're pretty craven, miserable, and pathetic. Well, it's embarrassing. As far as I can tell, this does seem to be backed up. The point is, right now, Musk, I think, is playing a role, and that role is to give you the impression that he is the outsider, even though he's never been anything but an insider in this entire situation. Oh, wait, shoot. Tell me I just closed that. Oh, that's right. I opened that. Here's the next one. It says they've never shared I just got that one. It says Trump will be sworn in as the 47th president of the United States today. This is Politico. Just as the official opening ceremony of the World Economic Forum gets underway at the Congress Center. That feels like too much of a coincidence to me. Trump twice attended Davos during his first term in office. That's right. Unusual for U.S. presidents who usually stay away. But Trump went twice. But we pretend like that's not a problem because Trump, good guy, right? Doesn't matter what he does. He's on the right side, according to them. But it says this year, he'll address the forum on Thursday, Just days after his inauguration, World Economic Forum officials say they expect a broad footprint from the new administration to jet in later in the week, though names have been yet confirmed. How much you want to bet the rest of them go to? That's the game, guys. And you're going to get, weirdly enough, Republicans screaming that this is okay because now we're unity team. Some Trump-friendly leaders, like Argentina President Javier Milei, will fly to Davos to attend the meeting at the Capitol. It says after attending meeting at the Capitol. Sorry, I was thinking at the Congress Center. So yet another example of a fake libertarian literally going to be at Davos with the World Economic Forum. But that's okay, though, because he held a chainsaw and yelled the right words. Right, guys? Here it says, with Trump taking office under Billionaires Club, the Davos set arrives on the Magic Mountain this year with newfound swagger. Even as the rest of the world frets about Trump's threats of a trade war, Wall Street has never had it so good, as your global playbook author reports in this story. I mean, these are those people telling you that they're happy about Trump, and yet you got to listen to all the, random people on Twitter that tell you everything's going in the right direction. I mean, Garland Nixon this morning was talking about the overlap of the CIA, Wall Street, which is, more complicated. Clearly, the CIA Wall Street was a major role in where these people, what we're dealing with today is the conglomeration of all of these same parties. Seem, what would you call it? Manipulating forces, that at one point had their own little power. I think it's all blobbing together at this point. Either way, they're literally telling you, we're happy that he's there. Trump is packing his cabinet, it says, and coveted administration advisory slots with deep-pocketed figures from the finance, tech, and crypto worlds. Among them, Cantor Fitzgerald, boss and Davos regular Howard Lutnick, who we've talked about, Trump pick for Commerce Secretary, billionaire venture capitalist Mark Andreessen, who's been advising Trump during the interregnum at the Mar-a-Lago, and crypto backer Paul Atkins, right? Or Zuckerberg, or Bezos, or Musk himself, or Thiel, or all the rest of them. The Davos men are back. Trump is back. It's amazing what people can ignore. Now, 7Cs pointed this out. The FDA is officially, now realize this is posted on the 20th. Okay, so these are all actions being taken on the 20th. So, I mean, just like any other context in the past, so right now it's Trump. Even though they were giving him credit before this for things that happened under Biden, and they blame Biden for it's the same game that's always played. But the point is, arguably, okay, so the FDA under Trump's administration is officially drafting certifications to allow artificial intelligence to control regulation of drugs and other biological products. Right, hooray! Isn't that exactly what we were all fighting during the Great Reset? Like the way this all is being played out? Didn't Whitney have entire conversations about how this was coming? Whether we're talking about, there's 1,000 red flags in this. The FDA? Isn't that one of the groups they were swearing they were going to remove? Guys, this is a problem. Considerations for the use of artificial intelligence to support decisions to force more dangerous drugs down your throat. Look, I hope that's not the way it goes. But the FDA has lost all credibility from every single thing they did during COVID-19. I'm not talking mistakes. Deliberate, willful disregard for the facts. So is this the direct? I'll just read what I said. This is the exact type of government efficiency that was promised, right? Increasing AI control over your lives? Or was this the exact type of efficiency that many of us warned it would actually be? I don't know how much you can ignore. He adds, by the way, and adjacently, the decades-long End the Fed movement has recently largely been co-opted by techno and crypto billionaires. This is how this game works. So like I said, I was worried about this. Remember, I predicted this because it made sense. A lot of us did. My point is, I said this as just a thought that I thought made sense, and watch as it plays out. That he'll pretend to end the Fed, or maybe even end it, but all that he's doing is right behind it in the wings is the digital ID, CBDC, private version, whatever. You think these people are getting involved with the End the Fed movement because they just want to see us they want to help us? These are techno crypto billionaires who want the influence. We're being played. As Garland called it this morning, kind of sort of a corporate reorganization we're going through right now. He said the largest tech companies all seeking nuclear power, many purchases since September when Gates bought 3 Mile Island. Amazon, Google, and Meta following suit. Terrifying. Now, the IMA panel, which I think we're going to have one on the 24th. Co-opting freedom, this was called, the Bitcoin sleight of hand, and the new AI control structure, September 29th. This is where it goes. Like, we're watching this get played out, get rolled out, and they're just straight up calling it reduction of government, apparently. I mean, that's not even seem to be on its face what's happening. Doom, give us an update in the chat on what's going on with Twitter. I was talking about that with Garland this morning. I mentioned you, letting him know that you were dealing with the same thing. So here's where it goes. As Whitney just covered on the 17th, hope Trump supporters will soon catch on to how the virtual border wall being built by companies backed by Peter Thiel on Bilderberg Steering Committee is meant to serve as a Trojan horse for digital ID by not requiring not just foreigners entering the U.S., but any American traveling abroad to submit to a digital ID or digital biometric entry exit system. I said, it will be by air, by land, by sea, according to Trump, as you've heard this video a million times. Now, this is an older one, yeah, but he backed it up until recently. So that's not just immigrants, guys, right? How often do you, I mean, if you're flying, how many immigrants, illegal immigrants, fly into the country, guys? This is about anybody, which is what Whitney just said. Welcome to your Freedom MAGA biometric tracking system. I'm sure you'll get some fun name like that when they really want to shove it down your throat. What's funny, by the way, is somebody else had shared this and I didn't tag her tweet in it. And it was like, it's all about digital IDs. It was like, that's not what he says. It's like, oops, I said you forgot a tweet. It's just funny how people love to repackage tweets today instead of just retweeting and sharing what they say. You know, everyone's out there to get their own shares. I get it, but it's funny. For me, it's more about trying to keep the momentum going, right? Retweet that, put a comment on it, keep the conversation going. But everyone wants to repackage the thing and put it out in their own. That's a partisan influence on the whole thing. Here's Alex Jones, right? So as we just talked about, all these people, Google, Amazon, Facebook, Meta, all the good guys, right? Howard Lutnick right there. He says, update, tech moguls seen together. Like, you know, see, what's funny is he knows that this looks bad. This is my opinion. So you can't not comment on it because you got to be like, we see it, right? Oh, they're all together. And he goes, many of whom have capitulated to MAGA movement in recent weeks. Oh, okay, then we're good then, right? They're monstrous, murdering, genocidal, you know, they censored people, they caused people to die, whatever we're talking about. Pro-Israel content, but it's okay though, because now they're on our side. They sat next to Trump's side. So let's move forward. Weren't you guys the ones talking about never forget with COVID-19? Oops, I guess we forgot all of a sudden. How do people still listen to these? I just don't understand. Where are the honest people out there? Here, in case you forgot, Elon Musk, who's there with them as well, building a satellite network around the planet that we can't hide from. That sure sounds like freedom to me. That's literally the National Reconnaissance Office in an interview recently saying, now you can't hide because you're constantly being looked at. And he says, we're working with Elon Musk because we need artificial intelligence to make all this work. That's his role. Elon Musk and SpaceX are helping the intelligence build the world's largest spy satellite network. Of course, they're involving with Israel. Now, I'll also include this that Derek wrote on the 19th. Mother of OpenAI whistleblower accuses law enforcement, OpenAI, of delaying justice for her son. Now, read this for yourself. It's important for two reasons in my mind. One, because obviously the issue here is that she believes there's foul play. And the argument being, he was trying to blow the whistle on where this was going. Now, let's not forget, despite the effort to make it look like different things, Elon Musk is overlapped with ChatGPT and OpenAI in like 3 different ways, whether it's through Peter Thiel and Palantir or something else. So you wouldn't be working on the same project if you thought they were the boogeyman that was going to end the world with AI. You're just trying to hype the narrative to divide. That's my opinion. So my point is, on top of that, we've got a guy who seemingly was trying to blow the whistle on some of this stuff that got taken out. That's the argument. And now we have people like Sam Altman in this picture that play a very alarming role. Remember, he's the guy that is, where was that? It's right here. This is one Derek wrote as well. It's called Sam Altman, Artificial Intelligence, the Bilderberg Group, and WorldCoin. Now, it gets into that in here, and it's creepy. I put that image down here as well. This is what they're telling you. We'll scan your irises and we'll give you back WorldCoin. Literally designed to be some kind of global currency. That's what we're talking about. This guy is overlapped with Elon and all the rest, guys. This is not that hard to see. I'll include this one too. My point, though, is that I think we're watching this kind of get, tied up as we go forward. Now, in the context of cryptocurrency, or not in the category of cryptocurrency, this just blows my mind because of how blatant this was, and that we're watching this. I think the cryptocurrency aspect plays a very serious role in where this is going. As we've had two important interviews, I'll grab those real quick, from two people that have slightly different opinions, but ultimately both feel that right now the important thing is to not throw the baby out with the bathwater. The first one was Mitch Burcham, I don't know if you guys see that. It happens every time I do it. Doesn't matter. So Mitch's was entitled How the Government Commandeered Bitcoin and Its Decentralized Future. He's of the mind that this was, potentially started by somebody that was genuine, and that this has just been commandeered into a controlled version that it wasn't designed to be. Now, that makes a lot of sense to me because of the way it was designed, at least put forward as a peer-to-peer system that circumvented government or financial institutions. So unless that was the plan to make you think that was the case, it still did that. It still was capable of that. So that's why I find it's hard to know whether it was started this way or not. Maybe they designed it that way to circumvent something different, right? And who knows? And then Satoshi took it, or he's the government. Who knows? The point is, it's interesting to think about where it goes now. And I also interviewed Mark Goodwin, former. Wait, that should pop up. Of course, former editor of Bitcoin Magazine. It should be down here. Maybe not. Man, just nothing works for me anymore. Hold on. The point from Mark, the different opinion, is that ultimately believes this seems to be logically started by the government, but nonetheless is still in a position right now where we could use it to fight back like we do with the internet. I'm just trying to include it for you. And of course, I feel like I'm always being screwed over by technocracy. I just determined to make things happen sometimes, even if it slows the show down, just because, damn it, if I'm going to be stopped. So here is both of these, and I'll include them for you. My point, though, is getting into the cryptocurrency side of this and where I see this going. So Trump rolled out a meme coin, otherwise known as SHIT coins. There's a lot of different names, altcoin. The point is, in most cases, they're known as I guess there's a deviation or kind of a difference between some of them that are altcoins that may still have a technological purpose but aren't currencies, versus ones that they call meme coins, which are basically nothing. It might as well be a fiat dollar. It's only valuable because you believe it has value. It's not based on anything. In this case, he rolls out the Trump coin. $ Trump. And the shorthand is MAGA. Right? And this was rolled out and pumped, talked about, right? As it says right here, Trump launches meme coin ahead of inauguration. Has launched his meme coin, which soars to $7 billion in capital. Okay. Because clearly everybody's hyping it, Trump's coin, right? But my point is, all it is because it has Trump's face on it. It only is a currency because, think of it like a stock. That's it, but there's no value. It's just, this is my thing. It's just my name on it. That's it. So what I want to show you guys is that this is exactly, it's always possible that it could have just happened this way, but I find it really hard to believe. And more of the, I guess, trader cryptocurrency what's the word I'm looking for? Experts, I guess, but people that know a lot about that field, chime in if you think this is, let me know if you think this is even possible without being a pump and dump. Here's what happened. Right away, right? I mean, like the next day, Donald Trump's meme coin crashes over 40%. It's way more than that now. I'll show you. And it says the coin just erased over $5 billion in market cap in a matter of seconds. Then Melania Trump rolls out her own coin, which I haven't even checked. Probably that one collapsed too. Has been viewed as a competitor against Trump coin. This has resulted in a sharp drop in demand for Trump. Let's look at this one real quick. Let's see what this says. Okay. $4.13. Well, for the most part, stayed reasonably consistent. We'll see how it goes. Oh, let's go to no, there you go. Never mind. So no, it did not. So here it's the same old game, guys. Okay, so there's Melania's coin, same thing. So if you, that's not everything like this succeeds. Most of them fail. So you could simply argue, I would argue that looks like a failed coin, right? It goes up, it goes down, but then drifts down into nothing. Okay. And that may not even be the right one for all we know. I just searched really quickly. That's not the point. This is the point. That, or this, by the way. That is what you know. If you're involved in this, and there's only, in my opinion, that is a pump and dump. This is the Hawk 2E coin. What happens is you see it go. So we started here. It goes up real slow, right? Then you see a little dip, and then that's right there is before inauguration, and they go buy my Trump coin, and it goes crazy. And you know what that's from? That's not from big time investors that are stupid enough to get involved in a coin they know means nothing. That's from supporters. That's from grandmothers and house moms and soccer dads and whatever else, people that are going, I believe in Trump and he's going to succeed and he wants me to make money, and you buy it for 5 and 10 and 100, maybe all of your savings. And then instantly drops to effing nothing. I mean, guys, it is at $1. It was over it was like over $500. Nothing. I make sure that's not, well, anyway, the amount was, no, maybe I take that back. I'm trying to remember what the amount was. Honestly, it's irrelevant with this context, but let me look real quick. Good timing anyway, because I was going to look to see if they were talking about it. Meme coin. See, here's what's fascinating to me. This says Bitcoin, its new all-time record ahead of Trump's inauguration. Trump's new meme coin soars on its first day. Guys, that's 1 day ago. So you want to explain this to me? Well, we're supposed to pretend the media hates Trump, and here they are, every one of them going, this meme coin explodes. Look. Some of them. So here's one that's going the other way. My point is, you're telling me all these platforms here, look, Trump meme coin has turned Donald Trump into one of the most, that's 1 day ago. Gateway Pundit, are you really going to pretend that you don't know that it's collapsed 2 days ago? Like, these people are literally pushing the idea that this has exploded when it's already collapsed. So that to me is just trying to cover up the fact that they just pump and dumped America. But I think what's fascinating is that shows you the media game is kind of an illusion. That's what I believe. But either way. Oh yeah, hold on. I was about the price. Oh, I didn't type price. That's why. No, this is the wrong one. This is official Trump. I got to find the right MAGA one. See, I don't want to waste all this time. Let me do Trump coin price. Let's do that. It's the one that says MAGA. I don't think those are the ones. Son of a gun. I mean, maybe it's fallen off. You guys, I don't want to waste too much time on it. See, this is from the 19th. Trump meme coin doubles again. Stake worth 58 billion more. So I just want to be clear about this. If you look at it right now, that's what it looks like. It went down to basically $1, and it is just leveled out. And that's why you're getting stories about this right here. Where was it? Right here. I just showed it there from this platform because they could see it too. But so apparently very few people are even talking about it. But I did see one just now when I looked. My point is, why is nobody highlighting, oh, it was the last one, that this has collapsed? I just think that's interesting. Meme coin soars the first day. So, right there you go. It went to $74 and then down to $1. That's where it is right now. Same thing, by the way, that Andrew Tate did. He was running for UK prime minister. He clearly is trying to emulate Trump, or he wants to play the political game because he knows it'll, let him get out of his rape and sexual trafficking charges that are very real. But same game, guys. Now a little bit different, right? But the spike and then immediate fall is usually a good indication. My point is, though, is I've never seen a better view of a pump and dump than that. That's my opinion. Polly says, Tate pump and dump, daddy coin. Literally called Bruv coin. Or rather, the Bruv party is what it was. It was stupid. But guess what, though? After we just gained $5 billion or whatever just happened from that pump and dump, well, guess what? Now we're Donald Trump Jr. To commemorate the inauguration of Trump as the 47th president of the United States, his World Liberty financial coin is proud, or the group or whatever it's called, is going to announce the following strategic purchases today. Great. Ethereum, W Bitcoin, Aave, Link, TRX. Okay, so this is interesting to me because what are we talking about? This is Donald Trump Jr. Well, but this is Trump's thing. Trump started this with his face on it So now he's the president. So now you're telling me that he's literally on its face using the presidency to benefit from his investments? Guys, that's a crime. I don't mean, but they all do it. But this is just brazen. This is what we were just saying before. Or Caitlin, just take the mask off. That's such a conflict of interest. It blows my mind. But they all do it. I just think that's crazy. Excited for the future. So what does that mean when they start scooping up all this cryptocurrency? Where, we need to see where this is going. Now, there's very clear opportunity to make a lot of money here, for sure. But it's not what this is all about. Some people it is, right? But for those of you that really realize where this goes, it's a question of whether you want to make some money on the way to destruction or you want to stave it off. That's how I would look at it. But don't worry. Forbes reports on the 20th. It's just begun. Trump and crypto execs tease huge White House plans. Right, so he, from the White House, is basically running a crypto business at this point. That's absolutely crazy. I wish people could call these things out. Now, on the idea of the pardons, of course, Biden pardoned his family, which is just, God, first of all, we need to remember, this always happens. It happens every time. Trump pardoned a bunch of crazy, terrible people as well. It happens every single time. Biden's family, they're criminals. So is Biden. So is Trump, by the way. So we have to understand that this is, if you're only looking at half the picture and you're only willing to criticize one side of it, then you're being childish about it. You have to see this is always how it goes. Criticize both. If you're going to criticize Biden for doing this, then you have to criticize Trump for doing it last time. It's just the difference is you only don't like one side or the other. Nonetheless, doing this seems crazy to me, whether it's his family or somebody like Fauci, which again, so Mark Milley, January 6th, there's a bunch that happened. But I want you to see, I've talked about this morning. This says, no joke, that basically they have granted onto Anthony Fauci a full and unconditional pardon. Okay. So first of all, why? What did Fauci do? Now, we all know what he did, but isn't the argument supposed to be that that's not the case? So the argument becomes that they know Trump's going to persecute him. So we have to pardon him because he didn't do anything wrong. Well, that seems a little bit of a weird step to take before he's even accused of a crime, like from the Trump administration. Okay. So I think it's clear that this was all, look, Trump is involved in this. You think Trump is going to go after Fauci, who knows that he's the one? Come on, guys. To me, they're both letting Fauci get out of the way because that's part of the plan. That's how I see this. Either way, the fact that any side, whether Trump last time or Biden now, can do this, pardon him for any offenses against the United States, which he may have committed or taken part in during this period of time, through the date of this pardon arising from any. So you don't even know what you're talking about. You're just saying anything. If tomorrow it turns out he killed 40 million people, then God's a pardon. That's what it's for. Or what about tomorrow? It turns out that he stole from the liquor store. It doesn't matter. He's pardoned. How is that even possible? Well, guess what? There's actually an important clip of Biden making sure you know how he feels about it.
President Trump is reportedly considering a wave of preemptive pardons.
Obviously from Trump's last administration.
Does this concern you? All these preemptive pardons?
Well, it concerns me in terms of what kind of precedent it sets and how the rest of the world looks at us as a nation of laws and justice. You're not going to see in our administration that kind of approach to pardons, nor are you going to see in our administration the approach to making policy by tweets. It's just going to be a totally different way in which we approach the justice system.
Or not literally at all, exactly the same thing, but that's how the game is played. You got to say the thing. So they go, see, he said it. We're going to be different. And then they go on claiming that regardless of what he does. That's how partisanship works. Team sport politics. But think about pardoning this guy for just whatever you may decide to charge him with. That's every day this shows us that we don't live in the world we think we do, if we're just honest about it. I mean, look, if you think this guy, which he is a person who should be going in the Hague for crying out loud, would that stop you if you were Donald Trump? I don't care if you wrote some pardon. If your whole point is Biden's a war criminal or Biden is an enemy of the state, which is how you're supposed to frame this from Jones of the world, then why would that even stop him? People will make whatever excuses they need to ignore that what we're seeing is one government protecting itself. That's what I think. Rand Paul simply says, if there's any ever doubt to who bears responsibility for the COVID pandemic, Biden's pardon of Fauci forever seals the deal. I agree. As chairman of the Senate of Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee, I will not rest until the entire truth of the cover-up is exposed. Now, I don't know where I stand with Rand Paul in the context. There's some of the things he's done over the past in this very field that makes me a little bit, he's not his father. Let's be real about that. But I put him in a scale, maybe a little bit less than Massey, even though I don't trust any of them, but still better than most of the rest. I'm jaded when it comes to government, but nonetheless, the cover-up exposed. I feel like we're going to get buried in this ongoing narrative that I think we've grown beyond. Not that we care, but I'll show you what I mean next. He says Fauci's pardon will only serve as an accelerant to pierce the veil of the deception. How do you say that? Ignominious. Anthony Fauci will go down in history as the first government scientist to be preemptively pardoned for a crime. It is pretty weird. Here is what I think. Right? We talked about this with Denny Rancourt, excuse me. Data proves COVID-19 is an illusion. Doesn't mean you have to think that there was no pathogen. The point is the evidence proves that the data was enough, whether or not there was a pathogen, for them to have made it look the way they did with PCR false positives, with combining flu and pneumonia, using vaccine side effects. It's mathematically clear. He made this very clear. We followed up with him on this about his continued opinion on it. He believes it's an illusion. He says he called it biological stress-induced bacterial pneumonia. Worth your time. It's interesting. But alternatively, we also talked with Dr. David Martin a long time ago on 2023, September. Now, he's of the mind very clearly, not only is this something that is real, that was made in a lab, but he has documents to prove it, but we could argue those documents could be altered, right? The point is, you come to your conclusion about it. What I think is important, despite the kind of couched half conversation he had with Jones, the point is Dr. Martin is very clear. This was rolled out during Trump's administration. That was just kind of they buried that in the conversation they had. Or not Dr. Martin, of course, it was the way it was edited. My point is, Martin is very clear. This was rolled out all through Trump's administration, like the work on creating what he thinks it was. Now, you may disagree with that, but it's important to see that he had involvement with all of the things we're talking about, the gain of function. I talked about the same point. When Trump declared the Wuhan and all that with China, when he shut down the work, guys, I proved you this at the time. It became a bigger story months later when Republican big talking heads started calling it out when it was no longer as important. But that when he did that, there was like 6 other labs doing the exact same research in China with the U.S. government. Now, he either didn't know that and he was played, which is certainly possible, or he played you, which is also certainly possible. Very important, I think. So we'll see where that ends up in regard to the pardons, but some points to be made nonetheless. Now, of course, we have to talk about this stupid conversation because it is interesting, and I do have things I want to point out, but I want to be very clear. Elon Musk's gesture has to be the least important thing happening in the world right now. And nonetheless, it is taking up all of the air out of the room, which I think is, let me start out this right out of the gate with exactly what I honestly think, my opinion completely, that this was something, there's only one of two ways to look at his Nazi salute or his sending his heart, which I just think is so stupid. He bites his lip and he's like, I'll show it to you. It's like, my heart. It just seems stupid. Like, that seems like a very weird, but maybe he's autistic and he's got Asperger's or whatever you want to say about it. My genuine opinion, and I don't think anybody knows other than Elon Musk, is that there's only one of two things that happened there. Either that was a Nazi salute because he's a Nazi, which I think is just pretty outlandish to believe, certainly possible, especially with the Zionist influence, or it was done for a clear reason. Knowing that it would get passed off by the ADL is just a misunderstanding. Knowing that it would be patched over by the very people that would normally call it a problem. So you could just go on. But guess what it does, though? It causes a whole massive conversation, a breakdown of every minute motion of his arm and how it works out. Seems very familiar, doesn't it? That's how I would guess. Because honestly, look, the action of doing so that gets to get simultaneously cast as look at the problem of Nazis and anti-Semites in this country by a lot of even the same people that support him. At the same time, though, gets to, you get to bolster the Zionist ADL manipulation of what they're fighting, but then also walk it back so you can keep supporting Elon Musk and you can have that relationship and still influence the. That's my opinion, and that's it. You guys can come to your conclusions about it. But let's briefly try to go through this. So first of all, I just thought it was funny to start with something like this. This person says, I'd rather not entrust space travel to a guy who does a Nazi salute. And this guy says, boy, do I have news for you. It's so crazy how little people know about their own history, right? Project Paperclip, anyone? Operation Paperclip? I said, this just struck me at the right moment when I first read that. Boy, do I have news for you. And of course, half the people reading this don't even know what he's talking about. That's, guys, if you don't know the history, our government absorbed all the Nazi scientists, in a large part of which became the actual basis for NASA. Von Braun and the whole thing, that was Nazi science, guys. Now, it doesn't mean that all of it and every one of them are all inherently evil. It could. But the point is, you have to understand that in any circumstance, there's going to be people that just exist underneath that structure. Weird, sort of like we could talk about a Hamas dynamic in Gaza, except in this case, Israel funds Hamas. But anyway, well, actually, that's more accurate than we realize. The point, getting way away from it, is that we know that's the case. And as well as Dr. Ishii and the Japanese scientists doing horrible biological experiments that became the basis for the biological program. So the history lesson, as always, is how often does the good guy aim to stop the things they say are evil, and then instead of snuffing those things out, make them a part of themselves? To me, that's two evil things fighting over what they want to control you with. One of them won. You can decide for yourself. But either way, obviously, this guy doesn't know his own history, because what he's trying to make it out to be is Elon Musk is a Nazi because he made the salute, which is not that crazy when you see it. Now, you'll see it right now. So this is funny. Ian Carroll shared this, and he did it. Here's what I think is hilarious about this. The clip is obvious. He does it once. Now, I think this repeats the first one twice so you can see it. He turns around, does it to the crowd. Then he turns back around and kind of halfway does it and says, sending you my heart. I'll let you watch it. What I think is hilarious is a whole bunch of these people trying to argue you're misunderstanding it weirdly seem to be sent using just a very specifically edited clip that does something different. So first, Ian says, coincidence, and shows this whole back and forth. Elon, I don't, that seems like a stretch to me, just because you called him out on that. Obviously, Elon is, without question, in my opinion, compromised or influenced by Israel or a part of Zionism himself. But that's not the same as saying because you said this, therefore, I don't know why that connects. The point is, this is what he did. No,
my heart goes out to you.
Yeah. Well, okay. So first of all, let me watch this again. I think that might be just cut. Maybe he did it more than once. I didn't watch the actual live broadcast.
Thank you.
Okay, it's the same one. He just slows it down. So the first one is repeated once, a little bit slower. But okay, I mean, this just for fun. I mean, because it's interesting nonetheless. In what world do you slap your chest, bite your lip, and go, like you could literally hear him. You could hear him. He goes like, and like, and then he goes, and like, you know, it's clearly like, I'm not trying to overthink it. I just think it's funny that you're aggressively twice saying, I send you my heart. Seems silly to me. Watch it again. And look, and I'll add one more thing. I mean, again, it's just so you can see it. I mean, what world do you send my heart to you and then go, which is, watch it, look at it. His hand is straight out. Now, see, this is my point. I don't believe he's doing a Nazi salute. I just don't think that makes sense. I mean, in the sense that he's a Nazi. I don't know how you look at that and not think he did that to get a reaction for some reason, whether because of an agenda or just because he wants to troll the left. That's what they all like to talk about, right? That's what it seems like to me. I mean, I really do think it's pretty silly to argue based on that. You just think he's a Nazi. Guys, we're talking about a Nazi party. Like, that's not the same thing as calling him a racist. It seems to be another partisan. That's why I think what we're seeing is some kind of weird manipulation. You can decide for yourself, but I just think it's kind of crazy to see him so aggressively do that and then like point his hand and then do the same. I mean, watch again and we'll leave it there. Look at his hand. Are you really going to tell me that's sending out your heart? That's just as stupid as saying he did a Nazi salute because he's a Nazi, in my opinion. Just giving you my thoughts.
Thank you.
You look at grunt.
My heart goes out to you.
Now, in fairness, he turns around and does it softer. Maybe he realized that he did. He's like, oh, that felt wrong. I don't know. It just seems like such a stupid thing. But I'll tell you, it's sure as hell gotten a lot of attention. Now, I just said, that's just wild. He does it very aggressively for his heart, but I find it really hard to believe that it's something he would do, even if he was a Nazi, right? A genuine Nazi, which I don't think. But damn if that's pretty hard to ignore. What do you think? And it got a lot of engagement. 82 people who want, a lot of people just, it's all over the place, really. People, something he's a Nazi, seems crazy. So here's what he said. And well, first of all, here's what he tweeted in the rabbit hoax shared. The salute hoax, it says, is just another part of the Dirty Tricks campaign. Now, what exactly is a trick here? He did it. So them calling it a Nazi salute, which, by the way, literally is that. You could argue you didn't mean it that way. So what exactly is a trick? You see where this begins to start to look like something very, very meant to cause this conversation. And he goes, in the past, I voted Democrat because they were mostly the kindness party, but they have become the party of division and hate. So I can no longer support them, and I vote Republican, which means it's stupid. That means you have no principles. They're not just the same thing with a different hat, guys. They have stated very different principles. So for you to just jump sides shows you that you're a follower, that you don't have anything that means anything. But just another Dirty Tricks campaign. He goes, now watch their Dirty Tricks campaign against me. That's where that comes from. And he goes, frankly, they need better dirty tricks. He just, good. That works for me. I'll share that. The everyone is Hitler attack is so tired. I agree. Pretty sure nobody said, I shouldn't say that. I'm sure a lot of idiots called him Hitler, but that's not what it's about. Is it strange, right? I mean, he did the thing. He saluted. He put his hands straight out. So anybody's going to look at that and say, well, that looks exactly like a Nazi salute. But an honest person's going to say, it's certainly possible he didn't mean it that way. And yes, I'll get to the examples of other people doing it, because that seems to be all the rage right now. Autism Capital, who's just like this Elon lackey who just loves to be everything he does, because he gets shared up by Elon, says, oh man, the internet's going to love this one. Get ready for the news cycle. Now, it's interesting that you're literally, it's the image itself. It's become important. Now, here's what's funny. This person says, it's the Roman salute. You're right. Legacy media will pretend he didn't cover his heart first, and that's an important factor. Okay. Do you realize where the Nazis got it from, right? Like that's the Roman salute is that's what the Nazis call it. That's what it is. It's the same damn thing. And yes, if you watch a Nazi do it, they do the same thing. And different variations amongst them the same way. In some cases, you find people a little bit out of service salute a little differently, despite that being a pretty intense topic. The point is, this is funny to me, seeing as how it's like, well, you just said the same thing. You just pretend that, no, it's the Roman version. Okay. Does it look exactly the same? So what are you talking about? So Doge designer, always jumping to save him, even though you don't know what he means. You don't know what he thought. You are believing he did it because he said so, right? So an honest person would say, I believe him because he said that. Not that you're wrong. You know it's this and you're wrong. That's the kind of blind partisan fantasy that we have in the partisanship. You're at an Elvis concert, guys. You are screaming because you're throwing his underwear at him while he's on stage. That's the equivalent of what I'm seeing right now. People going, you're wrong, and I know him because he's my best friend. Well, it says the media is misleading you. Elon Musk never did a Nazi salute. Yeah, guys, he literally did. Again, it's debatable in the content or the perception. Maybe he didn't mean that. Maybe he did it because he was throwing his heart to the crowd. If it looks identical to a Nazi salute, well, then he did a Nazi salute. He just didn't mean to do what, you see what I'm saying? It's like, I'm trying to think of an equivalent. I don't know, it doesn't even matter. The point is, if it's the same exact dynamic, then it's open to interpretation, right? So he's lying about that, but this is about them trying to make it about how it's the game because the Democrats are fighting there. Well, that didn't play out though. If the Democrats are all hell-bent on stopping them, then why didn't they do anything to stop them? But it says, watch the full video. He simply gestured and said, thank you. Oh, the full video, is it? Funny how it doesn't look like the full video to me.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is.
That's a bit different, isn't it? Seeing as how you missed the other time he does it before saying that. I mean, guys, that's not by accident. Unless I'm wrong, I don't find that clip anywhere. I think somebody made that clip. Certainly could be a clip from some show somewhere that cut away right at the moment, which is interesting. But that's silly to me. He did it right out in front, did it in the back, came back out and said, standing in my heart. I still am arguing. I don't think he did this because he's a Nazi. But I just think it's pretty silly that these people go so far out of their way to basically lie to you. Don't trust your lying eyes. Silly. Another example. But it's like the whole game. Like when you got friends like Ben Shapiro, who needs enemies, right? But it says Ben Shapiro tagging PBS, who says billionaire Elon Musk gave what appeared to be a fascist salute. Didn't call it a Nazi, it was a fascist salute while making a speech. How is that even? That did appear to be a salute. You could argue he didn't mean it, but I'm not trying to side with corporate media. That's just objectively what we're looking at, and he doesn't like that. So he goes, you stupid effing idiots. And then shows a picture of them standing together. Right, because you being there proves he's not a Nazi, right, moron? Because you're totally not with a Zionist genocidal entity that literally worked with Nazism during the final solution, which is on Wikipedia. These guys are such clowns. And I think I think people like Ben Shapiro are desperate, and same with Alex, by the way, because they're being seen through by their own audiences right now because of logical inconsistencies that a child could see. But don't worry, because they're together, and they're both best friends with Netanyahu, so you're wrong. Yeah, somebody's an effing idiot for sure. Well, guess what? Piers Morgan steps in because now we know for sure, because Piers Morgan knows, right? He's a trustworthy character. Isn't it funny how all these Democrats side, a lot of them are stepping. There's a lot of them that are going, I'm pretty critical of him, but there's no way. Here's what Piers Morgan said. Without having any idea what he actually thinks or what is in Elon's head, he says, Elon Musk was very ill-advised to do this kind of salute to denote his clearly stated, my heart goes out to you sentiment. Well, it was clearly stated after 2 times of doing it first, so that's a bit different. But he goes, he obviously didn't mean it as a Nazi salute, and anyone says he did is being a disingenuous idiot. Okay, part of that I'm saying, I don't think it makes sense to say it's a Nazi salute, but he obviously didn't mean that. See, that's the kind of stupidity you get from partisan media and from corporate media. Oh, you know what he thinks? You know what he feels? He obviously didn't mean that. That's stupid. That's deserving of ridicule. I have no idea what he thinks and feels, but I'm just telling you my opinion, which is that I don't think that makes sense. That's objectivity. But Piers Morgan is on his side, right? Doesn't that make sense? Right? The lefty media empire is totally supporting Elon Musk. Or how about the ADL? The ADL that's partnered with Twitter, with Yacarino World Economic Forum, fighting against the rebel deep state, right, guys? Well, ADL steps in to defend him because that makes sense, right? Now, how often do you see a guy give an identical Nazi salute, whether he meant it or not, on a world stage with a presidency that's being called not racist, basically? A presidency, by the way, that the ADL itself has called racist in the past. Nothing but open opportunity if what they are is what we know they are. They'll take every opportunity, except it says this is a delicate moment. Oh, is it a delicate moment? I love the way this is delicate. What the F is delicate about it? The fact that think about what a weird way to start that is. And it says, it's a new day. And yet so many are on edge. Oh, thank you, ADL. As you've created division and sown chaos and censored Americans, you care that we're on edge. It says our politics are inflamed. Our politics, yeah. And social media only adds to the anxiety. It seems that Elon Musk made an awkward gesture in a moment of enthusiasm. Not a Nazi salute. But again, we appreciate that people are on edge. Oh, so you like that we're on edge? Well, I guess I misread the somber tone that it's a problem, except we love that you're doing that because that works for us. Like they can't even hide who they are when they're trying to pretend that these people are gross across the board, guys. And we already showed you what they are. We just talked about it. He says, we appreciate people on edge. In this moment, all sides should give one another a bit of grace, perhaps even the benefit of the doubt, and take a breath. This is a new beginning. Let's hope for healing and work toward unity in the months and years. You know what? Yes, it's nice words, and I love to believe they mean them, except for the fact that what they just did there is never been afforded to a single person holding a Palestinian flag since the moment they started doing this. Not once. They are actively telling you that all of them are racist. That's the racist cloud they're telling you about. But of course, Elon Musk actually does a salute, not wearing a flag or a kippah that's not Nazi related, even ideologically speaking, but actually doing that, even if he meant it or not. And that's the way they respond. Come on. These people are embarrassing. And that's what I think I want to highlight in all of this. Elon Musk goes, thanks, guys. Don't forget that they're partnered with Twitter. And we just heard him tell you he can alter algorithms. We just saw that happen. They also go on to say, in interesting timing, we unequivocally condemn President Trump. Which is interesting, isn't it? It says, we unequivocally condemn Donald Trump's issuance of 1,500 pardons and commuted sentences for January 6th insurrectionists. Insurrectionists. Isn't that funny? So I'm telling you guys, the whole point from the beginning was that they have always been calling you racist. The very group that you think you're supporting. It's not just January 6ers. They have made their entire time that anyone wearing a red hat, that's labeled on their website. So here we are, where they're telling you that all of those people that were framed by a Zionist, Israeli government, CIA, that's what this was. All right, I'll grab it. Just the one. Because it's the truth, and I think it's transparent. January 6th was always a very clear government operation. The evidence, I think, is undeniable. Overlaps with the Azov movement, with Israel, with the it's very clear. You can decide. Don't just take my word for it. My point, though, is that these people were taken advantage of. And the ADL, who wants to tell you that that wasn't a Nazi salute, who's going to support no matter what, even though they're casting anybody out who even looks funny, at, who sides with Palestine, that these people are extremists. I just hope that shows you something when it comes to the Republicans and let's put it this way, the honest conservatives and what side you think you're on, because they're not on your side. They also then say later in the day, congratulations, Donald Trump and Vance, on your inauguration today. Just want to point it out because they're real happy about it. Now, Q, Anthony Ali says, honestly, and this is ADL's tweet, honestly, I'm not even upset. I'm just glad we never have to talk about the fine contours of anti-Semitism ever again, right? He says, going forward, you can just post this screenshot and tell every Zionist for the foreseeable future to kiss your ASS. The point being is that if you're going to be like, let's just give them grace and give them a benefit of the doubt. Oh, is that what you did for everybody else? Take a breath? No, you guys literally framed innocent people for things that got them fired from their jobs. But of course, when it works for you, see, they're not honest. So his point is, what you're seeing is rank hypocrisy. Greg Soker, you guys know, Anti-Defamation League on Elon Musk, not a Nazi salute. He says, makes sense. Since Zionism and Nazism have historically worked quite well together, both projects have served each other well. Now, I'm going to do a focus on that in a minute. You guys have known, I'll actually include the article we did, but the show. We've talked about it a lot. It's objectively the case. And I mean that in the sense that this is at least what's been reported. And I'll also show you one of the tweets I referenced, just because it includes source material, which you can read about. This is Haaretz. Actually, I forgot that I did. Yeah, dang it. I'll come back to it. I'm going to focus on this in a minute. I have a tweet that I just shared about this. In this article itself, it tells you they worked with the Nazis. They literally aligned themselves with this. And this is what Dan Cohen writes, that Lehi continued, Lehi Party being Zionism. They were seeking to ally with Nazi Germany even after the final solution. There's a quote in the Haaretz article that says, even if it's Germany, as long as we get what we want. Paraphrasing. That's the reality. I did the show right here. Zionism versus Nazism. Israel's connection to extremist ideology. ADL's history of faking Nazi marches. It's contentious because of the lies around this story. Include that for you. So, both projects have served each other right well. That's what I was talking about. And the idea of putting that out to justify its own existence. I had an interview with Dan Cohen about this. Journalist, Jewish person himself, calls out Zionism, the manufactured Israeli plight or Middle East plight, and the Zionism linchpin. Very manufactured. This one too. So this person says, let me get this straight. And this is a person responding saying, as a person with a track record of being critical of Elon Musk, I feel extremely confident asserting this was not a salute. I'm so tired of this. Good. So you think that. And I mean, that's fine. Put out your opinion. But I just don't know why it matters. You're critical or not. Like, that's all an opinion, which seems pretty irrelevant to me because we don't know what's in his mind. But he says, let me get this straight. Zionists told us, saying Palestinian made us Nazis, wearing a kippah made us Nazis, marching for peace made us Nazis, calling for ceasefire made us Nazis, talking about murdering children, Israel murdering children made us Nazis. but are now saying a Nazi salute is just exuberantly throwing his heart to the crowd. It's dumb. That's not even whether he meant it like that or not. It's the way that these people would jump at anything that would be called because Palestinian bad and don't take this. There's no way that would make sense unless this was organized. That's my opinion. Max Blumenthal says Elon and the ADL in a play in 4 acts. This is from September 2023. Musk threatens to sue ADL for billions, blaming U.S. Jewish group for X revenue drop. Okay. Oh, and then they invite him to go to Israel and they fake a whole thing, which remember, that got proven in real time to be fake. There were bullets that were not shot. They were literally bullets in the casings down there. They turned out to be all sorts of fakes. They staged a lot of these things. They showed people. In case that irritates you or makes you offended, that's a provable fact. Even Haaretz broke these things down. But Elon Musk, of course, with his baby version of a bulletproof vest, gets brought out, does the tour, comes back ever changed. At least that's what we're being told. Then he gives a Nazi salute, or whatever you want to call that. ADL comes out and says, give him a break. Interesting. Now, don't forget, on top of it all, Christopher Wray and Jonathan Greenblatt are very, very clear. And same with Comey from the past. Very, very clear that the ADL trains every FBI agent. That's what they say with their own mouth. Doesn't that seem a bit concerning with all that we're talking about? Should.
Almost weekly basis, our team at the ADL Center on Extremism is in touch with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, sharing information and helping the brave, patriotic men and women of the FBI disrupt violence before it happens. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce to you today our friend, our ally, and our partner, the director of the FBI, Christopher Wray.
I want to thank the ADL today for your support in conducting the training that all of our new special agents and intelligence analysts participate in. We've been such great partners in fighting to stamp out the recent uptick in hate crimes in the U.S. Your work reminds our young people what's at stake, why we all, particularly those of us in law enforcement, must aggressively counter anti-Semitic violence everywhere it appears.
ADL works more closely with law enforcement than any other private organization. And the law enforcement agency with which we have worked the longest and the most extensively is the FBI. Since 2000, the FBI has required every new agent to participate in Law Enforcement and Society, LEAS. That's a training program on core values created by ADL and the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum. Mr. Comey reaffirmed the Bureau's commitment to this unique program.
I'll leave it there. It's like another 2-3 minutes. But the point is that that's proudly being stated. I mean, one of these things here and there, you might be able to find a reason, but overlapping with everything we constantly talk about, the infiltration, the Zionist cabinet. I mean, it's alarming to me that there are people who can't at least acknowledge how crazy that is. But of course, if there was any brown person, there was a China discussion, any indication would be stopping record screech, right? The whole thing stops. The evidence around this is so wildly clear. So going forward, I wanted to at least play one. This is just on top of all of it as we, I think that was there. I'll put that at the end. I'll come back to it. This is just this weird clip that I just want to share since we're talking about things that I find to be largely unimportant to the larger conversation. Before we get to it, I think it's relevant that we see people in the community. This is Haaretz, whether it's Israeli, Jewish communities, the overlap of both, which is funny because realize there are more than Jewish people that live in Israel, by the way, which is just funny how that never gets discussed. Here's Haaretz. Is George Soros behind your awkward salute too? They got him right there. Think about that. They're constantly talking about how George Soros is, playing this, basically trying to hide a lot of things he does that I argue as well would be considered racist or bigoted because they argue it's some kind of, which I'm not even for a second dismissing the idea of the weaponized aspect of it. But what's hilarious is that this, they have a right to call it out. So it's funny how the ADL is going, give him a pass. And you got this Israeli organization saying that's a problem. Here is Torah Judaism. This is an Orthodox Jewish organization that's saying, is that a Nazi salute, Elon Musk? Interesting. Take it for what you will. The Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention is horrified, they say, to see issuing a red flag alert for the United States of America on the very first day of the second term of Trump's. I mean, this is not meant to be taken as a joke. The Lemkin Institute for Genocide Prevention is, as I can tell, very serious. They pointed this out during the ongoingly so, but in the genocide in Gaza. And so they're simply saying that it's considered a red flag to see that kind of a gesture from a powerful government. I mean, that's as much as this is being buried in partisan nonsense, that's not something to be ignored. But I would say watch as it goes forward. Whether or not they do a stupid salute, watch for examples of authoritarianism but all they're saying is that's a red flag. It says, however, Elon Musk's clear use of the Nazi salute twice during a speech has given us no other choice. The use of the anti-Semitic genocidal signal by the world's most powerful man who has engaged in racism and anti-Semitism in the past cannot be taken lightly or written off as a mistake. Now, again, I already went through my points. You know my opinion. I still think it's relevant that they think that way. Let's not also ignore the possibility that there's political interests guiding that. No matter where it is in the world, that's always possible. Here's another one. I thought they're worthy including. I mean, just because people want to talk about it. This guy's saying, he's a journalist, a writer. He's saying, I studied the Nazis at university. I taught the history of Nazi Germany on 2 continents and wrote for major newspapers about Nazi Germany. And I am the internet famous for fact-checking people on history, ideology. And he says, this was a Nazi salute. So again, it's like, I know it looks that, my point is, you don't know what he thought when he did it. So that's the only thing that matters to me is that these are people that are saying, based on the metrics and where his arm was, well, yeah, I agree. I think anybody with a brain can see that. It was exactly what you would think. So it comes down to what he actually meant. So no one else will know that. So you're going to get partisan division. But here's what gets even more interesting. Elon Musk, of course, lives with TikTok, jumping in to defend Elon because that's what they're paid for. Says, can somebody direct me to the articles where the media expressed outrage over this? Well, somewhat a fair point until you look into them and realize that basically every single one of those examples, I'll show you, were not this. Right? Now, love, someone's going to crop that out, right? I guarantee that'll happen. The point, though, is it was just like I'm on the microphone and I'm like, which, who knows? Same point. Maybe they meant that as raising your arm or like raising the volume or taking the volume down. Or maybe they meant it as a Nazi salute. The point is, obviously, that doesn't make much sense to just jump to conclusions. But what's interesting is you have a better example of somebody with the heart part and the whole overlap first that gets dismissed, but then you've got go out of your way to find examples of people, and I'll show you right now. It's funny, I'm thinking about that. I guarantee someone's going to do that. This right here. So here is Obama, first of all. So just do yourself a favor and do your own due diligence, especially if you think, some partisan, some manipulator. Question everything. My point, though, is that I'm no supporter of Obama. I was holding him. I was criticizing him like crazy during his administration, like all the rest of them, because I don't trust any of them. My point, though, is that I've never seen Obama do an actual Nazi salute. I've seen him raise his hand like that plenty of times. He does it all the time when he's talking. So my point is, if we're going to make out one versus the other, and you're going to say they're not equivalent. They're just not. They're not the same thing. And you can see as he's talking, he does that a lot. This is the same area. He's raising his hand. He's talking about it. Maybe he's a Nazi. I would put just as much consideration to it as I did with Elon Musk, except that Elon's was identical with the Nazi salute. Same with Clinton. Are we really going to pretend that's her not making a point about, or like this? This is one of the ones where they say the Hillary salute. Well, watch it. What is she doing? She's holding the microphone. She's trying to say, quiet, hold on. I hate Hillary Clinton. I think she's an absolute monster, but I can still be honest enough to recognize that or this as her talking to Congress and holding it. Come on, guys. Are we really just that simple that somebody can break down a bunch of hands in the air clips? That's how easily people get played. So when we have him doing it and all of a sudden all you do is show a bunch of other examples of people doing something similar, but not slapping their heart in the chest, doing it twice in a row and turning around, you get my point. It's just so lazy. I'm increasingly getting so impatient and tired with the same childish nonsense from all of these same people. If you want to make it out to be they could be Nazis, then good. I can back that. Maybe they're both Nazis. But if you want to pretend one is more than the other because you don't, obviously the one who did the more clear, I don't think either of them are. But see, only one side can be honest about that. That's the side that does not have a partisan investment. Kills me. Now, this one I just think is weird. Just because we're talking about meaningless stories right now. This is, you want my opinion? I think he's on drugs. He does love ketamine, he says.
The Bible that was given to her husband by his mother, and the one that was used by the Bible that was given to her husband by his mother.
I mean, how else do you explain that, guys? That is just weird. Or he's a lizard man. You guys can decide for yourself. I mean, God, that's weird. I just think it's weird. This person, I think a lot of these people are it's similar. It's like we've talked about before. You got a lot of people that are gaining a lot of power that I don't think are necessarily earning that power. And I kind of think that's where we are with a lot of the stuff we're seeing today. I don't think these people are really the ones calling shots. I think that's becoming a more and more popular opinion. But isn't that weird? That's a creepy image we see right there. Now, Disclose TV, just in, Senate confirms Marco Rubio as Secretary of State in 99-0 votes. And as somebody points out here, it's a squirrel, Bernie Sanders voted to confirm genocidal Zionist neocon warmonger Marco Rubio. That lines up with Bernie Sanders' fake rhetoric, doesn't it? The point is 99-0. Okay. Let's not pretend for 1 second that we don't have just one government here, guys. It's quite obvious that this is about a long-term plan. And I'm just so tired of trying to, now, I don't even know if everyone in that room knows that, but they all have their influences, their strings, their APAC guy. They're being controlled. Let's just stop mincing words about this. Marco Rubio is not unanimously supported by anybody, but apparently the U.S. government, who, in other words, pretends that he's in all the other partisan games. This gets really embarrassing. So this is Huckabee. This is one of the other, he's supposed to be the ambassador to Israel, if you can believe that, which is exactly what I said would be the case. This is a person who's a rabid Zionist, prophetic and otherwise, who is going to argue the lies about Israel in regard to an ambassador to Israel. So you're not going to be fighting for anything other than Israeli interests as an American ambassador. But as Patrick says, huge fail by Trump here, which I don't think it was. I think it was deliberate. His new ambassador to Israel, Huckabee, apparently has the brain of an 11-year-old. Lacks even high school level knowledge, history, and geography of Israel and Palestine, or is being paid or influenced or controlled or blackmailed to literally say the classic not Israeli Zionist lies about Israel. The lie. Every one of them. He says, we have to admit, I'll play it. He says on Fox host, Fox host, this guy, what's his name? Brian Kilmeade is meant to a historian, yet is meant to be, but doesn't push back on any of it. Why? Because it's all pro-Israel. That's my opinion, but I think it's pretty transparent. Listen to this, and I'm going to try my best not to stop it.
Do you believe that President Trump believes, and you do believe, that the two-state solution is the future?
No. I think we have to recognize there was a Palestinian state. It was called Gaza. Look how that turned out. You can't have a Palestinian state on top of the Israeli state if the Palestinians continue to believe that Israel shouldn't exist. Because the Palestinians don't believe in a two-state solution. They believe in a one-state solution, and their solution, and Israel disappears. That's no solution whatsoever. Israel has a right to its autonomous, indigenous homeland that they've had for 3,500 years since the days of Abraham.
My God. You see, there's your prophecy. There is your Israeli extremist prophetic view coming through 3,500 years ago. You know how easily you can prove that's not true? Like in the context of all that this, at the very least, first of all, historically, that's simply a lie. Secondarily, you can very clearly prove well before 1948 that was not the case. So if we're going to start saying 3,500 years ago I was there, you have to move, then this is a pretty ridiculous place. But that's not the game. We know this is a lie. We also know this guy is either this stupid or is deliberately lying for Israeli interests at the expense of both Americans and Palestinians. But I don't think he cares. They had a Palestinian state. Like, is any child in the room unaware that that was an occupied territory, according to the United Nations, to this very moment, that they controlled the water, the air, the telecommunications? Yes, despite the screaming Israeli lies, like everything else we've heard. We know that's the case. So he either doesn't know that, which is terrifying, or he's lying, which is pretty common in the Israeli influence government we have. This is supposed to be the ambassador to Israel. Do you think he's going to pull back on the genocide or Trump if you're putting this person in place? Greg says, unbelievable. The Foggy Bottom folks, it seems, have not schooled the new ambassador well on his gig, or more likely he didn't bother reading the briefing memo. It says, what Goth once said, there is nothing more frightening than active ignorance. Mr. Huckabee is a poster boy. Well said. Sad. Now, Ashfran Ratsani from Going Underground points out Israel's Knesset has approved a bill criminalizing denial of Israel's version of events on October 7th. So you see where this is coming from. You're not allowed to talk about the history anymore. This, guys, you have to realize we've done entire shows about this. Even Times of Israel and Haaretz have written about it. Israel has a censor on its history. You're not allowed to write about these things. You're not allowed to, you know why? Because it's stated in the law, because it will show people what they've done. It hurts them to show you that they murdered and raped and pillaged and still have to this day. Now, same point. Now you're going to make it illegal to talk about what they just did, because we all know, and they know we know, and it's going to be another forceful effort over the next 20 years to bury this under the threats of anti-Semitism. And if it works like last time, it'll happen. But I don't think they can. I don't think they can put this away anymore. But here we are. It says those who break this law could face 5 years in prison. What is Israel's version of events? It says that the militia of an open-air concentration camp with nothing but light arms caused this level of destruction on October 7th. We know that's not true. Even Haaretz proved this. These are cars that they moved to the side after they bombed them with Apache helicopters, many of which were full of hostages that they then covered up. That's a factual story. Again, covered even by Israeli media. I don't even know why I need to preface that anymore. I think the people that are pushing back on this already know that they're lying. But it says, oh, it's right here. Thanks to the brave reporting from the independent media in the West and some Israeli journalists, we know that Israel implemented the Hannibal Directive, and that was ordered. That's not a looks like. It was ordered and has now been confirmed to have been ordered, which means they killed their own people to stop them from being used against them as hostages. Where Israeli helicopter gunships unloaded their bullets and rockets on anything that moved in a mass application of the directive to prevent Israelis from being taken hostage by Hamas, who would then be used against them. Now, to be clear, it's not just about maybe hitting them with the cars. They knowingly killed hostages. That has been reported in the house that they burned down by Yasmin Porat, by hostages they killed in the middle of Gaza, point blank murder twice in a row, 15 minutes later. All this has been covered. It says the now debunked mass rape claims are also now enshrined in law, meaning questioning these debunked claims or even saying they have not been debunked could land you in prison in Israel. That is what your government supports. That's what Trump supports. That's what his entire Zionist cabinet blindly supports at your expense. Get ready for your future. Now, in the ceasefire, if you haven't already paid attention, we talked about this from the beginning. This was on the 15th of January. The title, Trump's missing ethics pledges, which matters with everything we just discussed, but the new ceasefire agreement Israel already plans to break. Now, we knew this because it was reported by their own media and people in their own Knesset that were saying, we're going to do that by the second phase. Well, guess what? They broke it immediately. Day one, they shot a child, more than one. Nobody cared. Just like they didn't care in Lebanon, because the game is to pretend like because this is important to whatever government you think you have in this country. Certainly does not appear to be a United States government, is clearly in line with allowing that to continue. Sadly enough, that appears to be the case. I followed up on the 18th. Trump's rebel narrative completely collapses, and the secret sabotage deal behind the Gaza ceasefire. And of course, Robert covered on the 16th the Gaza ceasefire, a U.S.-Israel defeat, or another trick. Make sure you check up on it. He's writing an article now, by the way. And I'll give a shout out to Off Guardian, who is a part of the Independent Media Alliance. And they were right. They says we called it Israel-Gaza ceasefire. And this is Kit Knightley simply highlighting what they predicted in their kind of prediction for 2025. And one of them, the incoming Trump administration will be trying to score peacemaker points with a deal in Ukraine that could extend to the Israel-Gaza too. A negotiated release of all hostages is also possible. My point, though, is that ultimately has led to a complete and obvious violation of what this was supposed to be at the expense. So trying to score peacemaker points and not even accomplishing anything. I think that's what we are seeing across the board. Now, Ryan Rasbiani points out, same point we keep talking about. Like, I don't care if this went as a forever ceasefire. I mean, I do, but my point is, in this point, where are they supposed to go? 30,000 orphans. 30,000. That's 30,000. What do they return to? Who do they return to? 30,000 children, some of which are in their toddlers. They don't have a house. That's gone. Gaza is gone. They don't even have a family to go back to. So when you have people out there that are literally, outside from the aid we'll get to in a second, before this, who are still, it takes more than one massive insurgent of rush of food to stop starvation, famine especially. My point, though, is that you have people that are struggling in that way, who are being let back in. They have no homes to go back to. They don't know what to do. They're saying that. What do you think? That you think everyone hopefully will do their best to take care of some of these children? These kids are going to die. There's nothing they can do unless we do something to stop this from continuing. Candace Owens showing other images we showed for the title today. This person, she highlights this one, which is I don't think this one's from recently. It says Gaza, unreal, absolutely unreal what humanity is allowing to happen here. It's crazy. And he simply goes, and some people, because of the algorithmic manipulation, never see this stuff. 4.6 million views just on his because she shared it. But the point is, he goes, is this even a real photo? Like, how is it possible that you haven't seen these things by now? The point is, there's people online that look, that still just don't see it, or that don't ever see our tweets ever again unless it's supposed to. And she goes, yeah, here's 3 more. It was not a military response. This was a planned annihilation. Netanyahu was caught on camera before October 7th, spelling out his plans for the Palestinians. Samira points out footage of skulls and decomposed rib cages and femurs and feet are now coming out of Gaza. Make no mistake why Israel isn't allowing international journalists to enter. It has nothing to do with security. Decentered News points out what Trump had to say. I told you so, it just doesn't seem to cut it.
Are you, Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of this deal?
I'm not confident. That's not our war. It's their war. But
I'm not confident. It's not our war. It's our war. It makes me sick. The smug disregard for everything that we're going to stop it on day 1 is what you told everybody. Now it's the smug, it's not even mine. I don't know. I mean, really? If you don't, look, it's always one more thing for me, but to me, it's like right there. How do you not see this bought off player? You're gonna, what about Ross? How about what happened there? Oh, these promises, not even a nod to why it didn't happen. It's not our thing. Yeah, it is though. It literally is a U.S. government war. But you see, you guys love to pretend like this is different. This is the Republican side. So no, you're still the government, even as much as you pretend you're 2 separate sides, which I don't even agree with that. Even though you're still part of the U.S. government. Yes, this is your war. Yes, there are still people involved. There are military people on the ground right now. And you're going to pretend it's not your war? Americans are fighting on the side of Israel right now. A 3-star general has been on the ground from the beginning. He knows all of this, or he's terrifyingly uninformed, but it's not our war. Yeah, you've been funding them. You've been arming them. You've been stopping aid. God, it makes me so angry. Everybody can't see how cowardly that is.
Mr. President, that you can keep the ceasefire in Gaza and conclude the 3 phases of this deal.
I'm not confident. That's not our war. It's their war. But I'm not confident. But I think they're very weakened on the other side.
It's because he knows he's already let Netanyahu continue. So that's not my thing. I don't know. Talk about something else. Let them do what we let them do. Genocide continuing.
Do you support the 2-state?
Gaza, boy, I looked at a picture of Gaza. Gaza is like a massive demolition site. That place is, it's really got to be rebuilt in a different way.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like a demolition, almost like a land grab and reimagining it. Funny, you know what group has been screaming about that in every single story we've seen up until this one that suddenly there's no comment? Yeah, you damn well know who I'm talking about. All the different stories, I wouldn't dismiss any of them. But funny how the group that can't stop making that argument doesn't call it out here. What about the smart city dynamic? Isn't that what they already told us they would do in Gaza? Yes, they've already shown you the plan. Amazing how he can endorse something like that, or every other aspect of the Great Reset or the North American Union, and we still pretend like we're on track to fight the deep state.
Do you plan to help rebuilding Gaza?
I might. You know, Gaza's interesting. It's a phenomenal location.
Yeah, just like Jared Kushner told us. Lots of beachfront property as soon as we get all these bad guys out of the way, right? Meaning all Palestinians, which is what they're telling you. It's destroyed. It's gone. It's flattened. So, I guess we got to do something, right? We can't just do nothing. We got to step in and help, which means get them all out of the way. We got to give them somewhere to go. They don't want to leave. I'm telling you, right now, there are people together on the streets with nowhere to go going, we won. We have nothing left. Our houses are gone, but we won because the world was fighting us and we're still here. I'm telling you guys, this is not going away. They're going to keep genociding these people because they are the most resilient people on the planet, as far as I can tell. And they're going to keep fighting. But he wants you to kind of blithely dismiss this like it's never going to go anywhere. It's their thing. Don't worry about it.
On the sea, the best weather, you know, everything's good. It's like...
Oh my God, he just said that. Everything's good. You know, other than starving to death and your children dying of disease and having their arms blown off. All good, though, because, you know, the weather's nice. Unless it's raining and you have a tent that's 500 degrees inside. This guy puts his foot in his mouth so often when he's actually on the cuff, off the cuff.
Some beautiful things could be done with it, but that's very interesting. But some fantastic things could be done with Gaza.
God. The future in governance for the...
Why do we think we have any say in what happened? Aren't we being told that's their place? Palestinians, like, didn't they just tell us they had a state? That was Gaza. Why do you think you have any right to tell? Oh, that's right, because they don't have an insight or a say on what happens in their supposed country and never have. Because Hamas. Oh, you mean the Hamas that Israel's funded the whole time? Oops. Yeah, that's how cartoonishly obvious this has always been. Glad people are finally paying attention, but funny how it's still not stopping.
Well, it depends. I can't imagine you could have, well, you certainly can't have the people that were there. Most of them are dead.
Great. So we killed them all. So now we got to get the rest out of the way. That was pretty obvious. Anybody confused? Beachfront property, no big deal, not my war. Oh, but we got to get him out of the way. Most of them are dead, though. But let's get him out of the way. The blithe way he talks about that, it actually makes me, like, I can't even put it into words. It's sad. It's like a letdown, even though I know he's not. It's crazy. This is just, you know, it's like, even though I know these people, I believe I know what they are, I still had hope, like I told you, because it was real, that maybe he would do the right thing. Why wouldn't I want that? But my God, everybody should be outraged about that, no matter what side you're on. You're talking about human lives. You're talking about an entire society that is gone because U.S. government allowed it to happen. And now you're just going to take advantage of that? Yeah, we'll rebuild. I mean, he just told you they're going to move them. And that's what he already said before. It's in the thread I've been sharing every time. In that thread, he tells you we're going to make it illegal for there to be refugee camps in these areas. That's what all of it is. So when you do that, suddenly what you're saying is Gazans who have been displaced are not allowed to have a refugee place in the place they were displaced from. So we're going to move you out here to Egypt or to wherever else. That's what's happening unless you or I do something about it. And I'm never calling for violence. Here's what Decentered News says. Just framing what he said in the tweet, and then adds that now these settlers have set their sights on a new prize, one that seems utterly impossible before October 7th, returning to Gaza. This is, again, if you haven't seen this by now, they've had conferences, Ben Gvir, and they're dancing, and they have outlined, they've got names in Hebrew for what each one of these places are going to be called. They're doing the same thing in Lebanon. They're already doing it in Syria. That's how public it is. They have conferences about it. International. These are people coming from New York, and they're selling land in Gaza in New York City. Only to Jews, by the way, because that's totally not racist. I've shown you 3 different times, but we still can't have an honest conversation about this. Why? Because people like me are censored. And then he can give an actual Nazi salute. It's no big deal. But I'm apparently racist for pointing out the genocide. God, the world is so crazy. But don't worry, though, because Benjamin Netanyahu has made it very clear, emphasized that the ceasefire is temporary. I mean, right on, and this was on the 18th. We already talked about this, but he was telling you if you just listened. And we talked about this as it continued on the 17th. Benjamin Netanyahu saying we received unequivocal guarantees from the United States that that what they said on this is if the negotiations fail. My point, though, is that Netanyahu in other interviews and also others from the Knesset were saying, not if, saying when the second phase, we have the authority to break it and the U.S. will back us. That's how they're reading that. And I said, this was always the plan, as even Israeli media covered days ago. And I covered that. I think I might have it up here, but I covered in the last two shows. Both Haaretz and Ynet News reported that they were told they could break the deal. It says it was reported that Trump agreed to let Netanyahu break the deal and blame Hamas, and Trump will back Israel. That was the agreement. And that Netanyahu's allowed to, guess what, fully annex the West Bank, which was, again, what Mary Madelson requested for the money he gave her. This is like as tight as a bow, guys. It's obvious what's happening. It's a whether you want to see it or not. Now, this is on the 20th. Okay, so just so you're clear about this, from the moment this thing started, they were already violating the ceasefire. And I already showed you examples. So from the 20th forward, Ahmed says, this afternoon, near Alawad Square in central Rafah, the occupation army shot and killed a 15-year-old. His name was Zakaria Barbaka, as he rode for his donkey. When another man tried to drag him away, they opened fire on him too, in a blatant violation of the ceasefire agreement. Here's just one of many examples. This is public. Now you can see the kid, sadly enough, who did die, who had red striped on his pants. Makes me sick. Okay. Here is that child, unfortunately. And I said, surprise, surprise. And this was on the 20th as well. Israel's already repeatedly violated the ceasefire, just as in Lebanon, as Craig Murray has been reporting from day one, guys, proving it on video. No one cares. And we're not even 24 hours in. And this is multiple times, mind you. So this is not the first one. My point is I already shared these. And you can tell that this was for not some tit for tat example, which with the argument being that they always went, oh, he threw a rock or he shot at us, which like a rock should matter for that. But that's not what happened here. You can prove it. It says, as no Israeli or U.S. government reports even mention that there was some kind of provocation. They just ignore it. Just your typical Zionist murder. It's just sick, guys. I'll save you some of the worst. The point is just to make, you can see, they pick him up and they carry him over. The point is, you can see the kid's face, okay? This is him. He survived the equivalent of 4 atomic bombs over the course of 15 months of genocide. Can you imagine the suffering he must have gone through for 15 months, starving every night, watching his family killed in front of him, only to be intentionally targeted and killed by an Israeli terrorist soldier on the first day of this, quote, ceasefire. The media won't even report it. But if an Israeli died, of course, they would be justifying more bombing. It's really sad. Now here, I have to realize that I think there's more to this. Let's realize they're using artificial intelligence. They're using specific Hobsora and Lavender programs with Palantir, by the way, to ultimately decide who to kill and so on. So my point is, I'm convinced that they killed this child because they know everything else they've done. He's a liability. He's a child that can leave and say, they killed my family. I've watched all this for 15 months. Now we can't. If you don't understand by now that that's what they're doing, then you're just not paying attention. Jeremy Scahill points out, Israeli forces have shot eight Palestinian civilians in Rafah just on the 20th. And this was only as of 1:17 p.m. Separately this morning, 1 person was killed and 3 others injured by an explosion of an object left behind by the IDF. Exactly like I promised you would happen. And I'm so damn angry that I'm even right about that. I hate predicting these horrible things and having them come to pass. What did I tell you? I'm worried they're going to leave things behind for them to pick up and kill. And that's exactly what happens. It's not that hard to understand. It's because when you understand what you're dealing with, these people are dark. And that's not every Israeli or every Jew. I'll say it every time. But we're talking about Zionist people who have clearly they're posting themselves online, guys. They enjoy what they're doing. Haaretz has written articles where they're laughing or they're telling you what they've done. These people are sinister. And so they said, let's place this bomb out, something that we won't even see happen, just so we can make them suffer a little bit longer. That's what Trump and Biden and the rest of them support. Footage from southern Gaza today shows a man attempting to avoid Israeli gunfire while trying to retrieve the body of his 15-year-old executed by snipers, which we just showed you. Scahill adds to that, saying Israel is continuing to shoot and kill Palestinians in Gaza. Imagine the reaction if Qassim brigades ambushed Israeli forces. Like actual, but forces, not civilians. Israel has made it very clear it does not respect this agreement. You tell me, have you heard a single word about this from any of the platforms even pretending to criticize Israel? Because some of them were doing things that were like, good, they called it out. Politico said, look, they've killed more than they said. Where are they now? You have to see that as opportunism, guys. They're not calling this out because they know they can't. That's how I think. But what do you think? They're not calling it out, period. That's an obvious fact. Muhammad Shihada points out, and this is in the aid part of it, right? So now the deal is going forward. We'll get to the point that they've released so many, and I've already scooped up, I think, 60 or more from the West Bank that we can prove, which is just what they do every single time, guys. This is a game of numbers for them. It's about ending Palestinians. But the aid aspect is it's kind of a moment of glaring awareness that they, I think, I don't even know why they allowed it to go in this case, seeing as how they've stopped it every other time, and they're still killing people. But here's what's interesting. Muhammad Shihada says, remember when Israel kept denying using starvation as a weapon of war? Even though we all know it, it's obvious. On January 16th, Israel allowed only 6 trucks in, which is backed up by the UN. And the only thing you get from screaming liars online is that Hamas takes it all. That's not even the point. It's not about, it's only 6 were allowed in. Hamas is not on the other side of that checkpoint, moron. But they don't care. My point is, it's obvious that they have been withholding aid. Everybody from the United Nations to human rights groups to regular, everyone's pointed this out. People on the ground can see them stopping it. So it's obvious. But then, as of yesterday, so the 20th, when this started, 915 went in, according to Reuters. 915. They could have let in that many trucks any day for 15 months. They weaponized food as a bargaining chip and then are okay proving it. Because you know what? They feel they've got a control in the situation when it comes to the media and your governments. And frankly, it seems to be the case. But they have lost control of your opinion. And I think that matters more. Because they only do that in the interest of controlling your opinion. Now they've lost your opinion. So I don't know how much more they can lie through these things that you don't trust anymore to gain that opinion back. UN says 915 aid trucks have entered. Now here's what's more interesting about that on top of that. The UN has also publicly reported that there's been no looting whatsoever. So explain this to me. Hamas is still there. They've admitted that. In fact, doesn't even seem they put a dent in them. So why aren't they looting at all? So there's only one or two ways to look at this. Either they were never looting, which I think is obvious, and Israel was doing all they were doing, or Hamas was looting, and now they're respecting the agreement? You want to make sense of that one for me? You want to line up why they would respect the ceasefire if the dangerous terrorist group doesn't care about anybody, but they respect the ceasefire, though. For the people that you tell us they don't care about? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense if you have a brain. So obviously, there's pretty much one observation here. Israel's been holding back aid, as we all know anyway, and now they let some in. It's simple, guys. Your governments don't care about any of this. Dan Cohen points out another example of this, and one of the ones that hasn't popped up yet, which I guarantee will eventually flesh out, is the lie, or rather just the way they've been using the Bibas family. And you know more than any, I've been really pointing it out for a long time. And honestly, my only point is that he said that. Certainly could be that he was forced to say it, but every other example, they've come out and been backed up by what they said before and still say it. So the point, if you don't know, is that the Bibas father was on record saying that IDF bombs killed his family, and it's sad. He's crying. Those are the 2 redheaded children. And they know that. They know it was reported, and they still to this day, there's like a major focused campaign more than anything else just about them. Why? Because they knew it would be the claim that they took our babies, even though 99% were IDF members and they were POWs detainees. And yes, taking that baby was a crime, and they should be held accountable for it. Doesn't invalidate the act of armed resistance that's international law. The point is, what else do we hear? They raped. They're all pregnant and they're all raped. Yeah, how many? Zero. Not a single example. But yeah, well, now we're going to see for sure, right? Because they've been holding back the bad ones. The Israeli government, the media claimed Israeli captives were being raped and impregnated in order to stimulate more support for carpet bombing Gaza, further imperiling the lives of the captives that they claim to care about. This will be a case study for future generations in how genocidal propaganda works. 2024 July. Chilling document reveals preparing for horrifying scenarios of pregnancies. Right, knowing this was coming. Hyping it up. Israel prepares for female hostages. Pregnant report. Welfare ministry prepares for return of sexually abused, kidnapped women. The treatment of pregnancy by rape. Guess what? Zero. I'll show you more examples. The point is, every single one of them, save for the one, I forget her name now, the skinnier one with the longer brown hair, who also, remember, she came out, they treated me very well. They were very kind. That's what she said on record and backed that up for months until weirdly, after a period of time, she suddenly started singing a different tune. Now, with all the lies we've seen, the pressure, I think we all know what happened there, but that you can decide for yourself. Everybody else has continued to say that they were treated well, that they took them shopping. I mean, guys, it's crazy. And same to this very day. Everyone that's come out has been smiling, has been nourished. Very different than what we're seeing from the Israeli torture prisons, which is what they actually are. Look at that. And these are some of the most benign, I mean, I hate to even call it benign, but like in regard to what we've seen, my God, these guys, see, I don't even want to say it because it's like, that's not even, what they went through, I can't even imagine. My point was to compare, like they got the easy treatment. It's like, you can't even say that. These people were probably raped and tortured and starved. Who even knows? The point is that what you can see compared to some of the ones we've seen, like some of these other people are horrifying. Like open, gaping wounds in their legs, like 3 or 4 of them, like where they're like burning holes in their legs. Like it's crazy. So my point is, you've seen that. These are some of the women that were released today. Laughing, smiling. Yeah, and they're happily so. They're going home, but aren't these ones going home too? It's crazy. Now, this isn't from today necessarily. It's just some of the hostages that Israel's holding without charge. Here's another one. That's what we're going to show. This is another one of the children. Now, just so it's clear, all they're releasing so far is women and children from Israeli prisons, most of which are not even held charged with a crime. That's what even corporate's being forced to engage with, which is why mostly you're getting a blackout. But this is Ryan Rosbiani saying this was just one of hundreds of minors that Israel has detained. Watch as he embraces his parents. It's heartbreaking. Look at that kid. Imagine being in a prison for years without your family, being tortured, raped. You know, you're finally coming out and seeing. Now, I don't know exactly what happened to him, but he's crying. He finally gets home to his father. For all we know, he threw a rock or was in the wrong place at the wrong time. My point is they never even charged him with a crime. That's detained. That's administrative detention. That is, well, I'll play the clip in a second. They're the only place in the world that has a military process for children because they see them as exactly what you already know. Mohammed Shihada points out this kid here. Israel wants you to believe this kid is a mass murderer, terrorist, rapist, genocidal maniac, barbaric monster. Anything but a hostage. Only their uniformed IDF soldiers are hostages. Every year, the IDF kidnaps 500 to 700 Palestinian children, locks them without charge or trial, and this is all easily backed up by international rights groups. It says, or try them in a kangaroo military court with a conviction rate of, which is true. In fact, I thought it was more than that. They say 99.74%. I'm not trying to make a joke. I thought it was like 99.9%. It says the conviction rate for Israeli settlers, 1.8%. Have a good time comparing the evidence of the convictions or not. It'll make you sick. Like this kid here, Tariq, an American Palestinian child, whom the IDF kidnapped, beat unconscious, detained, and fined for a crime of being Palestinian. Did you miss the American part? Funny how all of the people like Brian Mass and Tom Cotton and can't stop screaming about Americans. Or how about Stefanik? For all we know, she's still saying 456 days. That's all she did for almost 500 days was tweet about only Israeli Palestinian detainees. Or excuse me, Israeli detainees. This is an American Palestinian There are also just Americans, by the way, who are still trapped in Gaza. None of your American politicians seem to care about them. I'd love for you to work that one out. Yet another child getting the treatment of the IDF. Here's another child. Now, this one I don't believe has been let out yet. And we've talked about her already. This is a story that came out. 8-year-old girl from Gaza. Her name was Doa Talat. She was kidnapped in Rafah last August, and they even admitted, they said they were just trying to help her or whatever. They said they were taking her safety. Well, she's never heard from again. And we know what happens in this, and we know what they think about Palestinians. It says by some IDF soldiers from the 432nd Tezar Battalion, not one of the good ones. There she is in a photo. The picture was first posted by the IDF. They posted this on their own accounts, along with their torture and killing and dancing in people's underwear. So worrisome. No one's ever seen her again. Here's the full story down here. Here is a clip I played before, but it's important to hear this. This is Jewish American writer Phyllis Bennis. Only country in the world with a military juvenile detention system.
Is the only country in the world that has a military juvenile detention system for children as young as 12. Take 2 kids who live in the West Bank. They're both, say, 12 years old, and they've both been kind of naughty, and they've been throwing stones. An Israeli kid who would be arrested the way our juvenile justice system is supposed to work. The kid gets arrested, he's taken to a juvenile court with his parents being present. A lawyer is always present whenever he's questioned. The other kid's a Palestinian kid whose family has lived in the neighboring village for 10, 15, 20 generations. And he's doing the same thing. What happens to him? They arrest him at 2 o'clock in the morning. Parents are not told where he's being taken. He's taken inside Israel, out of the West Bank, again in violation of international law.
Right.
Interrogated in Hebrew, no lawyer, and they are brought to court in a military justice system. So you have 2 12-year-olds doing the same thing and 2 entirely different systems affecting them.
That's called apartheid, guys. That's a racist system of segregation. There's no way around this. Everything you know that matters has documented that. Wild. Now, Drop Site News also points out, in regard to other than children, another woman who is an activist. 61-year-old Khalida Jarrar is the highest profile Palestinian captive to be freed as part of the ceasefire deal on Sunday. An activist and a lawmaker in the Palestinian Legislative Council for Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which they've named a terrorist organization, which is one of the many that are not. So, I mean, look, if you want to start making an argument that because people act out in violence, that makes, I mean, you want to look at what the Israeli government's doing right now and you want to start splitting hairs about what terrorism is. The reality being is that these people have been suppressed and attacked. And the idea is that there are people that do act out in violence. You can call it terrorism if you want, but let's be objective. Let's be consistent about what we call that and recognize all the other terrorism happening in the world right now that we don't want to call that. My point's only saying that because you could argue that maybe she, in any context, that people make the decision to act in a way that they feel that's all they have left. That's the definition of what people are dealing with when they're being stepped on. Or in some cases, the legal reaction, the armed resistance that's enshrined in international law in the Fort Geneva Convention, which means if you're occupied, you have the right to fight back, whether or not they're fighting you. So think about that. But she spent more than 6 years in prison over the course of 5 separate imprisonments in the past decade, most of which were under administrative detention, which means without charge. So if they were such a criminal, why wouldn't they charge her with a crime? For the last 6 months, she endured solitary confinement because, you know, what's going on? So we hate you, but that's it. In a 2x15 meter cell. Here's what she looked like when she went in. Here's what she looks like now. You know, like literally turning your hair white. Now, clearly, you could argue that over 6 years, she just grew older. She is 61, but we've seen this already. We've seen people go in their 30s, come out with white hair. Okay, it's about stress. It's about a lot of things. It's about fear, nonstop, constant cortisol flow. That's what we're talking about. So these people, you want to listen to them. They've suffered, but we don't hear about this, do we? Assad Abu Khalil. Wait, I thought this was Abu Khalil. Maybe I'm saying his name wrong. I hope not. Assad Abu Khalil reports that even the New York Times admits that she did not, and it says, well, and he didn't recognize her, admits that she was never linked to any military activities. She was arrested for her views. Now, saying even the New York Times does not give much weight to me these days. My point is that even the mainstream media that lies for Israel are telling you that she never committed a crime. She had political views they disagreed with. That's what Israel does. Hamza Yousaf points out that the propaganda by omission has reached a whole new phase. Now the mainstream media is completely ignoring the freed Palestinians, which is pretty much what's happening. Because then they'd need to ask why. Why are there so many children and women in Israeli prisons? And about the conditions they endured as they come out with beaten up looks and diminished and emaciated bodies. Instead, they just look the other way because that's what they're paid to do. Here's a clip with Abu Sita. We've talked about him more than once. Oh, hold on. How do I get rid of that? There it goes. This is one of the articles I recommend you read. He was one of the earliest ones really kind of speaking out about this. October 26th, 2023. Surgeon Ghassan Abu Sita on the impending catastrophe in Gaza hospitals. Now, the title seems pretty benign. If you read it, it's horrifying. What they're doing there, even then, he was calling out. They were committing genocide. They were murdering people without reason. But he was on an interview, and he called them out for doing what we all see them doing.
With me, David Menser, suggesting it was Hamas who started this conflict on October the 7th.
Of course, David Menser, I'm pretty sure that's Rebel News. The screaming, spectacular Zionist Rebel News came out and said, Hamas did it all. Or that they have 3,500 years. Like, it's so crazy. It's so embarrassing that we have to deal with people like this that have no idea what they're talking about. Or just, do you side with Hamas? Or what's the thing that Piers Morgan kept doing? What was the other thing he kept doing? I forget now. Do you condemn Hamas? What he kept doing, right? It's like, it's just sad. Well, here, I'll let it go.
David Menser, suggesting it was Hamas who started this conflict on October the 7th with their brutality. You are outside Gaza now. What do people think about Hamas? Do they wish they had never broken through the border that awful day at 6:29 in the morning, fired 4,300 rockets into Israel as that onslaught started? Wow. Do they wish that had never happened?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just have to say before I play it again, talk about a ridiculous journal. That's not even journalism. That's you. That's you are selling your own narrative. That your question was there. You build it up to make a very clear response, and that's why he responds the way he does. I won't stop it again.
Into Israel as that onslaught started. Do they wish that had never happened?
Such a dishonest thing to say.
We wish that 1948 never happened.
Yep.
We wish that Israel had not tried to wipe out the indigenous population of Palestine and turned our families into refugees. We wish that the Sabra al-Shatila and the Deir Yassin massacres have never happened. We wish that the killings of the first and the second intifadas and all of the wars in Gaza had never happened. This is a war against the Palestinian people that is 75 years old. And to randomly pick a point in which to say that this is when we will accept history, what lies at the heart of the narrative of the Israeli spokesman, whose boss is now wanted by the International Criminal Court. So he literally works for a wanted war criminal. What marks his discourse is the racial othering of Palestinians, is the fact that he finds 18,000 Palestinian dead children completely ungrievable. He does not find it in any way problematic that his army amputated the limbs of over 4,500 Palestinian children.
My God. By the way, I'm wrong about, I'm not familiar with the name in UK, but so it's Menzies is the guy's name from the Rebel News. That's not the guy. So if you know who David Menzer is, let me know in the chat. It's the person you referenced at the beginning of the interview.
That and what lies at the heart of the fact that your channel refers to Palestinians as prisoners, even the children arrested without trial, and the Israelis as hostages, is again racialized othering of Palestinians that has allowed the genocide to happen for 15 months. Our lives don't matter, neither to you or to him, because of the color of our skin. Our lives don't matter, neither to you nor to him, because we are Arab Muslims. The racialized othering of Palestinians allowed this genocide to take place.
They didn't like that. Now, whatever you think about the opinion. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me bring this. this back. Oh, shoot, wrong one. Hold on. But, you know, first of all, what I find really interesting, you look at what he was saying when this first started. And like, this is what it looks like, I think. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he was like this before. But look at what he was saying in the beginning. I mean, in a good way. But this is what it looks like to turn a doctor into an activist because you're confronted with an unquestionable genocide. Right. So my point is, if you look at what he was saying in the earlier parts, it's like he was trying not to be super political about it, but simply going like, this is bad. Look at what they're doing. Now he's just like, you know, he sees it. He's talking about history. Like you got a doctor who is, you know, could have been apolitical, but you're watching one side genocide another. I don't know who could stand there and pretend like that doesn't matter. But it's that Saul says your channel refers to Palestinians as prisoners, even the children arrested without trial, and Israelis as hostages. Is again a racialized. Well, I think it's what he said. The point is right there, 90 Palestinian prisoners. Right? So everyone's a hostage, as everybody points out, on Israel's side, but they're all prisoners on this side. And you're talking about women and children. Now, in no context can you call those prisoners. This isn't they're not wartime. You know, they want you to think they're all part of some war force. They're not. Most of these people have been not charged, and as we just showed you, for a very long time. Now, what you're seeing is this kind of nonsense. Hen Mazig, who, by the way, has me blocked, which is why I don't see this unless I look at other things, says the ex-hostages were found wearing necklaces with Palestinian flags. Oh my God, the horror. No, sure. Maybe they were made to wear them. Maybe they meant to wear them. So far, it seems like a lot of that has actually been happening, where they seem to become befriended or they're okay with what happened, despite being taken nonetheless. But here, yeah, and this guy rightly shows the Star of David that was burned on this guy's face. We've covered that actually on our show. Can you imagine if the Palestinian prisoners who were convicted murderers are not? No, they're not. In fact, these guys can't stop lying, which shows you they know what they're doing. These guys are career liars. They know that they're not all charged. They know even Ben Shapiro, as stupid as he can be, knows that these people are not all rapist, murderers. These are all women and children so far that have been let out. But even in general, that's objectively not even the majority. They know that. They're lying to you guys because they have an agenda. But Mohammed Shihada goes, yeah, can you imagine? Israel would surely never do such a thing. God, this video makes me sick. Watch this. I wasn't going to show it, but I mean, this is what they do. And you have to understand what they're doing to these people. Because if you know what we've already shown, what we've proven, these people, they're being tortured and raped and starved. And look at how terrified these guys are. And it's like, remember, okay, here's a good point to make from the beginning of this. Remember when we were talking about the early aspects of those people in that white shroud that were being interrogated, right? And they were saying, look, they admitted they raped everybody, which now we know as a fact wasn't true. Okay, connect the dots. So they coerced a testimony, which, by the way, I mean, that I can bring up. I mean, it's so funny how many directions you can take this in. There's 1,000 different articles like this. Israeli court says Shin Bet pressured man to give false testimony. That's what they do more often than not. That's a conversation Israel openly has. That's not a joke. So when we know the historical examples of them saying they raped and they did all the lies, they forced it because we now proven that. So in this conversation, understand what they're doing to these people. And that's why these guys are terrified. Who knows what happened? They probably killed them afterward, if you want my honest opinion. My God, it's deranged. Look at that guy's face. Clearly, he has been suffering. He knows that he's terrified. And these people are laughing. I mean, so again, whatever you think about it, the bottom line is what he's doing. He's saying here, bro, God, they made them wear necklaces. Oh, okay. You know, aside from raping and torturing that, because that's the small part to you, right? Here you are. Here's your example of this constantly. And he makes a whole thread of them doing exactly this all over Gaza. But let's pretend like you're outraged about a Palestinian necklace. I mean, guys, this is their job, to gaslight, like this guy, who I haven't seen before, but this apparently clearly there's more people out there that are lying for Israel. He says Palestinians in Gaza celebrate the homecoming of a man who raped a woman in a forest and then cut her head off. Nice culture. Tony Burke wants to import the culture to Australia. Well, guess what? All they've let out are 69 women and 21 children. That's it. 90 people. You've all heard this. Oh, okay. So is this guy lying to you? That can't be true. Or is he being misinformed by other idiots lying that he blindly believes, which is also stupid? These people are celebrating because, as it says here, of these women and children being released, or maybe having a brief reprieve from ongoing genocide. But Daniel lies. And of course, gets, what is it? Almost 636,000 views. And attacks people in the comments for making the point. Guys, it's easily verifiable. Not a man was not, I mean, it's simple. This is what they have to do because they know that these people are lying for whether, I mean, again, it's possible that he's just blindly going along with it because it's interesting or because it works for him, but it's a lie. And this very claim, look it up, it's all over the platform. Wouldn't be surprised if Elon Musk and the rest worked it up somehow. Mohammed Shihada adds, on top of that, where he's literally claiming this, look at this guy who raped and did all these things. Weirdly sounds like another one of these atrocity propaganda claims that are based on things they did back in the 1948 massacre. But Israel has now dropped the investigation into the 5 soldiers who raped and murdered provably Palestinian hostages. Bragged about it on WhatsApp and confessed to the police. And then you had people in front of news on Channel 14, I think, openly debating why that should be allowed. Forcefully. One IDF soldier filmed himself stabbing a handcuffed Gazan hostage in the face. All of them were exonerated today. You know why? Because Trump's in power. I mean, what else do you think is happening here? Elon, Netanyahu, and the rest of them are feeling empowered. And so they go, screw it. We don't need to pretend to investigate this anymore. It never happened. We know that. This was always a ruse. But here we are. So as he's screaming about false claims of rape, we have real rape that's being ignored by the people pretending to care about it. Typical. Now, at the same point in time, even if you disregard all of that, which I don't know how you could, the West Bank is currently being seized. Just like we told you it would, and still yet this gets ignored. David Roth Lindbergh on the 20th, Israel is conducting, look at, just like before, guys, look. Mass arrests in the West Bank. They clearly don't agree with the ceasefire deal and won't accept the release of 2,000 illegally detained prisoners, so they're now replacing the released prisoners with new ones, which is exactly what happened last time, right on the record. And I said, and the illegal West Bank annexation that was reportedly part of the deal that Trump made with Netanyahu, as we discussed, allowing them to violate the ceasefire in the second phase, is now underway. This appears to all be a ruse as reported. And then I said, and Israel's not even winding to the second phase, as we just showed you. They've already publicly violated the ceasefire. So as I said on video, but I bet Trump backs Netanyahu anyway. Well, here we are. I mean, look, they broke the ceasefire. No one's saying a word. So are we going to pretend like Trump's not going to keep doing? I mean, he just told you. It's one of the worst I told you so's in my entire career. And then in West Bank in general, this is on the 20th. For the second night in a row, armed Israeli settlers are burning Palestinian homes, shops, and cars in the West Bank, right? So you are feeling embarrassed a bit by the fact that they're telling you lost in Gaza despite you getting what you want from it and being able to continue. But so even that small feeling of not being good enough, this is how they act. Murder, rape, and torture. That's what they do. So they go right to hurting as many Palestinians elsewhere as they can. It just could not be as clear as this. While they were sleeping. No justification, terror, destruction. Not a peep from the international community. Assault Rod. And this is even reported by Beth Selim, guys. Last night, settlers, and you can watch the video, escorted with full cooperation with the Israeli army. It's this kind of thing that blows my mind. I mean, it doesn't really, because we know we're here. You have video of them doing it. You have Israeli soldiers right with them. You've got an Israeli human rights group catching them on video and showing the world. Look at them breaking international law. Nobody cares. I mean, you know what I mean. The people that are supposed to care, that have any ability to do anything about it, are not saying a word. While pretending like you're racist for telling you what's happening. They attacked Palestinian communities in the West Bank. A 15-year-old boy was shot and killed by the soldiers. 6 Palestinians were injured by Molotov cocktails. This is the West Bank, guys. We're not talking about the kid shot over here. Settlers rioted and threw stones at Palestinian vehicles. While the deal progresses, the settlers' riots are clear to impose a price tag for the release of the Palestinian prisoners. That is the Israeli human rights group saying that. You going to call them racist? Israeli violence is so normalized in the West that pogroms against Palestinians in the West Bank aren't even newsworthy. Vanessa Beeley. U.S. President Trump on Monday, in his series of things that are, just whether executive orders or not, sitting in that office and just handing out dictates to the world, which that's exactly what we're talking about, rescinded sanctions from Biden on the genocidal far-right Israeli settler groups. The ones we've already talked about, the ones that there's no debate here. Even Israel's called them out. These people are literally some of the worst people you've ever heard of. They've written about it. They praised and laughed about breaking kids' arms and torturing people and rape, women and otherwise. On top of the fact that Robert's already covered this, whether before October 7th or well after, Israeli settlers consistently use arson attacks to burn Palestinians alive. This is just one of the most famous examples. That child you're looking at. They burned him alive in a house, then laughed about it, and then chanted around the family, "Ollie's on the grill, Ollie's on the grill," at the slain toddlers' families as they walked in. That's the Times of Israel. These are the settlers that Trump just removed the sanctions from. Here they are dancing. Ben Gvir was there. You starting to get the picture? I'm sure, hopefully you already all got it. The ones that need to hear it probably get algorithmically boxed out that don't even know I'm here, sadly enough. But here's the report. Trump cancels sanctions on Israeli settlers in the West Bank. January 20th. You still wondering what he's going to do here? I think it's pretty obvious. Here, starting on the 20th, end of the day, they shut it down. The Israeli army has decided to shut down the entire West Bank, closing all entrances to Palestinian cities, villages with Israeli settler terrorists roaming freely. What do you think's happening here? Maybe the beginning of just like what we saw in Gaza? Boxing them in, ethnically cleansing, torture, rape, murder, the same thing. That's not my opinion. That's what's happening. This is the reality Israel's designed and implemented over the past few decades, turning each Palestinian city and village into a prison that they can close and open at will. Did you just get done telling us how this is not exactly that? It says the word apartheid only goes so far in describing this. It is a different system, worse than apartheid. If that's even possible, I agree. Jonathan Cook, this is today. Okay, this is today. This is as of 9:30 this morning. So it's not stopping. Israel's ethnic cleansing and colonialization of Palestine hasn't let up for one day in more than 7 decades. The Gaza genocide is just an especially horrifying staging post. Now it's the West Bank again. Israeli military launches deadly attack on Jenin refugee camp today. Over and over and over. Wonder what guys? Well, is there Hamas there? No. There are Palestinians there. Yeah, that's what's happening. Well, just like we saw in Gaza, this is today. Look at that. Now they're running the tractors through West Bank, tearing up the streets. You starting to get the picture? There's consistency to this. They are destroying infrastructure because they plan to move them out of the way. What else do you think is happening here? Injured and led by the martyrdom of many children and youth in Jenin, now a massive incursion has led to disturbing situations. The IOF, the Israeli occupation forces, preventing ambulances from reaching the wounded, have brought in destructive bulldozers and machines. This is just the same thing. Of course, here's where we are now. The same day they released 90 Palestinians, this was yesterday, they storm a mosque in the West Bank and abduct 60 people. Just whoever was there, because that's how it works. Replacing released hostages with the new ones. And the world is silent. Zionist Israel deserves to be dismantled, he says. This is what they do when they give them a chance. I agree. Zionism is a problem. They're proving this to you in the world right now. Vanessa Beeley. Israel arrests 64 Palestinians in the West Bank following the 90. She's backing this up herself. The Israeli army detained 64, in fact, Palestinians, including children as young as 7 years old. So clearly it was all about some terrorist ring, right? No, we're talking about whoever was there because we need more people and we know Trump's going to back us. Arrests occurred one day after the 90 prisoners were released. Sick. Mustafa Barghouti points out the Israeli army is conducting a wide military campaign in the West Bank. This is as of today, blocking the entrance to many cities, towns, and villages, and increasing the number of military checkpoints, with the Israeli settler terrorist groups continuing their attacks on Palestinian villages, including Jin Safut, burning houses and cars and attacking Palestinian vehicles on the roads. but trapping them in there while they do it with military support. This is a ethnic cleansing right in public. And military checkpoints that will never go away, just like the other crossings. The minute they put these down, they don't go away. You're parsing it out one by one. It's a slow annihilation. Howard Beckett, Israeli helicopters, Apache helicopters are now firing at Palestinians in the West Bank in broad daylight. So far, 2 of them have been murdered. This was on the 21st. 20 injured just from the helicopters. Here is another example of somebody just arbitrarily being shot in the back. They don't even try to hide this anymore, guys. They are emboldened. Even though the world sees what they're doing, really think about what that shows you about the current power structure, Biden or Trump. So you want my opinion? This was a, whatever, some 20-something IDF member, whatever, but that's what just for context, it could be any number of people and how old, but an IDF member. But I'm thinking probably some, wanting to get him back, feeling, and the guy didn't run, right? How dare he not be scared of me? So he shot him in the back. They used to pretend like they cared about that, but they never really did. They used to just give you a feigned, we'll go after him. We got him. He's arrested. And they wait till everyone stops looking and they pardon him and doesn't get in trouble every time. They just executed this guy in the back because he wasn't scared enough while he was being shot at. That's what I think. They also followed up and say, well, at least 7 Palestinians were killed and at least 50 injured. There's multiple examples of this. Trouble. Yeah, just randomly shoot a child in the leg, Every day. That's their lives every single day. The only difference now is they're pretending that it's not supposed to happen. Now, it's also happening in Lebanon, in case you forgot. But we'll talk about it more as we go forward. Israel, and this is on the 20th. So it's showing you how emboldened they are. They detonated a massive explosion in the village of Halul, South Lebanon, obliterating civilian homes in the middle of the night while families were sleeping in them. Civilian homes. Yet another flagrant violation of the so-called ceasefire. Every day this happens. As again, Craig Murray has been very clearly breaking down. Not even a mention. How about this? Your government, which, by the way, if there was some kind of real back and forth between the fake sides, they would point this out. But they're both benefiting from it, so no one brings it up. A new billion-dollar mega fortress that the U.S. government's building in London. Or excuse me, in Lebanon. The U.S. Embassy. 10 times bigger than London's. A mega fortress. Overlooking the Mediterranean Sea, the new U.S. Embassy in Lebanon will be the second largest in the world. Is that what they need? Are we really going to pretend it's an embassy or a joint U.S.-Israeli occupation? A billion-dollar mega fortress. They're not even trying to hide what's happening. They just are banking on a bunch of screaming partisans to maybe carry it for them. And Syria, too. Elizabeth Hagedorn points out that Blinken informed Congress yesterday that the U.S. has issued a limited sanctions waiver, right? So to cut to the chase, it means, yeah, we know they're bad terrorists, but we're going to let you go because there are bad terrorists. That's exactly what's happening. U.S. issues sanctions waiver for countries backing Syria's transition. Oh, transition? Is that what you're calling it? The illegal overtaking of an Israeli-U.S. force that you've been funding that 30 seconds ago we were all told were terrorists, and you use those terrorists to justify acts against other people, including Syria, and now they're in charge. Yeah, that's ridiculous. And if you think it's only Biden, that's how they want to play it. These things are on the way out, so they can blame it on them. Well, you could just take this back. The point is, you're going to allow countries to continue to work with them because they're your ally. There's no other way to misread this, there's no way to misread this. Now, Vanessa Beeley's pointing out, so you really understand who they're giving sanctions to, or rather waivers to. This is the people that they are okay with anybody working with because it's their bad guy, which is pretty much what we deal with in the world. Child beheader appointed as the advisor to Giuliani, who just congratulated Trump and wished for a better U.S.-Syria relations, while Israel's building a base there. noting that MI6 White Helmet's HQ was less than 200 meters from Aleppo, where this gruesome child beheading took place. Sorry to have to see that, but this guy is literally taking second command in Syria. It's on record, guys. That's one of the main people that got seen in that back of the truck for cutting that child's head off. Well, they all laughed about it. Vanessa covered it then. Unbelievable. Or, I mean, I shouldn't say that. It's very believable, but it's amazing that this is so public and yet nothing's changing because we are shifting into something new. This is the actual report. I mean, you can read it yourself. And photos of the new Israeli military base that is currently being constructed in Syria. I just don't know how this could get any more obvious. And as I said, totally all about freedom and totally not about the Greater Israel Project, which is obviously what this is. But they're not doing anything. It's not us. We're not even there as you were working with them and they promise not to fight you and you give them medical treatment, you arm them, you support them, and on and on and on. Anybody else feel like this is the most obvious thing they've ever seen in their lives? That's me. I don't know. But I'll tell you what. If we just the smallest amount of change right now, just the smallest amount of momentum can tip this over the edge. I've never in my life seen more transparent action that I think the only thing is keeping this going, if that's even happening, is a desperate need for you to think that what we're staring at, this minority of screaming manipulators, is somehow everyone's opinion. Just like with the COVID-19 lie. They were needing you to think you were so alone and nobody thought that. We can see now that wasn't the case. I'm hoping whether conservative or liberal or Republican or Democrat, that you can stand back and just simply recognize that the world sees this. Now, if we just sit back and let it slowly get put back to bed, well, all we're doing is allowing more of this to continue, or more of whatever else you think you're fighting that I think is very clearly exactly what they're rolling out. Now, all the information is here, as always, all the information, all the show notes, every link. Look into it for yourself. This is not some ridiculous show where I lay all these things out and yell narratives at you. The source material's down there. If you don't go through your own time, now I get it, there's a lot of information. It's all chronological as much as there's a lot of it. So you could take it through, you could take a second, you'll find which one you're looking for. If you don't take the time to look into what you need, whatever one thing that strikes out to you, look into it. Don't just hear me, look into it. Find the source material. Go to the logical conclusion of what it shows you and decide whether you think that's the case. Come to your own conclusions about it. As I say every single day, if you're not doing that, then you will be played. We all will. If I did that, I'll eventually get played. So do not fall in that trap. Find the courage and the integrity and the principles to stand on what you actually believe in, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it's challenged by the other party leaders. It's time to stop playing this game, guys. Thank you for having the courage to talk, speak out, be here. Share this. We need your continued support, guys. We're under attack every single day. It's not going to stop. So if you want to see this platform continue, we definitely need your support, financial and otherwise. If you want to just reach out and send me a letter, I need that more than anything. Tell me what you think. Tell me if I'm making a mistake. Tell me what you think. Just say, hey, you're doing a good job. Keep it up. I need that. But either way, guys, continue to fight for what you believe in and do not be swayed by some screaming person that tells you you're supposed to think one way or the other, or some fancy thing or some narrative that you can tell isn't true. Trust your gut. Thank you for being here. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.